gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
2, 3, yeah.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Now we have a special little surprise for everyone at home. Now, just like in-game, we have our very own night market. We're gonna have our chance to form our own very little VCT Pacific team with a selection of players. Now, obviously, the night market doesn't have every single skin that you've missed, so just like that, it's not gonna have every single player, so maybe your favorite might not be there, but let's find out. We're gonna go through roll by roll.
All right.
Okay.
I'm ready. Okay.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
I wish I was first.
You're first, but you gotta go for your boomer bros, man.
I mean, but I can't pass up on Munyet. I mean, it's just easy.
No, but you absolutely can.
I gotta go with Munyet. I'm taking Munyet first.
Oh, so boring.
Sorry.
What's the joy of night market if not for surprises? Come on.
I mean, normally I do go for the bad skins at night market.
I think I'm gonna go with Cruz. I think that Cruz has had some really strong performances. The way that he was able to pop off over at lock-in, we were able to see some of that form as Talon got into their group. I think that given the time that they've had and some of the IGLing off the shoulder, I think that he's gonna be in a really good position coming into the LCQ. So I'm gonna go with Cruz.
All right, I'm gonna be boring too. I'm just gonna go with Sugar Zero. Keep it standard, right? Okay. Controller, I just want someone that's reliable, right? And then the rest of the team, I'll try to spice it up a little bit, right? Try to get a trophy-winning team here. Dang, initiators are stacked.
Yeah, initiators are all
stacked, actually. Oh man, I'm gonna go with what I was originally hoping for though, okay? I was hoping that Flips would be here for the initiators. I wanted an IGL. We've also had times where he can frag out. He's pretty flexible as well across different maps. So I'm gonna stick with Flipshatter and hope that he brings a little bit of that, friendship magic from RQ into my team.
Okay. I'm gonna go with Goddead because I think that he was one of, if not the most consistent players for Gen.G. Their lost moments, especially in the playoffs. We've seen what he's been able to do with Meteor when they are firing all cylinders, when they are on the same page. And I think that regardless of who I end up with a duelist, he'll be able to find that same synergy. So I'm gonna go Goddead.
So I guess you guys left me Envy. I'm gonna take Envy. I don't know how I can't. Envy's just been so consistent throughout the year. I mean, it's not just his fragging ability, it's his ability to be like the guy with his utility as well. So he's like the complete package. Pat?
Oh, Pat's a massive flex player.
Yeah, I mean, aside from RB, he's the biggest one.
Yeah. Here, I'm gonna go with Aaron. I think Aaron's just really brilliant on both sides of the coin now. It used to be, he was just a defender side at IGL. Now he's really, really good, I think, as well, the attacker side. So I'm definitely going with Aaron.
I am getting my RB player.
Dang it, I was hoping to get the dream team back together.
I cannot allow you to have Flips and Xero. It's not happening. I'm claiming him. I need that high impact frag. I need that flexibility, so I'm going to be going for Xero.
I'm a little torn between two, actually, on the board here. One would be Pat just because of the Asian pool that he's shown. But then on the other side, I mean, 10 as well. Like, he's also really reliable. So I think I still got to go with Pat. Right? Okay. I already have a controller that's kind of safe and sound. In Sugar Zero, I want someone with that high impact, right? I've been kind of building up a pretty reliable core so far, so I want someone who maybe goes off the wall a little bit sometimes, but he can do it with any type of agent he wants, because regardless of utility, his fragging power is always good.
It gives you a harbor player, and also now your team can go for a double duelist setup.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, double controller or double duelist. I can do whatever I want.
I don't think it's that difficult, if I'm being honest.
I am going to go with King.
Okay.
That's the obvious choice. Obviously, he has kind of the top fragging power out of all the Sentinels, but also, one of the other things I was looking at is I want someone who can play both Cypher and Killjoy. And when Chamber was in the meta, King was playing at Cypher wherever he could because he wasn't a Chamber player. So that's something I'm looking forward to.
I'm going to go for what I think is the second most obvious choice, which is Elmimore. So the guy's been solid. You want to talk about fragging power, he's right up there with King. It started off with just him on eco rounds and pistol rounds, having that sheriff in his hands, and then it became so much more, and he was able to transition that into his rifling, especially near the end of the season. So very much one of those players that if he's anchoring a site, you're gonna bleed getting your way into that one. So I will absolutely be happy to add him to my little collection.
Okay.
Are you gonna go for the obvious?
I gotta go. I gotta go texture. I mean, it's just he's just too strong of an individual player. He's a guy who I can throw onto other roles if necessary. If I need a raise or something like that, I can definitely then shift him into that position. So if I need an operator player as well, depending on what happens at the end here. But I think just individually, texture is just one of the most solid, balanced players you will find in Pacific.
Oh,
Ooh, boy.
Yeah.
This is interesting.
It's actually kind of tough because I did kind of go with texture, so I feel like I've got
Well, you've got an op covered,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So you have a little bit more freedom, I would say.
I do. But I'm gonna go with depth.
Are you sure though? You already have an operator player. Are you sure?
We're double opping. Just screw it. We're going all in, baby.
I didn't think about the
I
op.
just think Dep, like halfway through the season, he was like topping almost every stat that's important for duelists.
Sure.
He was just like one of the best players we had. So I think if he can find that form again, this guy should be lights out.
All right, well, I'm gonna go with this duo that has had success in the past. I already have the God Dead. I'm gonna pick up Meteor.
Okay.
They have shown that they can have that synergy. I have Cruz be my IGL for the team, and I think that as long as we can get them back into that groove where God is very reliably setting up Meteor, I've got a crack duelist player. I've got somebody who can play Chamber if he's gonna be back into the meta. I also have somebody who's incredible at the AWP, who's great at the Jet. So I gotta go with Meteor.
Okay, I'm gonna go a little bit off the beaten path here and not go with a clear operator player. I think I'm just gonna go for a little bit more pure mechanical explosiveness, and I'm gonna go with Garnett, actually.
Okay.
We've seen his movement be so good, and the fact that he can make his own split decisions when he's put on the spot.
I thought about him too.
Yeah, like, I mean, we have clips of him breaking ankles, we have clips of him really distracting the enemy a lot. Or obviously the clear weaknesses, I don't have any clear designated opper, but hey, they can pick it up. I'm sure Flips can pick it up.
Taking off
Breach,
is
yeah,
fine.
someone will do it. So yeah, that's gonna be my duelist.
Well, there we go. I think we've all established some fairly strong teams, but obviously, you know, depending on if you guys agree or disagree with us, be sure to let us know in the comments below. We'll see who has the better squad at the end of it all.
Yeah, and of course, don't forget that we have Last Chance qualifiers to look forward to. Last Chance qualifiers for Pacific will be kicking off once again on July 18th through the 23rd, and only one out of these 7 teams will be able to make it all the way to Champions in LA. Don't forget to follow us and all the Pacific channels to make sure you catch the matches. We'll see you then. All right, well, I think that's it. Let's
Everything
yeah,
we're
let's
good to
just
go.
go. Yeah.
All right, let's get out of here.
Yes.
I can't believe he's so dead, man.
I can't help myself. I love him.
After the game ends, it's really break our heart.
Zeta Division will not be playing in Tokyo.
We won't give up. We will emerge.
Team Secret,
Global Esports,
Talon Esports,
DSM가 저희 젠지는 for the power of friendship. 諦めないで勝ち上がります。もう一度チャンスがある大会なのかなと思います。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, sa Filipino broadcast ng VALORANT Last Chance Qualifiers Pacific, where the remaining teams of the Pacific battle it out para sa chance na makapasok sila sa VALORANT Champions 2023 in Los Angeles, California. I'm Rebixco, and I'm going to be your host for today. At ang kasama ko ngayon sa panel is Ray Ray and G10. And thankfully, guys, hindi tayo na panel curse kahapon.
No, we got all the predictions right yesterday.
Ay, yeah.
Every single one,
Uh-huh.
100%.
Eh, isa lang kahapon. Paano kaya ngayon?
Yun.
That's right. It looks very, very tough. But again, you know, yesterday we did have Talon Esports versus DFM, ending in a clean 2-0 for the side of Talon. So let's have a little bit of a recap of what our brackets look like so far. So again, Talon advances to match 3 against Gen.G, which will be happening later today. And unfortunately, DFM, yung journey nila sa VCT, unfortunately ends here.
Oh, speaking of mga brackets natin ngayon, the first one is going to be RRQ versus Global Esports. Tapos mamaya, Gen.G against Talon. Tapos ngayon, single elim pa yan. Pero at least, bukas very rewarding naman na dahil magiging double elimination na, which is like kinda like very interesting. Pero nga lang ngayon talaga, it's still a bloody one.
Yeah, delikado pa rin ngayon. So they really have one chance, one best of 3 to make sure na mag-a-advance sila. And of course, with our match yesterday, yung Talon and Detonation Focus Me, it was such an explosive match. But, you know, at the end, Talon was just a little bit too prepared.
And I have to say here na I think Talon finally found that configuration that fits them, yung direction ng team nila, especially with Patifan. I think na super comfortable siya sa smokes, and I think it very much suits his playstyle.
Yeah.
Bigay niyo lang sa kanya si Omen. Kasi parang duelist din naman yan technically, di ba? Pero nga lang, as for the just given na it's his first time, diba, going into our LCQ, ang ganda pa rin ng kanyang performance. Despite them losing, you can see the potential and hopefully next year, ma-bring up nga to si Suggest X Anthem play.
Yeah.
It's really good talaga to see, diba?
Yeah, I mean, Anthem was such a good anchor player talaga para sa DFM. And Suggest, ang ganda na support na binigay niya to his team. Pero the Patifan that we saw before, that we knew from way before lock-in, diba? Bumalik siya in this new form. Yes, he's an Omen player now. Pero sobrang ganda nga. It fits his playstyle so well, as you said, Reby. Kasi he's not being a lot selfish anymore. He can lurk. He can be that surprise factor talaga for Talon when they need it.
That's right, and I think na maganda talaga yung intentions ng DFM here. We could see the, I think na they were taking some inspiration then from Ascension. Very, very fresh ideas, I think, from the likes of Scar. So yung mga Japanese teams really share that knowledge together. But I think for the likes of Garnets, I think, you were talking about yung consistency all the way from lock-in. I think Garnets has definitely been that player for Talon Esports.
He may not be like the upper player. Kanina nga na sinabi sa night market. Totoong-totoo. But then, pagdating sa mga decision-making, na siya lang yung gumagawa. Workable naman, di ba? The boys of Talon just let him do his own thing. And that's what actually prospered yesterday dun sa kanilang laban.
Yeah, and I mean, when they said, mechanical explosiveness talaga, Garnets is what you think of. Sobrang galing talaga niya when it comes to just exploding onto a site, taking one, maybe two kills. And sobrang reliable din niya for Talon Esports as that primary duelist. So I'm sure that they're not regretting putting him in that place instead of Patifan now.
Exactly. This look of Talon is looking very, very good for them. And I think na medyo, I'm expecting a very, very deep run for them dito sa LCQ. But if they do beat Gen.G, they're gonna be up against Team Secret tomorrow. So hopefully, we'll see whoever has to face Team Secret. But that's everything that happened yesterday. So let's move on to the rest of our single elimination bracket of today. Beginning with a mini game. So, you guys, alam ko na you guys missed the game during the panel nung Ascension.
I didn't get to do it.
Yeah,
Never ko
I'm so
naranasan to. Never ko pa naranasan. It's my
Never.
first time.
Which one's your
That's very
favorite? Ano
rare.
yung favorite game nyo? Yung guess the map, find the Yoru, yung lineup, which one?
I like the lineup one.
You like the lineup?
Ako guess the map.
yeah.
Hindi mo ina-expect na nandun pala sa mapang yun. Ibig sabihin, hindi pala ako gano'n naglalaro nito.
Hindi ka nag-obs. Kasi yung obs lang may alam ng yung ibang spots.
Exactly. Like yung mga timeouts in between the rounds, you have to yung creative shots nila. But, again, surprise, Ray, because we're gonna be going for Guess the Map episode 3, ladies and gentlemen. So, I'm guessing alam nyo na yung rules of the game. So, we're gonna be doing a little recap just for the audience, and it's very, very simple. So, magpo-flash tayo dito ng screenshot of a random area of any map in VALORANT, and all you have to do is guess kung saan yung mapa na yun. And pwede kayo mag-discuss, and you can also check Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook chat para mag-call a friend kayo from the comments if you want. So, I think you guys are getting ready. Ayan,
Stream,
VALORANT
help me out,
Esports
Stream.
Philippines.
VALORANT Esports Philippines, tulungan nyo ako. Okay,
Yeah.
sabay-sabay tayong magiging successful sa panguhula.
That's right. And
Tama.
my prize kung sino ang nananalo dito.
Anong prize?
Oh, ano price?
We'll see. I'll show you later. May reveal tayo later. But are you guys ready? You wanna do a sample first para mag-gets nyo yung feel?
Sample,
Sige, yes.
Okay, alright. Okay, let's do a sample. Oh my goodness.
That's an iPad case.
Parang empty na iPhone case.
Yeah.
Calculator yan, pang physics.
Chemistry, physics.
What else?
Kaya,
Come on, Stream, help me out. Where is this?
Parang door. I'm guessing door handle siya or parang hatch.
Little Lion Man, bind peace site daw. Pana.
Wow! Napaka-specific.
Diba? So specific.
Okay, gusto ko yan. Ako talaga, parang nakakaramdam ako na it's either icebox or bind Yun lang yan. Kasi yung mga ganyan na color, doon mo lang naman makikita yan. Yung parang may mga machineries, etc.
Oh, true. Tapos may pa-orange yung light. Like, when we did this with the mods, yung hint ni Taylor was that she was looking at the color of the sunlight. So, kung icebox, medyo blue yung lighting. Pero Haven, Bind has that warm lighting. So, medyo
pero may
warm
blue
yung
dun sa
lighting.
side, oh.
That's true.
There's a little blue on the left side. So, is that just a trick? Is that color grading?
Feeling ko tama si Ray dito sa pangayin.
People are saying fracture, there's bind
Fracture.
elbow.
Yan. Oh my God. Guys, tulungan nyo kami. Pero, tama nga. Feel ko, Basta it's either gonna be fracture or bind. Diyan mo lang naman makikita, wala naman yan sa ascent.
Wala yan, for sure.
Tapos na nasa ano pala, nasa breeze.
baby.
Alright, do you guys have answers?
Yeah.
Yeah,
sige.
final?
Okay,
Okay, G10, go!
Bind.
Huh?
Bind.
Bind.
Yeah.
Okay, bind. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna listen to chat. Fracture.
Okay,
I listened to chat. Chat said bind.
Someone said fracture, so I'm gonna go with fracture. So bind, fracture. Can we reveal the sample map? Where is it? Reveal. Ta-da-da. Oh!
It is Icebox.
Oh my goodness!
Hey! Sabi mo na mag-Icebox.
Yeah! Icebox or
Sayang.
bind! Sabi ko, Icebox or bind! Pinili ko to bind!
Chat, you baited me.
Baited.
I got baited.
Well, that was just a sample, so walang score.
Okay,
yet.
okay,
But
okay.
we have,
Game na.
ayan, ready now for map. Officially, map number 1. Yeah?
Okay.
All right, time for
go.
the reveal. Pag-reveal ang map number 1. Oh.
Okay.
Okay. Ang hirap.
Is this the backup? Like, is this sa Icebox din?
I thought Icebox did as well.
Initially,
First.
that's what I thought.
Pero that, I feel like if it looks like the map, it's not
It's
the
not that
map,
one.
diba?
Oo.
It's too easy.
Yeah,
Mind
yeah.
games. May
What
barrels.
does this look like? Barrel.
Feel ko
Barrels.
sa defending side to eh.
Yan.
Nasa defending side to.
Inside a room.
Ng bind. Sure ako. Defending side ng bind to.
Oh, okay.
Yan.
Okay, sure
Sa
ka.
likod yan eh, alam ko eh. Bakit? Eh, sabi ko eh. Pero sabi ng chat, ano daw, bind daw or icebox. Ayun
Oh
naman
my
yung
gosh!
mga ganyan
Same.
eh.
Come on, chat.
It's so tricky, guys. It's so tricky.
We got baited before na. May isa nagsasabi, fracture A main. May isa
Fracture.
Icebox Kitchen daw. Who do I believe? You guys tricked me before. Sabi nyo bind Icebox pala. Ano nga yan?
I
Feel ko
think,
this is gonna be like super out of the way.
right?
Right.
I think I want to go off of the conventional maps. I think I'm gonna guess Breeze.
Okay, yeah. I was gonna guess Breeze as well.
Oh wait, parang may iba pang may nag-second the guess. Wala daw sa bind. Baka daw fracture.
Chinek niya.
Okay.
Ano yung final answers?
Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, go!
one. Fracture.
Breeze!
All right. Let's see.
Let's reveal map number 1.
Don't
Then
tell
it's
me
Lotus
bind.
or something.
Ain't no way.
Don't tell me it's bind.
Oh, what is this?
It's fracture.
Uy,
It is fracture. Yes,
okay, let's go!
Let's go. 1-1.
So you both guessed fracture.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, I'm losing chat.
Let's go, chat.
All right, okay, that's still map number 1. We still have 2 more maps. So can we go straight to map number 2? Oh wow.
Oh God. Okay.
They didn't clean the air conditioner.
Yun nga eh. Saan kaya aircon
Ito
to?
yung sa split type kapag nakalagay sa may
Oh,
labas
yeah.
ng
Yeah,
ano
yeah,
niya.
yeah.
Sa may
Wait, which
balcony.
map has an aircon? Dapat mainit. It should be hot there.
It should... I think
Breeze?
it's either Breeze or Haven.
Saan may aircon sa Breeze?
Is there any may closed
Di ba
rooms ba
may...
sa Breeze?
Oh, di ba parang may recording studio doon sa loob?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, di ba?
Tapos halls as well. Feeling ko air-conditioned yung area.
Yeah.
It's
Tapos,
definitely not Icebox.
yung madumi na mga layers, di ba, nasa Breeze din?
Feeling ko, okay, I'm gonna go Breeze again
I'm
kasi
gonna
may
go.
rust.
Okay.
So usually
Okay,
yung
okay.
mga rusty things, diba, it
By the
always
sea.
makes, it makes things rust.
I'm gonna go with Breeze din.
Okay.
Yun yung sinasabi ng ano.
Okay.
Sinasabi halos ng
is
chat.
also
Chat, let's
saying
go
Breeze.
chat.
Okay.
Oh, Ajita, no, it's your final answer.
I'll diverge from you guys. Mag-ano ako? Magpa-pearl ako.
Pearl!
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so Breeze, Pearl. Can
Yes.
we reveal map number 2?
Kapag ito hindi Breeze.
Oh my goodness!
No way! Hey, man! Ain't no way!
How? Oh my goodness! May small room pala doon. Oh my goodness.
No!
My mind has been... Paano nyo nakikita yan?
Sabi ko
Guys,
diba Haven?
Yeah!
Oh, at first, trust your instincts, Ray Ray!
I've been losing it.
Dalawang beses na yan.
It's okay, guys. We still have one final chance because we have one more map. So you want to go straight to
Okay.
map number 2?
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go to map number 3. Okay, warning symbol.
Bawal naka-iPad.
Bawal mag-cellphone while working.
Parang yung
There's
nangyari
a
sa
box.
kahapon. Kay Sinfree ba yan?
Sinfree. Oh, that's Sinfree. Nag-iPad siya na 1v1. Oh my goodness.
Foxes was like, oh, I'm quite lucky.
I'm clutching this.
So wait a minute.
Luckiest man alive. Yun, bawal mag-iPad habang nagka-clutch, guys. Yun na yun. Pero saan kaya to? Come on, chat. Ascent, Icebox, Pearl. Ang dami. Super varied ng mga answers nyo.
I feel like this has to be one of those maps na may construction sites.
So that's gonna be... Si Bind naman kasi may parang sa power plant siya, di ba?
True.
I'm gonna go off tangent here.
Ano yung guess mo?
Mama, I think it's split.
Split? Wow.
I think it's split.
Split.
Wait.
Bawal mag-cellphone sa airport?
Bawal mag-cellphone. Oh,
Di ba airport vibe yung
wait. My box. I don't
Icebox
think na
dahil nasa
mag-repeat ng
construction yard
icebox.
sila.
Yun yung feeling ko. It's a construction site. So either icebox or fracture para sa akin.
I think it's split.
Split. Okay. Ray, may answer ka na.
Mahirap. So, bumalik ng Bind eh. Pero feel ko somewhere to na hindi natin ine-expect. So, I'm gonna go with split, I guess.
Okay.
Okay.
So, G10, you're...
I'm split.
Split. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna say fracture? Yeah,
No way there's fracture 2 times
oh my
in
gosh.
one
Wait, there was
game.
already fracture?
Yeah.
Okay, napunta sa icebox kanina. Ano pa yung may construction site? Oh, this Pearl. I think walang construction site sa Pearl.
Pwede din. Pero
I'm
baka
gonna-
meron pa nandun pala. Tapos Pearl pa lang yung sagot, no?
Oh.
What is a map we haven't seen yet?
Ascent.
We haven't seen.
Ascent.
Oh, okay. You know what? I'm gonna go for a super like lucky guess here.
Okay.
I'm gonna go Ascent.
All right.
Is it-
Ascent, split.
Okay,
Alright, let's
okay.
reveal map number 3.
Chat, sabi ni chat, what if Lotus to?
Oh yeah, oh my goodness, we forgot about Lotus.
What if it's Icebox?
No!
No way, bro. Oh, God.
Well, congratulations, you guys. 1-1, so it's a tie. We're gonna have to break this tie somewhere later on, maybe in predictions.
Oh,
you know?
okay.
So there was gonna be a winner. Like whoever won this was supposed to be predicting last, but since you guys tied, I guess I'll give my prediction first.
Alright.
Yes.
But I hope you guys enjoyed the game, and you guys too. You know, finally you got to experience our panel games. But again, we have so many games to talk about. That was episode 3 of Guess the Map. And speaking of episodes, we have episode 2 of Run It Back, where we can see our players reflecting on what they've learned from the Pacific League. So check it out.
I can't say it on camera.
안녕하세요부터 하는 거죠?
Hey everyone, it's Aaron from Global Esports.
I'm Patty Fan, Line Tabak. Last round against PepperX on map 2. If I get the kill on Davai, I think we get through the overtime and maybe we can qualify to the playoff.
Gen.G during the early half of the season. If we won against Gen.G at that point, things would have been different for the whole season.
어센트에서 헤븐에 있는 카르페 선수한테 셰리프로 1대3 져가지고 이코스틸 당한 라운드.
Content not quite sure if he's. Oh my God, Carpe!
다시 한다면 와이드 피킹에서 죽이고 싶네요, 그 선수.
プレーオフの T1 戦の3マップ目、フラクチャーの相手がカルペ選手で、プロと僕が生きてたんですけど、本当にわずかなコミュニケーションエラーでカルペ選手にすんごい強いプレーを出されて、なので結構試合が決まっちゃったかなって感じだったんで、あれはもう一度やりたい感じですね。リーグ通して少人数戦を通してしまう機会がすごい多かったので、割と全部やり直したいですね。
トップシークレットですね。
Resetting mentally.
You know, a little bit crying helps. Hugged each other a little bit and then went straight back to talking about how we were going to win.
If you're happy outside game, you'll be happy inside game.
Our discipline, our communication. The coach has been telling us this since like 2 months ago.
We've been focusing on just staying calm. We talk about the mistakes that happens against Gen.G.
Playing together more, playing off each other.
Be more creative in the game.
Adapt how they're playing and we can try to counter as soon as possible. 具体的にちょっとどこが変わったっていうのは難しいですけど、結構試合を見ればすぐ分かるのかなと思います。
I think RRQ because we lost to them.
RRQ or Gen.G?
Gen.G.
Gen.G because we still haven't had our revenge. We just want our revenge.
Secret?
Secret.
Team Secret because they got lucky.
Talon.
Talon.
탈론 안 나와서 이기고 싶긴 하네요.
타론도 戦いたいです
Zeta because it was really a close game.
It's only one player that popping off and then he win the game for the team.
I think we could have beat them. Secret Envy.
I think EJ. I will wreck him in LCQ.
크루즈 선수. 다 이기고 싶죠. 솔직히 말하면 뭐 한 명 뭐 꼽을 그게 없고.
Jesse Vash?
Meteo.
Zeta 10.
Zeta 10. When he play against us, he really pop off and
I really hope we can beat him in this LCQ.
タロンのパティパン
I personally got stomped by Pedafan, so I want to revenge.
ゼータディビジョンの黒ピストルの 1v3 がやられたな。
No one really. Everyone's kind of bad.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to LCQ Pacific. At ngayon, it's time to kick off the first game of day number 2. It's RRQ versus Global Esports. Now, pinag-usapan natin sila kahapon and most of the teams dito sa Pacific League actually said that they were surprised to lose to RRQ. So, these guys make such a well-rounded team. You know, you've got EJ, you've got MN, you've got Teget, you've got Xfero now, Flipsitter, and Elmi more.
I really love the RRQ roster. At first, they were little bit of that shaky kasi, di ba, yung iba galing Philippines, iba galing Indonesia, ang dami nilang naging adjustments. But right now, they were able to collect those pieces together. And sabi nga ni Coach Iwak, he actually tweeted na sabi niya, okay, after lahat ng long time ng pagsiscreams namin, meron kaming one day to actually tell everyone that we can actually win against these teams na kakalabanin namin. So I'm really excited on that statement na ginawa ni Coach. At malay nyo, yun talaga magiging statement ni RRQ today.
I like that statement. Kasi yung RRQ, you know, it is pretty power of friendship. Yun nga yung sinasabi nila. And they seem to be like super close friends nga naman. Pero at the same time, they're so very talented. Ang ganda ng mga setups nila. And with Flipsider as that IGL, his mid-round calls are absolutely insane. Napakaganda ng adjusting nila in the middle of a round, in the middle of a game. Kahit medyo natatalo sila in terms of rounds, they're able to bring it back just like, you know, the last time they went up against GE.
That's right. And, you know, on the flip side naman for Global Esports, you know, battling them today is, I'd say, another team that has a lot of eyes on them here from the rest of the Pacific. You know, we had so many highlight plays from Monyet. SK Rossi made it in the end. And of course, yung IGLing ni Aaron is practically unmatched.
Oh, this team, ang daming varieties, di ba? Sinabi na nga nila kanina din, sila ay punong-puno ng puro duelist, pero meron din punong-puno ng pwede na nating sabihin na puro controllers. So this is pretty good for Global Esports. Ano bang kind of level na yung na-heighten nila in this time na nagpa-practice sila together? May changes ba? May magiging iba bang duelist ngayon? Or may magiging ibang controller? Those are the big question marks that we can highlight. But right now, kailangan talaga nila mag-focus saan? Sa pagiging ano kasi marami sa kanila nawawala sa focus kapag masyadong flex main.
Yun nga, totoo. But at this point, I feel like they locked in na yung current roster nila. This is what they want para maging mas consistent sila. Kasi diba, before, they were subbing in Ronski, Lightning Fast. Ngayon, nag-retire na si Ronski, and I feel like Lightning Fast has been put into a little bit more of a, you know, permanent sub situation na so that they can really focus on this roster. Kasi talagang they're so aim focused, they're so aim heavy kasi nga duelist main sila. But with Aaron, you know, calling the shots, he's the mind behind the firepower. They really need to be able to be consistent and give Aaron the ingredients to cook.
That's right. And syempre, we know that Aaron, as the IGL, he's always cooking. Pero putting him match to match against someone like Tuge from the side of RRQ, I'd say that we have a very, very interesting fight on our hands. Kasi on one side, I'd say yung buong team ng RRQ, they're very, very innovative. I'd say that they can stand on their own. Pero sa side naman ng Global Esports, I'd say that they work very well together as a unit.
Oh, may mga each pala sila ng identity sa pwede nating makita. Si Tuge, alam niyo ba dati, ano pa lang yan nag-start siya sa VCTPH. Tapos, doon namin lahat na-discover that this man, when he was just like 16 or 17, meron na kagad siyang potential. And actually, nadala niya yung potential na yun. Saan? Dito sa ating VPL, papunta nga dito sa LCQ. But as for Irene, we've always seen that he's like the mother. Sa pinag-usapan natin off-stream, mother of the group. He's really lifting up. Pero gusto ko naman yung sinabi niyong totoo na talagang umiyak sila nung natalo sila dito sa VPL.
I mean, napakasakit naman talaga ng pagkatalo nila, di diba? Pero ngayon they're looking for that revenge. This is such global esports nga talaga. Global kung global. Ang dami nila. They're so varied in their nationalities, and I feel like they've kind of ironed out yung mga communication problems nila at this point. So, madaming expectations on, Aaron to make sure that everything comes through correctly, and for the rest of the team to be able to, handle that and not miscommunicate in a high-pressure situation.
That's right. And I think na under the guidance of Aaron, syempre, I feel like yung parang mother role niya, he's able to, there's this closeness of global esports na maramdam mo na parang family sila. And it's really nice to see how he's able to bring all of these people together. But medyo similar yung kwento ng teams na to. Like, we've had a very, very strong start for the side ng RRQ. 4 straight wins in the regular season. For the side naman ng global esports, they had a very, very rough start. And then bumawi sila in the end. But looking at the last 4 games of RRQ and their performances, anong masasabi nyo ang weak points ng RRQ that we want to see fixed here in LCQ?
Sabi ko nga, diba, they're a mix of youngsters and some of them are veterans and they haven't collected yung puzzle pieces all together to make that perfect picture. So talagang tuming mga crucial moments, those times na kumuntik na mag-overtime, dun sila saan na-destroy. At sinabi nga yun mismo ni Expero, ni Tebotol, dati sa mga nakakaalam, na dun sa 1v1 na yun, dun pa siya natalo kung kailangan nila nung actual timeout, diba? Those are the moments that RRQ actually lacks, pero sana ngayon naayos na nila.
Yun nga, I feel like yung isang strength ng RRQ is really sobrang versatile nila when it comes to compositions kasi, most of them are controller/initiator mains. So madami silang options when it comes to building a composition. They can really take teams by surprise by, picking up an unexpected agent like, a Harbor or maybe a Chamber ngayon kasi Chamber is kind of back in the meta now. So very kind of, I'd say they have that element of surprise, especially against global esports na, they may be able to stem that aggression coming from the global team.
That's right. Very, very excited to see how these two teams mix together in this match today. But I think we've talked about them enough. So since you guys won the game kanina, I'm going to start with my predictions.
Okay.
So I'm going to have to go with global esports for my prediction. Kasi since the beginning of this year, I think na, they had a very rough start, but we're starting to see them come together. And alam na natin na magaling magluto si Aaron. Yeah. So he's definitely been cooking. And, with 2 months to prepare for LCQ, I know he's cooking good.
Oh.
Wait.
Ano yan?
Anong kulay na suit mo?
Naka-blue ako.
Ako? Naka-red.
Pero,
Anong kulay yan?
pang-global.
Pang-global.
Pero anong prediction natin?
RRQ!
Okay, that's not my shirt. Guys, yung
Exactly.
sinabi pang RRQ, pero ang kanyang prediction global. Tingnan mo sa amin, pares kaming RRQ.
Oh my goodness, it's matching.
It's so good.
But actually, we're you 3 basic colors. This is so cute.
Primary colors nga. Pero
Right.
Pinoy buff. For
Pinoy,
RRQ,
that's right, of course. I hate to go against it, but it's just for the story. I really am just in love with what global esports has here, but still rooting for RRQ. But very, very excited for this match that is about to happen. But we're gonna be throwing it to a short break. Pero babalik kami in just a bit to kick off the first match of day number 2.
It's been a long, hard road, talking setback after setback. It took me way too many years just to get back what I lost.
This is the place that we started.
You have to be on edge to do this job. You have to work long hours. You have to really want it. You have to be ready to grind.
Yeah, so after the regular season, we were just so close to making it to playoffs and, playing for Tokyo. So I think right now the mood in the team is really, really good. So everyone really wants to win and have that chance to play on the international stage again. So we're very excited. And I think personally, I'm more confident now than I was earlier in the year, which for me is a really important feeling.
First of all, we are going to workshop. So most of the things are the coaching staffs are always talking each other and making some plan for the players. So it's not just me, all of the coaching staffs are making some decisions.
Everybody wanna know, I know.
I think it's just everybody's efforts in the team, regardless of whatever happening or whatever happens. It's just the constant efforts, both from the players, coaches, from the management side, and everybody are just working towards one goal. So I think that is one of the biggest strengths.
일단 저희 팀은
다른 팀들도 그럴지 모르겠지만 가족 같은 분위기를 넘어선 것 같고요. 나쁜 거는 좀 친해지다 보니까 한 번씩 선을 넘는 경우도 있는 것 같습니다.
So for us, like the first thing, the mental thing is like we are doing some like performance coaches things, and also we are caring about their sleep patterns, and we're talking for individually for the players and make some team meeting with them, and we're not hiding to the players about what is the plan like that. So we can just exactly giving them some purpose, and we make them to like participating in the team, like as a team like that. And then like physical thing is like most of the thing is like depends on the player. Honestly, like it's for players things, but like we are preparing for them to like feedback about really principle things or like really basic things that we can touching a little bit more, and about like strategic things or whatever. We are just like preparing for all of the things that we can, if we can win the LCQ, you know, yeah.
अभी जाऊंगा, I don't want to do more push-ups, तो top rank करूंगा, ठीक है? मिलते हैं.
It'll be very different because obviously RRQ is the first game, so we won't have any new stuff to review against them. So a lot of the preparation for that game will be focused on ourselves, making sure that we're prepared, making sure that we have a deep strat book that we can use. We have strategies for every situation that we've practiced, rehearsed, and we're ready to use. Against Team Secret, it'll be deeper in the event. I think it will be the third game if we play against them. And obviously at that point, we'll have played a couple of games, they'll have played a couple of games, so we know that they'll be preparing for us. And so given the experience we've had from the previous game, I think it's a little bit easier for us to understand how they prepare and how we can kind of prepare ourselves.
그냥 뭐 크게 다른 건 없을 것 같고 그냥 스크림 때처럼 하려고 하면은 그냥 뭐 크게 긴장되거나 좀 뭐 압박이나 이런 거는 느끼지는 않을 것 같아요. 그냥 하던 대로 잘하면은 상관없을 것 같습니다, 뭐든.
For me, it's like no one is perfect or no one is the best at anything they do. Every given day, every moment in our life, we have something new to learn.
Right now, I'm trying to make myself as happy as I could, so my mental didn't drop. And also physically, I didn't do exercise right now, but I'm trying to maintain the same lifestyle, like the sleep schedule, the food. What did I do every single day, like walk to office.
The last thing you want to do in such a diverse team like this is for me to come in and go, this is the European way we play Valorant. You know, across the pond, this is how we do it. And it will be so different to what they're used to, and then they're uncomfortable, and then it will take long to adjust. So we want to bring together the best bits of all of those different approaches to Valorant. We tried really hard to understand what makes each player so strong, what can make each region so strong, and really try and bring the best bits of that together.
For LCQ, I don't really like to set any individual goals, just to do our best. I want to go into LCQ individually feeling like I've done the most I could to prepare the team in the best way that I could. For the team, obviously it'd be great as a goal for us to win LCQ and qualify to champions. That's obviously the goal, that's obviously what we're all looking for, what the fans want, the management want, the players want, and of course what we want.
Well, I think the fans should care about almost every tournament, and I think this tournament is even more hype and more important to so many teams than previously before. So only one team gets to make it out of every region. I think EU gets 2 because Fnatic won, but it's, you know, Champions is the biggest tournament of the year. It's the last big VCT event, and the storylines that lead up to this are very interesting. And to qualify for Champions again for me would be phenomenal. It would feel really good.
So as you all know, LCQ is finally here, and we're gonna play there, play our hearts out, try to get into champions by winning the LCQ. Come and watch our games and support us.
gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
2, 3, yeah.
Red Bull gives you wings.
gentlemen, welcome back once again to VCG, a last chance qualifier Pacific. At ngayon, it's time to start our first match of day number 2 under the pressure of another single elimination. It's gonna be RRQ and Global Esports making their LCQ debut. And right now, we have the boys of RRQ looking confident as ever.
Syempre, alam naman natin na pagdating sa RRQ roster ngayon, para makita nyo, mas body-body na talaga sila. And we have Eman playing, and EJ, and sino pa isa? Of course, si Flip Zither. Tapos, it's gonna be...
Lememore and the next
Lememore and Tepato. Okay, so hindi lalaro si Tuge ngayon sa first map most likely.
Yeah, mukha nga. Pero sa Global Esports, I feel like they've already locked in their consistent roster. And ayun it will be the boys, Texture, SK Rossi, Aaron, Bazzi, Monyet. And fun fact lang para sa viewers natin, Monyet and Elmimore actually, they played on the same team, I think last year.
Sa Onyx.
Onyx.
Yes.
So there's a little bit of history there. Your teammate against former teammate.
That's right. And I mean, we were talking about yung retirement ni Ronsky. So Bazzi will be taking his place here. How do you think na he's gonna fit well into the team?
I think it's not much of that adjustment sa tingin ko. Going with Ronsky, I think he's on the same level din naman as Bazzi. Tapos yung experience ni Bazzi came from what? A lot of teams. From Crazy Raccoon to this and that. There's just a lot of capabilities that this guys has. Maybe nga an upgrade is what we have. Pero ito na yung dalawang coach natin. Syempre, each of the teams, si Coach Iwak yan. Pinoy din yan alam niyo ba yan?
Yeah!
Pinoy din yan. But I'm really sure that this match is gonna be a banger. Imagine different identities from both of the teams, and finally they will go up against each other once again. Last time nanalo nga yung RRQ, so ang malaking tanong dito, G10, is makakabawi kaya yung yung Global Esports, diba?
Yun nga, kasi GE, since na-solidify na yung kanilang roster, they're not switching it up a lot anymore. They can be a little bit more consistent and really try to study RRQ, diba? Kasi the story between these guys, RRQ, lots of controllers and initiators. Global Esports, sobrang daming duelists. It's really the utility versus the aim. Pero, syempre, napakabagsik din ng aim ng RRQ. And really, it is a challenge for Global Esports to go up against this team, knowing na 2-0 sila last time.
That's right. And let's talk about yung players natin. We highlighted Monyet kanina. He's known for that yung 3-peat ace niya on split B side. So I'm very much hoping to see a split here. For the side naman ng RRQ, is there any parang immovable, consistent player for their side?
Yeah. Well, sa tingin ko lahat, but then I gotta highlight hindi ko makakalimutan, when you have a Flip Zither with that a chamber or si Tebotol, they are gonna maneuver it. They will dictate the pace of the game. Hindi ko makakalimutan kay Flip Zither nung naka-chamber siya sa asset. Control mid, walang nakapitas sa kanya. Parating siya yung nananalo whenever yung team sa kanya ay nakikipag-duel. So it's really interesting. Pero dito sa atin, oh no, Lotus! No!
It's bad. It's
ban. So walang no Lotus ngayon. But then,
split. Okay. That's interesting.
I hope we're gonna see a 3-peat from Monyet here. But looks like we have that Ascent pick, so this is really, really looking good for the side ng RRQ, diba, Ray?
Oo, alam mo naman natin, pag Pinoy, magaling sa Ascent.
Yes, mapa ng Pinoy.
Pero to, sobrang contrasting to kesa sa dati nilang match na Fracture Pearl yung naging laban nila. So I'm really unsure of how will they get this Ascent together with Split. Pwedeng maging 2-1 or 2-0 either of the teams. But then, sa last natin, it's gonna be Bind. I love Bind Factory.
So the thing with that is, if we do get the game 3, mukhang Global Esports may be able to take this because they're super comfortable sa Bind. Yung RQ medyo not as good on that map, I would say. So I feel like if Global Esports can take us to map number 3, sa kanila na to. Pero those first 2 maps, that's going to be RRQ territory. It's going to be a challenge talaga for Global Esports to even get to that game 3, I think.
That's right, and it's really interesting to see kasi parang we saw some respect bans here because they both play a lot of Haven and Pearl, pero that's what they banned. But looking at our agent compositions, we've got a difference between an Astra and I believe the Omen.
Pag Astra kasi, na-realize ko sa mga teams, mas calculated yung plays nila. It's not unlike when you have that Omen very free-flowing, smoke ka lang, nagay ka lang kagad ng paranoia mo, it's already okay. But with that Astra, you gotta maximize those utilities, those smokes. Tapos kapag kinuha mo pa pabalik, kailangan pa niya kagad mag-refill, diba? Para lang magamit mo siya. But then, exciting ako dito kasi si Monyet is still gonna go with that Astra. But as for RRQ, I'm definitely gonna look forward to it.
Yeah, pero both of them are running double duelists, Jet and Raze for both. So RRQ, hindi sila takot na i-match yung aggression dito ng Global Esports. Especially since, you know, Global Esports, I mentioned this before, that's a team of duelists. They're not afraid to meet them in their own game. Diba? To take that challenge sa Global Esports and say, huy, magto-double duelist din kami. Kaya nyo ba?
Uy, speaking of double duelist, pang kompe pala to eh.
Yeah!
Auto-lock to duelist, guys. Lalo na sa split, diba? Yun yung ginagamit nila.
Yes!
Okay, so it's interesting. But then, sino ba yung mas, so battle of duelist to? So sino kayo mas magaling, diba, sa mga players?
That's right. Depende na lang talaga for how their teammates enable them. But it's time to kick off our first match of day number 2. It's gonna be Aserai and Seiya sa ating caster booth. So guys, have fun with Global Esports and RRQ.
Definitely will have fun with that one kasi ito na naman tayo, isang elimination match na naman, best of 3 again between Global Esports at RRQ. Ako nga pala si Asar, kasama ko si Seiya, and we did see yesterday na natalo ang DFM. One of these teams will have the same fate dito, Seiya.
Totoo yan, at maghihimagsika na ang ating dalawang kupunan dito na very recognized ng ating community, and of course RRQ really having that, you know, recognition from others. At syempre nakita na nga natin or narinig natin from our panel na may 3-pit nga naman na ace itong si Monyet. So, it's really something that our teams, our community are gonna look forward to. Pero ngayon, semi-mirror match except for that Omen Aserai. So, I mean, for me, in terms of these compositions, considering na isa sa mga maliliit na mapa itong split, I do think that this dual controllers for RRQ would work around them kasi ang dami nilang pwedeng paglaruan sa mga smokes nila, sa mga mollies nila, and as well as especially with Pharaoh with the Omen, ang dami niya pwede niyang gawin.
Yeah, true naman. What is kind of interesting though, hindi ko na-expect na si Xfair actually yung maglalaro ng Omen. Usually Viper ang nakikita natin sa kanya. But again, sinabi nga ni Ray na it's going to be free-flowing, pero mukhang hindi titigil agad ng RRQ dito sa mag-push ng B-side.
Push ng B-side dito, and papasok na nga ang makikita ng unang kill dito galing kay Emma, nag-taking down Monyet. So wala pa tayo makikita ng aksyon from him, Bazzy with the retake though, pero merong paint shell kill dito naman si Emma at may pabawi si Irene, and hindi pa sila nagtatapos dito. 3 versus 2 ang nagiging labanan ngayon, at hindi pa sila nagtatapos. Wala pang spike plant dito, Aserai, and right now trying to get in, trying to get those peaks coming in from the 2, pero may crossfire na nangyari dito kay Pharaoh at kay EJ to secure the round.
Napakalaking bagay nito para sa RRQ na makakuha agad sila ng first contact, and kita mo agad yung ferocity dito ni Eman at ni EJ. Actually, interesting nga, double, both of the Filipino players natin, EJ at Eman, ang actually maglalaro ng duelist. Usually si Eman, alam ko, flex player siya, but it is nice na nakikita natin that he is on his also signature raise. So, what is kind of interesting din dito sa moving forward is Global Esports ang pumili ng split map. And I think this is an adjustment para kay SK Rossi specifically kasi any map na nahihirapan ang Global Esports with SK Rossi's performance, he's an incredible player, pero he does have some dips. Mukhang naaayos nila if they put him on a map that he's done well before. And nakita natin na on split, he's been incredibly good, especially on that defending side pag may operator siya. So they're probably banking on the fact na if we get to that point and makina ng rounds here, it's gonna be good start para dito sa Global.
Totoo naman yan, Aserai. Kasi syempre gusto nga naman nila magkaroon ng tactic kung saan komportable din yung magiging duelist nila dito. And I think this is a good adjustment na ginawa ng Global para dito kay Rossi. Kasi syempre gusto din nila i-maximize yung kaya niyang gawin dito sa mapa na to. So ngayon may marami tayong nakikitang mga lineups at mga utilities na dito sa A. Pero medyo quiet ang pag-push nila dito. I think gusto nila sorpresahin. So meron tayong martial shot dito. So intel yun kaagad para dito sa team GE. Right now, umaakyat sila dito sa Heaven. Ramps going in towards the side, trying to control it right now with all of these mollies. So retake potential ang makikita natin ngayon dito para sa ating defender side. Planting na ang spike ngayon dito, Aserai. And here, we do see a little bit of a slow rotate from both duelists ng GE. So ngayon na, nakaposition na ang RRQ para sa post plant. Pero here, meron na tayong stars dito sa screen area para lang parang madelay ang push. May Satchel just to try and injure. Takes one. Hindi, actually. Monyet will be taking the kill instead. Pero si Fero may double. Si Bazzi naman may pangbawi. Dito naman sa Rams, may pag-flash at may martial kill naman si Elmi Moore. Hindi pa sa nagtatapos. Low health. Dito ang dalawa. From GE, nakuha siya. Pero 11 HP and the Dream. Kailangan niya mag-pick. Pero delikado to kasi si Elmi Moore, naka-pre-em na. Wala na atang oras para mag-pre-em. I think secured na to. Soray.
Yeah, tatakbo na lang muna sila. Airin. Ang sayang na dito siguro sa RRQ, hindi nila na-retrieve yung Phantom na nasa kamay dito ni Xfero. But still, good retake, or rather good post-plans in that situation dito para sa RRQ. They just decided na lang to go straight for B. Again, nilaro na lang nila yung utility nung Viper Smoke or Viper Wall sa A main, or sa A main. Minake sure nila na mauubos mo na ito. No chance to charge. And sinugod agad nila knowing na they just have the better weapons. Pero still a little bit expensive dito para sa RRQ. You can already see Global Esports banking agad sa kanilang buy. But here comes the kicker. Lahat ng players nila naka-half shield lang. So, on a bonus round, this actually benefits RRQ.
At syempre, gugustuhin mo nga naman makapasok dito. Still with the good shot there para dito kay Eman Rossi with the trade. Pero si EJ naman, may pambawi sa kanyang team. And ayun, nakapasok muli sila dito sa A site, going in for the plant once again. Dahil nga naman bonus to RRQ can still, have the benefit kung matalo man o manalo. Pero looks like it's going good for them. 3 versus 4 ang ating lineup ngayon. Medyo mahihirapan ng paunti itong GE kung paano sila makapasok. Kasi lineup very set na. Yung post-plant position ng RRQ dito, nakaset na din. And may pang-concast dito si Monyet, pero hindi siya abutin. Siyempre, this is also really good for Fero having that map awareness, pero medyo mag-whiff dito. But Bazzi in Texture is able to take it around dito sa judge skill in towards the smoke will be in Fero's hands. Pero ngayon, paglalaroan niya na lang ang mapa. Sino muna makakuha si actually Fero with the judge skill. Beautiful coming in from Fero here.
Grabe, smart plays all throughout. Isang smoke lang kinailangan niya and good positioning with the judge. And nakakuha dito si Xfero ng great 3-man clutch. Ito yung sinasabi natin problema ng global esports. There's too many cultures just colliding and hindi nila makuha yung rhythm na gusto nila gawin dito. What was happening? What was the play kung bakit nito si Monyet at nagka-pinch si Bazzi? Maybe because Bazzi pwede siya makapag-pop shot through the smoke. Monyet as bait. Problema naman dito, hindi tama yung timing nila or mas magandang ang initiative ng pag-peek out doon ni Xfero. That being said, Global Esports, back to the drawing board, pero at least may pera pa rin sila to buy up.
Kailangan nilang masuklay at mapolish itong mga threads na nag-intertwine ngayon para dito sa GE. Kasi nga naman sabi mo, ang daming kultura, so maraming perspective. Pero start dito tayo kay Monyet, taking that kill, delaying the push dito sa ating B site. At hindi pa nagtatapos dyan. Kasi ngayon, meron tayong paunting...
SK Rossi.
Tama. Meron tayong paunting marcha dito sa ating mid-side. And ayan, na-concuss dito si Fero. Pero this is actually a good smoke coming from him. At least na-conceal kung magpipick ba siya o hindi. Dito naman sa taas, may pa-trailblazer. Pero rope! It gains inaccuracy nga naman. Pagka magsha-shot ka doon, EJ will go for the kill. The spike is left doon sa may bandang ramen side natin. Pero ngayon, medyo kalat sila. And what do you think about this?
I think about this is, kung makatiming ng maayos si SK Rossi dito, mas patan niya yung spike. Actually, problematic to para sa RRQ. Hindi ko lang kung nakalimutan nila pick upin to. Si Xfero ba, meron siyang pag-pick up gamit na kanya from the shadows, pero hindi. So, this is going to be really good para sa Global Esports. Ginawa agad dito. Xfero does pick up the spike, pero nawalan ng map control agad ang RRQ. 30 seconds though, pwede pa silang mag-re-aggress, 3 versus 3. Kaya, still not the worst para sa RRQ. That big flank ng SK Rossi was definitely huge para sa kanila.
Totoo yan. Pero si Monyet dito nakaantabay dito sa ating backside. Pero syempre, meron din pambawing smoke para dito kay Elmi Moore. Pero may trade na naganap dito and towards B-side na ipit. Dito si Monyet. Elmi Moore will take the kill. The spike is already planted and on time siya. Even before the timer runs out. It's already a 2v1 situation. Texture has to place himself pero unfortunately, Elmi Moore cleans it up with the 3K.
Kamali pa doon sa Texture. Nagana pa sa double satchel siya para makapag-rotate nung patay na lahat ng teammates niya. Siyempre, audio cues, marinig nung kalaban yun. Elmi Moore agad-agad pagbato ng kanyang snake bite doon sa heaven. So ito na, nagkakaproblema na ulit ang Global Esports. And this, hindi naman ulit, pero this was the lying factor na nangyari sa kanila during their group stage nga. They were incredible nung wala yung mga South Asians in the roster. Nung wala pa si SK Rossi, nung wala pa si Lightning Fast, si Laronsky pa yung naglalaro. This was the most successful na nakita natin sa Global Esports. It's because I think nga na hindi makachempo yung yung additional players nila dito. Maybe it wasn't enough time. Again, a month has passed na nga kaming dito sa ating last chance qualifiers, pero there still is that issue na kahit man nag-improve dito ang global esports, it might not be enough kasi RRQ were also on that improving trajectory. May point din na nagsimula sila sa group stage, medyo wonky. Tapos gumaling yung pag-IGL ni Flipsider dito. Bigla na ding nag-pick up ng pace yung mga other players din nila alongside kay EJ saka Eman. So, that being said, global esports feels like ang dami nilang kailangan i-handle dito sa match nila against RRQ.
Totoo yan. At syempre, dahil meron nga sila mga lapses na ganito, right? This is also an opportunity for RRQ to take advantage of it. Na nakikita natin ngayon kasi it's already 4-0 in our scoreline and na merong mga moments, especially from the third round, kung napansin mo, may potential sana ma-secure nila yun eh. But the clutch happened because of Fero's judge kills. And I think that is one of the magic na ginagawa ng RRQ ngayon.
Yeah, and isa din sa malaking bagay dito ng RRQ, the Filipinos, alam nila paano yung quick shot, quick push play na alam natin si EJ nung nandun pa siya sa Bren Esports, nung nasa I think Oasis ata siya and SV Empire way back then. Tapos hinatak niya pa si Emma na gawin yun. So nakikita mo yung methodology na yun ng RRQ. Flipsider is making very good use of it and nahihirapan nga maka-counter ito ng global esports.
Totoo yan. Hindi na din sila makahabol dun sa pace na talagang ginagawa ng RRQ ngayon. So, pero si Bazi naman may sheriff kill, may pambawi si EJ dito off with that rifle shot in towards the smoke, which is maganda. Ako nag-whiff ngayon na dito and check texture siya gets the shot. Make it a double para sa kanya and this could solidify them really taking this side. Pero si Elmi Moore mukhang lumalaban pa. The spike, however, is still here towards Rams. May paunting sneaky place dito. Si Fero, magsusmoke muna siya dun sa ating entry. Di nakita ni Monyet si Fero. So may pag-asa pa ata dito makuha ang spike. At ngayon, konting pick dito at makaka-headshot pa nga si Fero as well. Pero sa likod, from the vents, takes a 3 for Texture. A thrifty, beautiful round for GE.
And ito ang dahilan kung bakit si Texture at si Bazi ang isa sa mga pinaka-great additions ng global esports. Nakikita mo lang talaga yung controlled approach ng mga Koreans. And even though it might not always work out against super aggressive teams, pag gumana siya, kitang-kita mo na sobrang stifled ng offense dito ng RRQ. Gandang call dito from Texture para i-rip out na yung kanyang showstopper. Nagkamali pa ng pag-TP dito si Xfero. Nahuli siya coming dun sa player on ropes. So at least a solid straight round para sa global esports. And what's good about that din naman is that gives access dito kay SK Rossi back on the operator, which he is very known for.
Uy, na-blind siya pero hindi natuloy agad yung showstopper dun sa may heaven. Pero si Monyet, makukuha si EJ ulit. So that's minus duelist. Pero may pambawi si Elmi Moore dito sa A. Taking Bazi down ng kanyang fellow Viper. Ngayon si Irene naman, meron ding masasabi as he tries to equalize the board. Actually, mas lamang na sila in terms of numbers for GE dito. They just really have to wait for it. Pero na-whiff ang upshot. Pero ngayon, that's gonna be the judge play. Eman will take Rossi down. At kita nga. Pero ngayon, that is gonna be the smoke coming in from Monyet here to just try and narrow down their peaking dito, no, para mas mapadali sa kanila. But then again, this is the post-ban situation. Magkasama ngayon dito si Flipsider at si Eman from Ali. They just really have to wait for them to peak.
Definitely so. Nagamitan na ito ng retake utility agad ng global esports. Aaron at least giving a little bit of vision para sa teammates niya. Mukhang may ipit yun sa Xfero, but again, he can just reposition. Nandiyan pa yung crossfires on the angle. And kita mo naman kung saan nakalagay yung spike. Nagkamali, magkailangan mag-push ni Eman dito sa smoke at hindi siya makakaya.
Hindi kakayanin. Siguro timing din kasi meron din siyang chance doon kasi di naman niya alam na papasok din si Texture doon sa ult ni Monyet eh. So, I think it's more of timing. At saka nakaantabay din at the same time si Irene doon. So, it was actually a good play from G. So, kung paunti-unti, but let's check the replay.
Yan. Hindi ko see dito nagkamali ng onto 6 pero hindi niya mabasa kung saan magsisilabasan ng mga players dito ng global esports. Kita mo agad yung viewing party syempre ng global esports. Sigaw agad sila 2-4. Bumabawi, able to save yung operated din kay SK Rossi. Gonna be playing naman sa B-side. And this opens up a lot of opportunities din para sa global esports. Now that they have yung operator na yan, yung sniper player na yan, they can leave SK Rossi by himself and stack up a lot more players elsewhere on the map.
Ayan na, flashing in. And of course, a good call for them not to push immediately. Syempre, with the threat na baka nga naman ng pick-off sa isa. Pero dito sa A, may napakaraming kapunan ang naandito ngayon for the side of RRQ. Gonna be more of an aggressive play. Mafa-flash ulit pero walang follow-up. Pero there's so many smokes, so many lineups dito. That's gonna be the ult as well coming in from Elmimore to try and control the site at a better pace. And ngayon na nga, the mapaplant na ni Flipsider ang ating spike. This is gonna be the retake positions now for GE. Medyo mahirapan sila considering with the ult coming in dito from Elmimore. So kailangan maingat sila kung paano sila papasok dito. But at the same time, para kay RRQ, they're just gonna capitalize on this ult.
Xfero might need to actually push through na sa A main ngayon kasi kailangan niya na gawin yung pinch play pero nakatingin agad sa kanya si Texture. Diyan na si EJ and the contact actually looking good para sa RRQ.
Totoo yan. Natindi pa sila tapos ito parang whiffs. Rossi will be taking that Bladestorm kill. Pero nako, there's chaos across the board. EJ with the 3K and of course securing their 5th round. Hindi sila nagpapatalo na the moment na makita na bumabawi ng Paunti si G, they're just gonna try and demolish that.
And ang pinaka-problema din dito is when you it's the Viper spit eh. Sobrang hirap i-retake yan and kitang-kita mo agad yung positioning ng RRQ ready to fight as soon as. And ang problema dito, nag-slow push pa ang Global Esports doon. So yung decay sa HP nila mas lumala pa and napakadaming refrag potential ng RRQ. So walang problema sila. Just trying to make sure. As tignan mo dito, adding insult to injury, EJ picks himself up yung operator na yan. Baka magkaroon tayo dito ng up battle outside of A main. Pero Iman agad on top of ramps, sumusugod dito and could pinch dito kay Irene.
Totoo yan. Ang ganda ng pagkakagamit ng wall dito ni Elmimore. They're really denying that peak coming in from Rossi. And ngayon, that's gonna be one. Pero whiff and Elmimore takes the kill instead. Napakaganda naman na performance ni Elmimore dito. He is popping off for the team as well. And here, meron tayong konting ingay na nagaganap dun sa may B site. That's actually a good job for EJ. It's giving them the diversion play and it's forcing them to split apart para dito sa GE. But then again, mariretain pa rin ng RRQ yung position nila dito sa A. Spike, however, ayan, nandun sa mismong backside, they're just gonna walk in towards A for now.
Yeah, what's kind of good about this is Texture is also known then for being an operator player. So if he picks that up and baka makakuha siya ng line of sight dito, could be good. And kita mo, they're trying to clear up as much vision para sa kanya as humanly possible. Pero napakadaming smokes. This is the problem when you go up against a double controller. Operator players just don't have that opportunity, that option para talaga makapaglaban. Xfero, perfect use ng paranoia. That'll flush it out. Monyet, there's no discipline dapat dito kasi baka ma-clear out siya. He has to fight for his life. Does get the one pick pero might not have been good para sa kanya. Bazi. Okay? Gets a little bit of contact doon sa Ali.
Totoo yan. And towards smoke, not gonna get the kill. Pero Bazi may pambawi pa rin from Flipsider. But that is actually a good rotate as well for RRQ. But at the same time, dito kailangan din nila maingat in terms of how they position themselves for the post-ban. Pero anticipated na ngayon ni Eman that someone may come from Ali. Maybe some audio cues of the footsteps. May kita natin Boombot as well from Heaven side. So maganda ang peaking potentials dito ng RRQ. But sino ang mauuna? It's gonna be Eman. Nakita ang balikat. And now here, we do see to try and but no! EJ denies it, quickly securing another point.
Ito ang titawag natin na op paradox. Yung try mong i-save palagi or try mong bumili palagi ng operator. Pero yung risk to reward niya ngayon para sa Global Esports, napakataas ng risk, napakababa ng reward dahil nakikita nyo, every single pivotal opportunity na binibigay sa mga sniper players nila, hindi nila makuha ng value na yun. Kaya nakikita mo, RRQ, sobrang gusto nila yung position na yan or yung situation na yan kasi napapanish nila every single time.
Totoo, pabor na pabor din kay RRQ kung paano din nga naman nila i-anticipate kung saan manggagaling ang G Esports. Parang basang-basa din nila dito. But at the same time, hindi pa rin natin kakount out ang G dahil may moments din naman sila na pwedeng bumawi. So Flash dito, walang follow-up from A main. But then again, trying to utilize this smoke for the side of EJ. Pero nakikita sa gilid si Rossi takes one. May pambawi ngayon si EJ for the off kill. And here, we do see may lumalakad sa B-side. Pero masya-shutdown ni Monyet with that kill, with that smoke then from Fero. Pero hindi pa nagtatapos si Eman. Hindi pa nila alam na nandito siya. So tingnan mo, naka-group sila doon sa May Heaven and papunta sila ngayon sa Ali. Pero titignan natin kung paano kasi it's a 2v4 situation.
Trying to make at least the players dito ng Global Esports a lot more confident and comfortable. EJ trying to go na for the pinch play. I like this pero hindi siya tumitingin sa tamang corner. Does get the pick kay Irene pero Monyet gets the refrag. Eman down to 8 HP na lang, 3 versus 1.
Jiggle pick.
The nade, nakita na siya. Bumalik na siya sa B-main. Hindi siya makakatakas dito ng buhay kasi syempre may wallbang na susunod agad dito kay Texture.
Pakaganda nga naman ang pambawi ng GE ngayon. Pero syempre, they have to really, polish this and make it all through. Para nga naman mapantayan ang scoreline ngayon. Pero then again, that was actually a good, synergy from GE Sports, from Global Esports rather, ngayon. Kasi it's much more calculated in comparison to sa mga previous rounds nila.
Yeah, and what's kind of good about them dito para sa Global Esports, na-realize na-realize nila na, again, main factor to, hindi nila pwedeng hayaan na mag-isa pala si SK Rossi. Sinabi ko na mukhang okay sana, pero ngayon na hindi siya nakakakuha ng impact na gusto nila. Tingnan mo, nag-double up sila ng texture, nakakuha sila ng great control outside ng A-main, and mukhang mas umu-okay ito para sa Global Esports. So they're having a lot more control in specified parts of the map, but they are giving away a lot of mid. Pero alam naman nila na RRQ always goes for A main or B main, pero mukhang nagkamali sila ng onto dito as Eman doesn't get the pick with the showstopper.
Totoo yan. May trade for both sides of the team, pero si Bazzi dito will be spotting out Elmi Moore to shot it down.
Expero!
May pangalawa dito at nakita at nakalkula ang pag-shadow play dito ni Fero, and with that, that was a more cleaned up, a more polished take for the side ng Global Esports.
Ang dami ng problema ni Expero dito. Palagi na siyang nahuhuli palagi pa nagsa-shrouded step shot. Tinitingin niya na baka meron siyang cheeky play na magagawa gamit yung teleport nun ng Omen. Pero hindi. He needs to be a lot more, I guess, in the game, or yung parang yung kamay niya kailangan niyang ilublog talaga dun sa pag-take nila sa site. Pero hindi. He's just trying to maybe get the catch dun sa players na nasa back ng site. Pero Global Esports have done a really good job at pacing themselves, clearing themselves, and tingnan mo, si Texture na binigyan ng operator at humaarangkada siya gamit ito.
Ito yung maganda din sa Global. Kasi yun nga, adaptability. Pero si EJ, napakabilis na Blaze Storm, pero may pambawi din si Monyet for that trade. That's gonna be the flash here, pero walang follow-up kasi they will decide to just go in and, you know, reconcile with Elmore. Pero ngayon, this is gonna be a bit tricky for RRQ kasi nababasa na ng paunti-unti ang pag-rush push nila for either A or B. So ngayon, ang magiging sagot ng Global, just wait for them to actually go. Kasi mas malakas na sila ngayon kapag nauunang napipik yung RRQ. So ngayon, merong tayong pagtagpo dito sa mid, pero si Emma na makakuha, may pag-trade dito si Monyet, and hindi pagtatapos maglalagay ng stars dito si Monyet just to take more control ng ating side. Pero may pag-rotate na magaganap dito for the side ng RRQ.
There is a big rotation din, pero Elmi Moore, kita mo, medyo takot siyang lumabas kanina ng Ramen just because meron siyang naka-equip lang na shotgun. I think nag-upgrade na siya into the Judge. Kanina naka-bucky lang siya eh. But in any case, 30 seconds, this is actually pretty doable kasi tingnan mo kung gaano ka-spread out ang Global Esports. This is a lot more passive pero a lot more defensive din para sa kanila. So, kailangan niya to make the noise. No trades of weapons, or hindi siya nag-pick up ng weapon. So he really wants to commit having this, or hindi lang siya comfortable trying to pick it up baka dahil sa na-trap siya or something. Pero as Flipsitter has already shown na yung kanyang bird or guiding light na nasa A site, alam agad nila that this is a true push. SK Rossi, lahat na nasa kanya, pero the spikes drop. So alam mo na that this is a round para sa Global Esports.
Totoo yan. Pero dito si Elmi Moore gumagawa pa rin ng pangarap as he does take down Rossi. Pero kung nung kinuha ang Phantom, si Monyet ay nandun na sa heaven, nakaantabay, nakatingin, at kinlear na ang round para sa Global Esports.
So ito ang lakas ng Global Esports. A little shaky start lang syempre kasi jitters yan. It's their first big match after such a long time ginaman. Nakapanood na sila ng Pacific Ascension, so gusto talaga nila makapunta din sa point na pakitang gilas sila from the Pacific side. And sinabi na nito ni Aaron na he wants to be able to well utilize yung team niya. Both of the IGLs dito have same aspirations for both of their teams. Flipsitter para sa RRQ at siyempre si Aaron para sa Global Esports. And it really shows kung gaano ka iba yung galawan ngayon ng Global at ng RRQ.
Totoo yan. Pero dito naka-stack up ang Global Esports dito sa ating mid. Little spray there as well. Pero hindi pa rin nila alam na dito si Rossi nagtatry mag-push. Pero pwede siya mag-crossfire dito. But that's gonna be outdraft. And Flipsitter and Eman will be taking kills for themselves. Medyo may miscoms ata dito for the side ng Global Esports. And that's gonna be the ult popping in for Bazzi. And they are now forced to go in a different route. Pero si Elmi Moore nandito na sa A, nakaantabay. Uy, nakita! Uy, hindi niya nakita!
The teammate niya yan.
Teammate niya. Joke lang.
Kalma lang.
Kalma lang tayo. Pero ngayon, nakita natin dito sa likod ng whip. And si Elmi Moore still takes the kill at may op pa siyang kasama. And this is gonna be the spike plant now for the side ng RRQ 2 versus 5. Kailangan nilang ma-isolate ang mga laban dito. Pero papaano? Kasi hindi nila alam na si Eman ay nandun sa above rafters. And ngayon, yung ibang mga miyembro ay nakakalat na pero nakatingin sa likod. Sa harap pala si Eman at si Bazzi ay kumuha ng pick-up kill dito, but not gonna be concussed, pero may backup pa rin. Kailangan lang nilang ma-play to ng maayos. May one dito! Grabe, no scope of kill from Elmi Mortzi, pero nandun nakabackup sa kayong ganda ng pagkakapwesto.
Yan ang ginusto na mangyari sana ni Texture. Nag-no-scope din siya. Great first half from both teams. Pero syempre RRQ nakakuha ng onto dito. And it's really good from RRQ that they were able to read nga na kahit man nagpa-play na a lot more passive dito ang Global Esports, they still have that tendency pa din to try to use SK Rossi para makapag-push up sa mid, makakuha ng advantage. And ngayon, bibigyan na natin sa panel para i-discuss pa yung nangyari sa first half.
So it's a 5-7 scoreline here on Split in favor of RRQ. And I want to say na very, very strong yung start ng RRQ. Agree rin ako sa sinabi ni Asaray. They did have a very shaky start for the side of Global Esports. Pero led by Aaron, I think that this shows how good they are at resetting and taking back the game.
At hindi lang about the Aaron to. This is about Monyet. Grabe yung anchor niya sa mismong B-side. That's something na hindi nila kayang pumasok at all. But looking at how Bazzi together with Willemi Moore, of course, the controllers, syempre naka-double smoke tayo dito together with double duelists. Sila talaga kagad yung gumagawa ng not just only with those sa first place, but when it comes to those crucial moments, sila kagad yung nagpa-pop off.
Yun nga. But you can see talaga on the side of Global Esports, they do have that tendency pa rin to kind of overheat, to rely a little bit too much on SK Rossi to get them space and positioning. Pero yung RRQ, they are still not, I think, a little too comfortable going up against Global Esports in, just the pure aim duels as well. Pero nakita naman natin yung positioning from G also has improved quite a lot.
That's right. And I think I have to agree with our head-to-head here na yung Viper players natin definitely make the biggest difference here. For the side ng RRQ, they're able to make so much space, crossing over to ramps into heaven. And then also for the side ng Global Esports, with Monyet, with the Astro Wall, we saw those retakes where it's just very, very clean for Global Esports. But we're gonna just have to see what happens here in the second half.
I'm just so happy na lahat ng tao na-recognize na muli si Viper pagdating sa mismong maps natin like Split, because Split is now back and they want that, diba? Pero nga lang, i-highlight ko lang si Eman together with the, EJ, ang ganda kanilang communication sa dueling.
That's right. Well, it's time for the second half. So Asaray and Seiya, take it away.
And we took it away. At ngayon, nandito tayo nagsisimula sa ating next half dito for our first match of our second day here at VCT LCQ. And 7-5. Ngayon, angat ang RRQ pero up to what extent, Asaray?
Uy, takbo agad dito si Xfero. Kahit man meron siyang paranoia para makapag-counter out. Medyo ramdam niya na dahil sa wala doon yung teammate niya, especially si Eman, no nades. Wala siya magagawa pero ako po, Global Esports, sinugod nila, nakuha nila yung side pero ginusto nila masyado na maghanap ng picks at baka magkamali pa sila. Pero hold the phone, Monyet at Aaron, umaarangkada sa likuran, nakakakuha sila ng picks and gumaganda ito para sa Global.
Oo, totoo yan. Medyo may pambawi din for both sides of the team pero it's a 3v2 situation. Si Flipsider medyo injured na dito pero still takes the frenzy kill. Pero may pag-whiff at si Bazzi ngayon ang makakakuha ng kill. Pero may pag-spike pa dito, Bazzi. Really low on health. 1 versus 1 now. At ngayon, si Bazzi taken down and Flipsider just has to play around here. Jiggle picking, alam na niya. Nandun siya sa backside. Sino mauna nakita ang balikat? Low HP ngayon. Si Irene. Sino ang makakakuha ng pick-up dito? Parehas silang injured. At nakita ulit ang pero
my God!
The jiggle pick hindi gumana at Flipsider still gets the shot.
Grabe, yung tindi ng positional awareness dito na yung Flipsider. Talagang hinold niya yung angles at the most perfect time. And yung antsiness dito, yung pagiging inip ng Global Esports para makapag-peak, para makakuha ng information na yun, take niya sa advantage. Hopefully makita natin sa replay yan. Pero akala ko makakuha na to ng Global Esports dahil sa, again, nakabawi na sila skills. Pero yeah, that was the point na. And then out of nowhere, grabe ang pinakita dito ni Flipsider. The IGL showing up. Actually, IGL versus IGL match to eh. Pero nagpakita dito ang IGL ng RRQ.
Totoo yan. And to be fair nga naman, in terms of normal retrospect, it could have been Irene who just really waited patiently. Kasi post-plant position yun eh. Pero ngayon, look at all of this util coming in from ramps right now. And they're just really trying to secure the site as much as possible. Pero then again, that's gonna be the dash in. Nakita ni Alimor, pero si Texture, mabilis ang kanyang awareness dito. But that's gonna be the Trailblazer. So may idea na sila na may tao sa screens. The plant is gonna happen here by Irene in towards the site. it's a not a open plant. So medyo kailangan nilang mag-ingat-ingat dito in terms of the possession. May flash, may follow through ba? Hindi. Pero masasaktan ng kaunti dito. Nang bahagya, but Ferro still with the judge kill. Pero may trade dito si Texture. Low HP sila. They're trying to go for the smoke here. Try to reposition. May pag-heal na magaganap dito. But right now, it's still 3v3 situation. Monyet from behind gets EJ sa screens. Pero ngayon, dwindle down ng numbers. May pag-whip, but Irene still gets the shot. Texture for the 3K to clean it up.
Grabe, that was also a force buy from Global Esports, mind you. So, nirest na talaga nila yung purchase na yun. Tapos gumana. They save up with 4 players. Nakakuha sila ng mga Bulldogs na binili dito ng RRQ. And hindi ito in-expect na gagawin ng RRQ. Or at least, rather than that, it was just great fast execution din from Global Esports. Hindi lang ang RRQ ang pwedeng gumawa ng mga 1-2 punch plays. Kaya din itong gawin ng Global Esports.
Totoo yan. At that point, during that scenario, aims are the names of the game. And it's really nice kasi G is able to really catch up doon sa aggression despite RRQ being the defensive side. So ngayon, this is gonna be a flash. Wala pa namang reaction so far. And this is a good call na mag-back away ng paunti dito si Flipsider kasi syempre mag-isa lang siya dyan. Pero not knowing that fact, so this is also really more of a discipline para dito kay GE kasi they just really want to know or to try and dwindle yung numbers ng RRQ. Parang nga naman, mas lamang sa kanila.
On the flip side din naman, gusto din dito ng RRQ na i-bait or i-make sure or i-make paano ba sabihin to? Parang i-try i-bait out na mukhang mas daming tao sa B and maybe force yung players ng Global Esports to go to that A site where RRQ is 4-man stacking. Ang problema dito, Global Esports, wala silang pakialam sa mga ganung klaseng bagay. Contact kung contact ang galawan nila. And what's even better is Bazzi. Nagkaroon na naman siya ng angle para makakuha ng flank dito. Hindi lang si Monyet ang magbibigay ng pressure point na yon. And medyo nawawala ang RRQ sa situation na to. Tingnan mo, naipit na sila sa sariling spawn nila. And Bazzi has a chance to actually get a catch off pero mukhang nagkamali siya sa timing niya. Masyado niyang in-overstep ang boundary niya and that is going to be a pick. Pero still, weapons advantage para sa Global and they have the site as well dito sa B.
Totoo yan. Mali ang naikutan dito ng RRQ thinking that the members of GE are in A. So medyo maganda din ang pagkaka-flank ni Bazzi dito. It made them think twice kung saan nga ba sila magpa-plant ng spike. But then again, that's already audio queue. Ngayon, it's gonna be the retake potential para sa RRQ. So Heaven is going to be smoked out here. Lots of mollies and flashes through and through. Pero si Monyet makakuha ng kill. Pero may trade from Elim from Sheriff kill. Si Eman din. And Texture as well. Pero may double pick na mangyayari dito from RRQ. May whiff. But Elmimore is not gonna win that fight. But Pero has the knowledge. But still Rossi secures it with a clutch.
Grabe. In-expect agad ni SK Rossi na hindi niya i-commit yung pag-diffuse ng spike na yun agad-agad. It's more of, and even if, diba, he has the timing for it naman, he can just pop shots through the smoke. Pero grabe, that was a very expensive round din para sa Global Esports. At tinaray nilang i-play inside the site kasi medyo natakot sila dun sa separation if they played for B main. So napakalaking bagay na nakapag-clutch ng ganun si SK Rossi. Not only that then, it's very much needed para sa kanya because we don't really want to see SK Rossi on the back and 9 kills pa lang siya compared sa 15 ng kanyang top fragger.
Totoo yan. He still has yet to pop off here for our games. Pero I think we're starting to see the signs para dito kay Rossi. But then again, it also depends upon kung paano ma-entry to be denied by Eman and EJ taking both duelists down. And ngayon, it's already open for RRQ to really take a hold of this site. But here, we do see Monyet spotting out Elmimore with a low HP doon sa A-back. And ngayon, this is an opportunity ngayon for Global Esports to take and this post plant. Pero seeing here on screens, mukhang papunta siya. That's gonna be the double peak for Eman and company. And ngayon, that's gonna be the paint shells. Ang ganda ng position. Dito pero may kita siya ni Eman with the 3K up in towards Heaven, cleaning it up. Flipsitter takes it again for RRQ.
Laki ng tagalasan talaga ang Global Esports. Tinry nila, rather than just trying to play in the back of the site para makapag-refrag, tinry nilang makapag-position for at least that. Pero may due diligence dito ng RRQ. Talagang i-check nila lahat ng corners na yon. Alam mo na, nakita na nila, binato na next fair yung paranoia. Just check na lang every single corner. Pero ito yung pinakamalaking bagay na yun. Kita mo yung ginawa ni Eman. He got the catch-off. Tapos si EJ agad, alam yung galawan ni SK Rossi dito na pwede siyang mag-updraft dyan sa A-Heaven at nahuli niya yung dalawang players na duelist. So RRQ very happy with that adjustment and very happy na natanggal nila yung showstopper sa kamay ni Texture.
Totoo yan. It takes two to tango at yun nga ang ginawa ni RRQ dito. Both both EJ and Eman really dancing it off and taking the league. Pero ngayon, right now, there's gonna be an adjustment para dito sa GE. And I think they will try it off to actually get this B site. But knowing na may mga tao dito, and I feel like RRQ fortifies now this site kasi expecting that they would be in here anytime soon. But right now, still being quiet on the side. That's gonna be the dash, pero mas-shutdown agad-agad ni Ferro. That's gonna be the showstoppers. Walang makukuha, however, but still, that is a better pick-off rather than none kasi it's already a 3v5.
3v5, EJ actually wins the battle against dito kay Bazzi. Nakita na onti si Elmi Moore, pero that's just crucial information. No need para i-repick niya, pero meron siyang utility dito sa mid, meron siyang smoke, kaya gusto niya din gamitin ito kung kakayanin man. Texture, kala ko kakain niya ng buong buhay yung boombot, pero si Elmi Moore ang pinakamalaking bagay kasi nasa mukha niya na agad. Si Monyet, dakila din siyang tagalason, dakilang lurk pusher. And Elmi Moore not doing that is a big step dito para sa Global Esports to get map control back.
Papunta na sila dito sa Heaven. They're gonna try and sandwich out Ferro and Eman in towards B side, but that's gonna be the smoke for them to utilize instead. Pero sino nga ba unang makakuha ng pick? Nakita ni Ferro dito, pero hindi natin alam kung sino ang unang makahuli, but it's gonna actually be Eman and Irene for the trade. Pero si Eman din dito, may pa-double, but Dexter spots it out in towards smoke and will be taking a kill for himself. But it's a 1v2, 17 seconds. Abot pa naman, but this is a good crossfire for both the two. Still whips a bit, but EJ still secures the kill.
Problematic ng angle niya para kay Texture kasi ang problema sa kanya is mag-peek out siya, expose siya sa dalawa na nakatingin sa kanya. And what's other than is pag nag-hold siya dun sa angle din at nalaman nila nag-tuck lang siya dun sa corner on the box, pwede siyang i-wallbang din dun. So there was no chance na makakanalo dun sa Texture unless makakuha agad siya ng pick and then the 180. So Global Esports, ito na, yung last time out nila if I'm not mistaken para sa map na ito. Pero quick little replay din. Grabe si Xfero. Alam ko na nagkakamali siya kanina sa pag-shrouded step niya pero bumawi siya dito sa defending side nila. Yung timing niya, yung pag-place niya ng mga smokes, pinapaisip niya palagi kung saan pupunta dito ang Global. It's great isolation of angles. Tapos yung follow-up pa ng Paranoia, mas nabubulabog dito ang gustong i-execute ng Global Esports.
Totoo yan. At napunta na nga sa timeout dito ang GE, which is actually a good call. Kasi kung papansin mo, nagiging fast-paced na yung laro natin for the second half eh. So may dumadating na tayo sa point na yung mga lapses na nabanggit natin kanina for GE, nangyayari ulit. So I think they need this reset, not just for themselves, but then again, to try and think of a way to really dominate a certain site. Kasi kung papansin mo, yes, they are split pushing, nagkaroon sila ng delay, but at the same time, hindi napapaboran kasi yung mga skills and utils na ginagamit ngayon ng RRQ, it's working for them, not against them.
Yeah, again, it's all about yung great timing nila and just adapting dun sa double push na pinakita dito ni SK Rossi at ni Texture. So hindi nagkaka-problema sila. They might get a catch-off pero ang kailangan lang gawin ng RRQ, mag-play a little bit farther back. They have the double controller for a reason. They can play this as slow as they want kasi they can obscure so much vision na pwedeng makita dito ng Global. So that being said, Global, medyo ipit na naman sila in terms of that economy. SK Rossi does have the blades pero tingnan mo naman kung saan nakapwesto ngayon. Si Flipsider, alam niya, handang-handa na siya para makapag-intercept. Tapos kasama niya pa si Emma dito with the grenades.
Totoo yan, mag-isa lamang dito sa corner dito sa Flipsider. But then again, at the same time, it's still going to depend on how G is going to be aggressive in this push. May kita dito sa Eman, pero sa Eman tamang tingin lang. Oy, intel yun. So it's gonna be forcing them to back away, which is actually a good call kasi medyo dangerous din yung corner ni Flipsider ngayon. Kasi paano kung di sila tumingin sa corner? So it's gonna be a bit, favorable for RQ.
Yeah, problematic dito is pag nag-push up yung Global Esports sa mid at nahuli nila si Elmi Moore, pag hindi nag-reposition si Flipsider, pag nakuha nila yung B-Heaven, kitang-kita siya.
Totoo.
So that's why you're seeing Elmi Moore really commit dito sa pag-take ng mid presence or at least B-Heaven control for the moment, which is good para sa RRQ. But at the same time, Global Esports sniffing something a little bit different kung bakit sobrang committed ng RRQ sa pag-defend nun. So this call to go to the A site na meron pa silang tons of utility is gonna be huge din. Pero syempre, nandiyan si Xfero at si EJ.
Totoo yan, yung ingay dito na ginawa ng GE is gonna be a signal for RQ. May magmi-miss but Pero saves the day for EJ. Rossi making a double pero may pangbawi si Irene dito just to try to equalize things. But it's not gonna be equal right now as Elmi Moore secures another one. Texture here being then on to Rams. May low HP Bazzi takes a turn but Eman for the trade may double pa rin siya in the retrospect. expect. But 13
7
seconds on the clock.
bullets.
They need to plant the spike. 1v2 na lang ang sitwasyon ngayon. This can be a push, but still Bazzi takes 3. And now Flipsider, I think, may wait for the spike to be planted and just, play around sa mapa ngayon. But with only 31 HP, sino
No way
ang
he reloads.
unang makakakita? It's actually Flipsider just being patient doon sa kanyang angulo. And that's what, makes it, highlighted for Flipsider. Kasi ang galing nung patience, yung trigger discipline niya.
Yeah, ginamit niya na lang yung sarili niyang teammate as bait. Technically. And what's good then, again, is lapit niya para marinig niya yung sound cue kung nag-reload yung kalaban. I'm pretty sure na nabasa niya na rin kung gaano kadami yun. And more importantly than that, si Bazzi din, na kita mo yung takot sa mata niya eh. He was trying to scan as many possible angles, only had 2 bullets, and he was hoping na baka makakuha siya agad ng headshot pre-fire angle para makakuha ng clutch na yun. Pero hindi. Again, sabi mo na nga, Flipsider making the most out of that situation, knowing that he has all the advantage and all the time para ma-retake yung spike.
And it was also a good day to say the least. Kasi alam niya na kung nasaan si Bazzi kanina. Pero ngayon, Trailblazer not gonna spot anyone in towards site here. So, pwede na mag-pre-aim si EJ dito from a main. So, medyo tahimik pa. Wala pa namang lumalakad. Wala pa namang aggressive push ngayon. Pero ang ganda pa ng timing ni Elmimore sa paggagamit ng kanyang smokes and ng kanyang walls because it really delays the push na gustong gawin ng GE ngayon.
That's also a very big thing then kasi
Flash?
did they see where the guy nila came from? Kasi medyo siya,
Hindi ata.
pataas yung angle niya eh. Pero may isip na lang nila later on na lang yan kasi nakita na nila yung smoke next. Pero bigla na lang the callback agad dito para sa global. They're feeling a lot more confident on these A takes rather than the B kasi ang problema, yung post-plant naman ang mas gipit ang global on that B side. So mas okay pa silang i-post-plant na lang tong A. They do have yung set play na yan with the Cosmic Divide at ito na agad yung push. Iniiwan nila. Actually, wala na iwan sa side. So it's going to be a full retake dito para sa RRQ.
Definitely, and that is also gonna be the Viper Spit coming in from Bazzi. So tatry nga naman nilang bumawi dito, but Texture already opening it up, taking Elmimore down, pero may trade coming in from Eman as the Viper Spit goes down. Eman goes for the double, and hindi pa sila nagtatapos. Makikita dito from Vents, but Flipsider still wins it out, and also spotting one. Monyet here, spotting Monyet in towards Vents, pero si Flipsider really took a flip from behind, taking Irene down. EJ with an up kill para sa kanya sarili, but the defuse is gonna happen here. Match point para sa RRQ.
Napakatindi ng RRQ. Hindi sila matitigilan. Tapos tignan mo pa, they have such huge ultimates to utilize para sa round na ito. And this was such a big commitment from Global Esports. Tignan mo yan. There was already the Viper Spit. Tapos yung pwesto ng Viper Spit naman, inobscure yung vision dito ng Global Esports. So instead of actually helping out, mas naging detriment pa ito para sa Global. So that being said, Showstopper, Viper Spit, all in the pockets ng RRQ, mas mahirap pa ito para sa Global.
Kita mo to, ang ganda ng pagkaka-anticipate din ng RRQ ngayon. Alam na ata nila mag-rush dito sa B. So flashes for both sides of the sky ang mga gaganap dito. Trailblazers gonna delay that push. That's gonna be Showstopper. Walang makukuha ba Texture hits there for the trade. Showstopper of his own. Takes one down. Flipsider for the trade bago siya mamatay. Pero meron dito mataw sa smoke. That could have been an opportunity pero may whiff. And Rossi will be saving his friend. Instead, may pag-off kill muli dito si EJ taking advantage of Rossi looking at the other side. May pag-flash. That's gonna be the disengage for him right now. Pero that's information. Both Vipers in the flank. Isa doon sa mid. Kung sino ang unang makatingin dyan, kung sino unang makapick, can take this game. But yeah, as you said, the Seekers can provide information. And this also will delay the peak of EJ. But right now, using the satchel to just get in towards B site ngayon. As it's gonna be a bit risky. Pero sa Elmimore, despite looking the other way, the quick reflexes ay nandoon.
Di pa makakatawi dito si Texture. So kung mahuli to ni Elmimore, napakalaking bagay. Pero Texture with the operator!
Oy!
Challenge siya si EJ. EJ, tignan natin to. 1 dash, 2
7
smokes,
HP na si
and hindi niya in-expect na si Irene actually on pillar. That's going to be the clutch and that's going to prolong yung life dito ng Global Esports on split.
Tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang laban pero at this point for GE, medyo pressured kasi kailangan wala ng room para sa mistakes sa kanila kasi this is match point for RRQ and if they could do that up until overtime, it could work. But this one is actually a good call for timeout ni RRQ because right now gaya nga sabi natin kanina, pagka gumabawi ng paunti ang GE, they wanna try and stop that. But that was actually a good off battle between EJ and Texture kanina, no?
It really was. And what was kind of interesting din dito is, alam mo nang gusto nang tapusin ng RRQ yung laban. Kasi kita mo na, nagkumpita sila sa pag-push out sa B. Sa B main, sa B garage. Naramdaman na nila. Pero tama nga, nagmamadali na sila. Global Esports naman, ready to anticipate, ready to receive yung aggression na yan. And they actually turned the tables then. And what's really good about this, or what's really interesting about this then, is napaka laki ng influence na binibigay na pinuput out ni paring Airin. Ang laki ng bagay na niya dito. Look at that particular round. Siya yung nakakuha ng Seeker. Siya yung nag-heal sa teammates niya. Siya yung nagbigay ng opportunity. And siya pa yung nakakuha nung clutch ng round para nga i-extend pa dito yung lifespan ng Global Esports sa split. So, 4 more rounds if kaya man. No buffers, no mistakes. Pero looks like it's possible para sa Global.
This is also an opportunity for RRQ to just, really take it easy. Kasi kung papansinin mo, the retakes are actually okay. So kung they are gonna go with head-to-head on, I think a GE could be prepared as well kung sakasakaling maging aggressive si RRQ. So I think it's more of them just try to chill it out kasi gumagana naman ang retake potentials na life ever. Pero ngayon, they're already dishing out some amount of noise dito sa A main, and right now, liking the smokes, liking all of these, them preventing the vision from mid. Pero mag-isa lang si Elmore dito, buti lang si Emant, nandun din nakaantabay sa heaven.
Very slow play. Slow pace lang dito muna para sa Global Esports. Alam na nila pag nagkamali sila dito, there's no turning back exactly. And kung na-count nila yung pera ng RRQ, alam din nila na may tricky operator si EJ. Pero si Elmi Moore, I'm not sure if they cleared them out kasi nakapag-cross na si Flipsider. Siya yung nahuli. Pero at the same time, nakasingit din dito si Elmi Moore. You can already see na slowly creeping up na ang Global Esports. They're setting up the stars, but they're making a presence on mid. Maybe just to make sure na walang lurks na nanggagaling dito sa RRQ.
Totoo yan. They really want to secure the flanks as well to really deny, getting picked off in very an off-guard situation. That's gonna be the Cloudburst. That's also the Flash. Alam nilang may tao sa ramps, pero sino ang unang makakuha ng kill? It's actually Edmund and Elmore for the good trade and texture. Meron din siyang off-kill pambawi.
Hindi sila pwede mag-rotate?
Hindi na. Kailangan nila i-commit to. Time's running out. And speaking of, hindi niya tinuloy yung shot. Eman takes one, but texture nandun din from screens to just save the day. And that's gonna be the pain shells to delay the push. 2 versus 2. Take note. And both of them are most on the same side. So they may play in a double peak situation, pero si Monyet nakita ang balikat, takes Fero down. So it's all up to EJ for this potential clutch. But what would he do? Would he save? Would he commit? Let's see, kasi papunta siya dito sa A-back. Inintay niya siguro tong smoke nang bumaba. Pero si Texture from the behind actually gets it with the 3K. Buhay na buhay pa rin ang ating match 1.
Grabe, intense talaga every single round. Still would be a pressure point naman dito para sa RQ na try na i-clutch yun. May pera naman sila coming into this round. Though wala ng operator si EJ once again. I do like the push na pinapakita ng Global dito ngayon. It's really just aggressive. It's really just them trying to make sure that they have every single corner. Alam na ni Airin that they have time to take a bit of a breath, and even though medyo gritty, medyo messy yung pag-take nila sa site, okay lang yun para sa nila. As long as they keep getting the rounds, it's what they want, it's what they need to keep themselves alive nga.
Totoo yan. Good anticipation for Textured then. Also utilizing the fact na 2v1 situation siya. So pwede na nga naman nilang maipit si EJ doon. Pero nga, this is gonna be another take potential for dito sa A site. Pero maingat, nagiba na ang pwesto. Kung kanina si Elmi Moore na ang nandun sa Raps, ngayon nga man si EJ, ayaw na nga nila mag-op Nakabandal na siya. So ngayon, taking a slow peek. Sino ang unang magpipick dito sa kanilang dalawa? Kasi nakadepende din sa kanila. Paano? Naku, naalam na. Kasi na-flash So ngayon, it is a slow push from G. They're trying to take time as much as possible, but not too much for them to run it out. So that's gonna be the Cloudburst once again. Baka may impression dito na lumipat siya ng pwesto. But the paint shells and the utils are gonna make it happen as Bazzi takes the kill in towards Rams at papasok na ngayon. But merong Baki, kung di ako nagkakamali, para dito kay Elmi Moore on the side. taking as much of these utils in towards heaven. Sino ngonong magpipig? It's actually Rossi who's gonna take the kill in towards the side. Makikita ang pagpasok dito. That's gonna be some trades, but Texture still secures it up until Fero is the only remaining member na napakalayo pa ng kailangan puntahan.
Yan. RQ are doing such a fantastic job at punishing yung mga, or rather, excuse me, the flip side, it's Global Esports starts doing a fantastic job at punishing yung mga mishaps dito ng RRQ. You'd probably expect na si EJ would just dash away once na nakita niya ng alam na yung positioning niya. He's already thrown at the cloud burst, so alam na nila kung nasan siya, and he still wanted to keep it na lang siguro for the next contact, pero hindi siya binigyan ng opportunity ng Global Esports. And that being said then, ang ganda ng ginawa ng Global dito. There was a chance dapat na si Flipsider, siya yung take ng attention ng Global Esports para makakuha ng timing si Elmi Moore. Pero hindi, na pushback pa rin siya. Great utility uses for Global Esports, and little by little, nawawala na yung momentum ng RRQ.
Totoo yan. I mean, ngayon this may also be a perk for RRQ to say the least. I mean, they may have lost two rounds consecutively kung ako nagkakamali. 3 rather. But at the same time, there is 2 more rounds for them to really provide space and to try to reset everything na yung ginagawa nila kanina. Pero ngayon kasi, I feel like they kind of laid back from the previous rounds ngayon, and it just really gave G the opportunity to just enter. Dahil ngayon, alam na, hasang-hasa na sila sa A-site. This is what we're seeing right now sa ating mapa natin, a change of pace.
Medyo matigas na yung ulo dito ng RRQ. Masyadong, they're changing up kung sino yung players na nakapwesto dun sa mga corners na yun, but they're still the same corners na pinaglalaro nila for the past couple of rounds na rin. So medyo naiipit na sila. That being said, though, tingnan mo ni RRQ, they actually are the ones trying to go for a more proactive play. Going for that 3-stack on mid. Napaglalaro lang sila ng smokes dito ngayon ni paring Monyet, but at the same time, medyo mali ang read nila. And Aaron, he's already taken a big whiff na, or a big sniff na. There is that aggressive mid push. There is that aggressive mid control. And that means na Texture can actually go push up sa B-site na.
Texture with the showstopper. Saan niya to papatamaan? Sa Ali ba? Sa Heaven ba? Sino? Alin dito? Pero walang makukuha. But that's gonna be the spike plant. And now the retake is on for RRQ. But he does know. Alam niya na meron dito. Meron dito sa sewers. Irene, mag-ingat ka. Pero mukhang hindi mangyayari yun. At patuloy-tuloy na ang pag-kill ng RRQ. What an interesting way to end match 1. And because of that, RRQ takes game number 1.
Huge plays dito para sa RRQ. They left the site. They knew that Aaron was again still lurking somehow on mid. Again, looking at yung trajectory kung saan nanggaling yung guiding light at yung Trailblazer. They already know that he is way far from the other players dito ng Global Esports, and Global without their leader present in that particular round na tumutulong sa pag-set din ng mga utilities. Pagbato ng flashes, nahirapan sila sa pag-retake, na isolate, na pilit, at I think na bamboozle lang sila all throughout. So tingin lang dito sa highlights natin, grabe, it was a very back and forth struggle. Simula, Xfero was just out of control, but at the same time, going naman sa mid-game na. Bumabawi na ng Global Esports, especially with the help of Aaron.
Totoo yan. And of course, again, at the end of the day, the GE was able to really take a breather at yun nga, nakabawi from some of the rounds, but then it all comes down to how, not just the utility usage, no, but at the same time, RRQ was able to reset themselves in the most crucial manner. Kung titignan natin dito sa match highlights, nakita tayo trigger discipline from Flipsitter and from the other members as well. And Elmimore is also showing limelight kada sinisecure niya yung flank.
At least now, looking a little bit din dito, there were some questionable rounds din para sa Global Esports where they would just not really understand kung saan pwede manggaling ang RRQ, kung saan pwede sila ma-pinch ng RRQ dito, and they got caught very hard. So this is the most important highlight kasi hindi natin nakita masyado to kanina. But look at that, EJ actually gets the double kill with the blades. So alam mo na eh, nandun na yung point na they were already priming themselves to win this first map na. And that being said, nandyan na yung first point of this series. 1 na lang and wala na ang Global Esports dito in RRQ. Could be advancing coming in dun sa ating second map.
Totoo yan. Pero hayaan nga ba ng GE mangyari ito? Kasi syempre, again, this is LCQ. This is their last match. Ito na yung medyo may pressure din for GE. Kasi syempre, itong map 2 na to, they have to make it to round 3.
Yeah, they have to make it to that point na kasi they still want those rematches dun sa mga nasa upper bracket pa. Anyways, guys, we're gonna go for a break. When we come back, it's gonna be map number 2 na din.
Who is most likely to rage in ranked?
Bro. Oh, Erin.
Yeah, 100%.
When I'm playing with him, I throw to see his reaction. And it's funny.
I got aim in, Erin. What are you doing? Man, snipe me. Why are you saving? Where the f are you going?
Who can eat more?
Well, me. I mean, you can tell by the looks, bro. He ate chicken shack and then 6 pieces of chicken and then fries with chocolate milkshake. It's too heavy.
Who's always late for practice?
Bolo, me. Always late for practice. I think me.
Yeah, I think him.
Wow. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Who's a better dancer?
I think Mon. Go. Mon. We're not dancers, bro.
Who's a better singer?
I think me. Mon. Okay, Mon.
Stay in the middle like you're the...
Who speaks Korean the best?
Me.
에이, 씨 그냥 구라친
뭔
새끼들.
소리야? 형은 누구 찍었는데? 야이 씨.
잠깐만. 일단 얘는 아니야.
아니 뭔
얘는
소리?
아니지.
왜?
얘는 멍청하잖아.
니들도 멍청해.
Who's good at studies?
Go. Me. Me, bro. My math says it.
Who has more riz?
We don't really go out.
Yeah, I never seen.
We just sit in the...
I think
I like to
based
think-
on stories, I think.
I think Rossi.
Who is the loudest?
Oh, Monier. Go. Me? I make noise?
Who snores the most?
코를 많이 고는 거.
너가 둘.
근데 니도 고는데?
나 코 안 고는데.
니 고는데요?
너보단 많이 안 곤다.
야, 니 곤다 임마. 니가 니 얼마나 고는지 얼마나
너보단 많이 안
돼.
Who dresses better?
We dress up in the G jersey every day.
Yeah, we love. I sleep with G jersey.
My G jersey is in the wash right now because I've been wearing it so much.
Yeah, he wears it every day. Today is break day because it's Sunday.
Who's Coach Eraser's favorite player?
나 죽기 싫어.
RRQ.
Do a double peek. Oh, he gets a ball.
Philippines #1 Sky. Eman.
Moore gets the fourth kill.
The best sheriff in the Pacific. Elmamore.
EJ for 2.
The flashy duelist. EJ.
Oh my God. It's insane.
The sneaky controller. 2G.
Get down, Sparrow. 10 seconds. Sparrow gets the 4K.
The all-rounder. X-Sparrow.
Good for 2 more, and he gets 4.
The Eggman himself.
What?
Flipsider. You saw them in VCT Pacific, but they aren't done yet. Witness RRQ at Champions in Los Angeles.
Wait, what are you talking about? We haven't qualified for Champions yet.
What? Oh, so what are we doing here?
Wait, what? How can you don't know? We need to play one more tournament, which is LCQ.
Oh, and if you win?
Then after that, we go to Champions in LA.
Ah, got it. Witness RRQ in the last chance qualifier as they fight for their spot at VCT Champions in LA.
it's really break our heart.
Zeta Division will not be playing in Tokyo.
We won't give up. We will emerge.
Team Secret,
Global Esports,
Talon Esports,
DFM가
저희 젠지는 for the power of friendship 諦めないで勝ち上がります。もう一度チャンスがある大会なのかなと思います。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, dito sa Filipino broadcast ng VCT LCQ Pacific. And ang single elimination natin for today starts off with a 1-0 in favor of RRQ. 13-10 ang naging scoreline natin on split. And I really need to say na RRQ is looking good today.
Not just only good, but yung mga question marks na stinate namin kanina sa panel, mukhang nasagot na kagad ng RQ. Sabi nga natin, on the most crucial rounds, sino bang nag-improve ngayon? Siyempre, yan ay ang RRQ. Yung mga late rounds na dapat natatalo na sila, usually, they tend to crumble ngayon. They really finish it strong against GE nung nakakabawi na yung GE on their attacking side.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Pero yun nga, GE, even though they lost, it was still a close game. Nakabawi sila ng konti on their attacking side, as you said. Pero RRQ, they were able to, think about how GE wanted to play the map, the flow of the entire map, and they were able to bring it back, especially with the help of Eman. And I just gotta say, the double duelist na Pinoy, better than the double duelist ng GE.
Ang dagdag ko lang din, speaking of mga double duelists, ang ganda kasi si Eman together with EJ. And alam naman natin na walang language barrier. So the count is much better. Nakikita nyo guys, di ba? Na mas improved kagad. And finally, si Eman nga, notable yung raises sa VCT PH before. And now, buti he got that confidence once again to get his raise workable. And di man sobrang pop off nung first half, mas nakita natin nung nasa defending na siya.
That's right. And I think, yung confidence and that yung dynamic duo that they have here, I think that we can really see it shine, how they're able to smoothly enter these sites together. And I think na si EJ, I just want to say na I think he's one of the first few Jets that I've been seeing fly so high in the sky. And that's how he actually closed out the game. I think that triple kill up there in B site.
Just unexpected plays from EJ once again. Siyempre, alam naman natin, pag Pinoy, naka-jet, malakas. Pero overall, yung skills niya talaga sobrang nag-improve ngayon. Lalo na dito sa split na maraming pick-off corners na talagang hindi mo ina-expect, diba? But then, going into Ascent attack, a map pick by RRQ themselves, this is where things can be challenging the side ng Global Esports.
Yun nga, kasi yung GE, they were the ones who picked our first map. And natalo sila sa split. RRQ was able to read them. And now on Ascent, ano ba to? Ascent mapa ng Pinoy.
That's right. And I think historically speaking then, we can see from the performance of Global Esports and their matches that they've had on Ascent, they haven't found any success yet. So things are looking very, very shaky for them here. But again, this is very, very bad news for them kasi they lost their map pick. And eto na, this is gonna be that make or break moment. What decides if they stay in this tournament? Kasi this is LCQ and ito na talaga yung last chance nila to go further in the bracket. They need to get this second game.
Oh, last chance talaga. Isa na lang, isang map na lang before RRQ can actually win this and G naman to finally make it to game 3. Pero nga lang, speaking of sa performance ng Global Esports kanina, yung mga 2v1s, ina-isolate nila masyado yung kalaban, di ba? Parang, it's not just yung isolate, kundi yung mga reckless moves nangyayari na dapat hindi. Imagine, that would have been different. It could have been into an overtime. If only may mga rounds na hindi nila ginagawa, like, mga clutches, pinagka-clutch pa nila yung mga iba't ibang miyembro ngayon ng mga taga-RRQ.
Yun nga, I feel like hindi pa na-solve ng GE yung problema nila na medyo nag-overheat pa rin. Especially when they're feeling a little bit confident or when the chips are down. They're like, yung mindset nila is, we have to be a little bit, flashy. Pero speaking of flashy, eto, isa-sub out na si Eman. Pasok na si Tuge. And alam mo yung maganda dito, yung GE, isang GE lang yan. Siya may dalawa. Dalawang GE.
Times 2 yan.
Tama.
GE.
That's right. But I think na, coming here, because this is going to be that last chance for Global Esports, what do you think they have to do to switch things up here on Ascent?
For G, once again, just trust themselves. Yun lang. Kasi kanina daming alanganin eh, di ba? You gotta trust your instinct. Parang kanina nung nagmamap tayo ng hinuhulaan natin, ganun din dapat yung reset na kunin ng Global Esports.
That's very interesting. Nakita tayo ng Phoenix this time with the Jet. Double duelist pa rin for Global Esports. But speaking of trusting themselves, I hope that Texture can really trust himself sa pick na to. Kasi on Ascent, this is not your standard Ascent pick. Meanwhile, yung composition ng RRQ, tried and tested, you know it, that's the Ascent standard.
Although may iba't iba tayo ng standards, let's not forget Phoenix nga at pagdating sa mga corners here in in Ascent, pwede niyang i-pick. You just go with a curveball straight into the site also with the help of that fade. So maganda din naman yung mix and match pagdating sa G. That's something maybe RRQ didn't expect.
That's right. It looks like a double duelist versus that double ini, and I feel a bit scared here sa side ng Global Esports because they don't have that Sova pick.
Yeah, that information talaga, medyo mag-aalangan sila. But if they can just explode onto the site with the Phoenix, with the Fade, kung makuha nila yung site ng mabilisan, then I feel like that they have a pretty good chance here.
That's right. Well, it's time for game number 2. Is Global Esports going to push this to a game number 3, or is RRQ closing it out with a 2-0? Let's find out with our casters, Asarai and Seiya.
Ang huling tambalan o ang panibagong tadhana, welcome here to the VCT LCQ Match 2 ng ating Game 1 for this day between RRQ and of course GE. Asarai, ano ba ang mangyayari ngayon sa tingin mo?
Honestly, hindi ko rin masabi kasi Global Esports, they're making a good case na kaya nilang palagan ang RRQ dito. They're able to recuperate, maganda yung adjustments na ginagawa nila just to see what can work and what doesn't work, and they have been doing that. Pero nakikita mo din yung improvements ng RRQ. Eman was on the top of that particular map down on Split. Nakapag MVP pa siya, really showing how strong he really is as a flex player dito ng RRQ. So that being said, ang dami magiging problema dito. Pag-usapan na ng panel natin na this second map is a selection na pinili talaga ng RRQ. Although I will say na rin that this is a map that at least has been in the past also a prevalent pick para sa Global Esports. So maybe it's gonna be a common ground for both of these teams. But looking at what's at stake for both of them then, it is just again showing na kasi particularly both of these teams are probably one of the most diverse teams na meron tayo dito specifically. Obviously, yung sa Global Esports, they have the South Asian scene, the Indonesia, as well as yung Korea and Canada or NA from ARIN. So, ang dami nilang tinatry i-make sure dito and it's starting to work. Pero, is that 1 month enough? Is APAC LCQ enough para ma-truly flesh out yun? This is their last chance and it seems like it might be their last bet. Then, RRQ on the other hand, Xfero was the only one that was showing up nung first couple of weeks ng group stage dito from Pacific League. Pero the more that they played, the more that they got better, the more that they looked even more convincing, and other teams were not expecting to be in that particular position then.
Totoo yan. At kung meron mang pakulo ang GE, kailangan na nilang mailabas ngayon dahil medyo napupunta sa kanila ang pressure dahil technically match point to for RRQ kung sakasakali man. And gaya nga na sinabi mo, dahil marami silang variety of players dito, marami ding pwedeng mga inputs, marami ding pwedeng mga strategies na can come into play, but at the same time, kinakailangan nilang i-polish yun. Nabanggit ng panelists natin kanina na medyo mas fundamental yung buo ng composition ng RRQ kung ikukumpara natin sa GE. Pero I think this could be one of the things that they want to really opt out para dito sa ating Ascent map. Kasi Ascent map, we already know this. I mean, majority siguro ng mga Valorant players already know this by heart. And I feel like if GE can make the Phoenix pick work, I think that could be magic para sa kanila.
It definitely can. Kasi the thing is, more than anything else, Global Esports is not your traditional team. Sabi ko na nga na they are a hodgepodge of yung paiba-ibang mga regions natin dito. And it looked like nobody batted an eyelash na nakita natin. Siyempre, nandiyan pa rin yung mga fans nila from the South Asian scene kasi Global Esports is beloved by yung South Asia region, di ba? Pero in the international scene, nobody looked at it and sabi na parang okay yung team na to Not really. Pero they started building up this team. They started building up that synergy. And what's good about that is because they're not a traditional team, they can actually optimize or play more yung mga non-traditional picks, especially dito sa Ascent na sinabi ko na nga in the past din, paulit-ulit na lang nakita mo yung double initiator na yan. It's that one particular favored comp. Pero I do like this kasi alam na rin ng Global Esports that they are also a very aggressive team, so they are willing to build or rather try to make use yung Fade and yung Phoenix na yan, which actually has been a strong pick then in the past before na quote-unquote optimize yung selection. And what's good about this one then is there's a lot of bully potential dun sa dalawang picks na yon. So you're really looking to give yourself a lot of leeway. And it's not only on the attacking side or defending side, it's both ends of the spectrum that the Phoenix and the Fade can really be played well.
Totoo yan. And again, for G, like I think mas talagang kukunin nila yung potential nila in terms of being aggressive, especially to Ascent. Kasi it's also one of the things that dictates the play of a certain team. And for G, kinakailangan talaga nilang magawa to ng mas polish kung ikukumpara mo sa match 1 nila kasi they really have no time to be faltered para dito sa RRQ. For RRQ side naman, again, it is fundamental. It's a common composition that we do see. Very Ascent ang vibe niya talaga. So the thing for RRQ is just try just to maintain kung ano man yung ginagawa nila from match number 1, and maybe yung magandang momentum nila from the first match mag-reflect naman dito sa ating Ascent.
Yeah, hopefully naman. And what is also an eye-opener din is nakita na natin na sunabat nila si Tuge to Eman. I think Tuge has one of the better clutch percentage nung naglaro sila before when he was on his previous teams. I think he is Cebuano, I think. So he has been playing with 6045 Vipers sa Zeal Esports nung nasa PH region pa sa. Now he got picked up by RQ. I think they want to bank on the fact na kaya ni Tuge mag-anchor on the side. He's incredibly adept with the controller agents, and on his Omen, it's very strong. I think even as strong as Xperia, if not better than.
And it's really just down to kung paano nila i-timing ng maganda yung mga util usage nila para nga naman mapunta sa kanila ang puntos. Pero ngayon, this is gonna be the start of our game number 2 between GE and RRQ. So they're gonna start it off dito sa ating B site. A quick dash in. That's going to be a lot of nano swarms and a lot of intel. And Rossi just takes advantage of that, killing EJ down doon sa ating B site. But then they were able to get in, but not exactly planting the spike kasi gusto nga naman nila ma-secure. But Elmimore secures a beautiful double there with the ghost. In smoke yun, kung di ako nagkakamali. That's gonna be a flash from Texture, but we whiff. Oh, unfortunate for that wide peak though. Tuge will be taking him instead. At maganda ang pagkaka-rotate from B2A, pero masastop ni Monyet with the double dito sa Garden. And we do see merong pag-blind. Hindi sila nagkatagpo ng tingin, but it is a 2v1 situation. Kung titingnan natin yung position ngayon, he is quite sandwiched, but he can take this, to his advantage kasi nakatingin kung saan man ngayon si Monyet dito sa ating mid side, papunta ng A main. Pero ngayon, si Fero, he may try to play around dito sa ating mid, pero naiktap na doon yung turret. So mabibigyan siya ng information dito. Banbazi may take the hit here, but he does still take the kill.
Grabe. Lots, again, of moving pieces in that first pistol pa lang. Agad na. Tindi na ng action nakita natin. It looked like mukhang problematic na pa sa RQ pero nakakuha ng double kasi Elmimore naging problematic para sa Global Esports, and then nakakuha ng double kill din naman dito si Monyet. Sobrang daming nangyayari. But at the end of the day, great starting round dito para sa Global Esports. Able to read out the situation much, much better. And nakikita mo na agad, yung Fade, mas mabilis ang kanyang detection compared dun sa initial recon dart ng Sova. So, tinatry i-utilize ito agad ng Global Esports. Iniratrat na agad ni Aries dito, or ni Baz dito kanya Aries.
Grabe, really working on the advantage para dito sa GE. Already taking down Elmimore, and napalow HP niya pa si both EJ and Flipsider. And this is just added pinch para sa RRQ ngayon, but takes a peek here, but Rossi secures it at nasa kanya na nga ang spike, and here the turret gives information. Tamang wallbang lang dito si Bazzi, and Irene is also gonna take a peek, uses the dash, still safe, but up to what extent kasi si Bazzi nandun nakasecure, and Texture with a kill of his own coming in from market. Nakuha nga naman ito gayang spike, but then to, up to what extent can we see, Tuge can play this out?
Yeah, I don't know how far he can actually definitely go. Siyempre na, ano na eh, he only has the classic. So unless sobrang grave mistake dito ang Global Esports, yun na, wala namang mangyayari dyan sa, sa RQ. But Global Esports, sobrang solid ng 2 starting rounds nila dito ngayon. This is what they were looking for. This is what they're banking for. And this is gonna really get things together din para sa kanila. Because again, the biggest factors din dito ng Global Esports is how hot SK Rossi can get quickly. Kita mo, they have that mid-round adjustment. They have the shot call na binibigay ni Aaron, but they need some sort of firepower. And now, na kahit man si Texture is put on that second duelist role, he's not the primary duelist na gusto nila mag-pop off si SK Rossi. And now with the 3 kills, mas okay ang tingin dito ngayon ng Global.
Totoo yan. Bonus round for G, pero that's gonna be starting off strong for EJ dito, taking a 2K in towards A side. So yan, pasok na sila. Pero may flank pa rin potential dito for Fero, trying to snipe out, Rossi sa ating mid-side, and this is gonna be the post-plant situation now. Kalat ang mga miyembro ng GE ngayon. May spotting out one from Cubby, but Irene secures the kill instead. So this is working really well. Kukunin nata ang Phantom dito and still tries to make things work. Pero ang layo ng mararating dito ni Irene, coming in from B all the way towards A Heaven. Pero at the moment, Bazzi tries to enter in Heaven at siya pa nga ang makukuha ng kill instead. Aries pa rin dito sa baba. Tries to wall back but not to an extent here kasi low HP man si Irene. Pero si Flipsider naman ang magsisecure ng kill dito from the flank. Si Rossi takes one, makes it another. And as he take it, Flipsider will secure it. No time to defuse. However, RQ takes 3rd round.
Yeah, that was already a bonus naman for sa Global Esports. So Airden was saving the Phantom na dito. But that was an incredibly expensive round para sa RRQ. Si Bazzi nagwawala na lang siya. He only had the Ares, pati yung sheriffs in hand, pero he was still able to get that. RRQ on the flip side, ang ganda nung kanilang initial take, ang ganda nung kanilang entry frag, pero yung follow-up, yung exit frag punish ng Global Esports, so much better. So everything falling into place para sa nila, everything that they're trying to do, gumagana, and everything that they're trying to do to also break yung economy dito ng RRQ is working well para sa, para sa Global.
Tama ka dyan. And this is really looking healthy, at least for the side of GE. Pero konti tayong technical pause at the moment. But right now, for RRQ, I think this is just also them. I'm not sure if this is like the early game, warm up para sa kanila. But at the same time, yung mga tactics na ginagawa ni GE ngayon is really working well for them. Mayroong pag-secure ng flank, mayroong pag-provide ng intel to which side RRQ plans to go to. It's just really in sync at the moment. Pero syempre, ayoko ma-jinx sila ngayon, diba? So, it's really just up to how GE be consistent dito sa ginagawa nila ngayon.
Yeah, and there's so many options for RRQ to try to go and attack Ben. The big problem para sa kanila is it feels like alam ng Global Esports yung effective way to get something out of it din. If hindi nila makuha yung round, kukunin na lang nila yung as much economy away from RRQ as possible. Kasi again, that was the gun round na rin ng RRQ. So obviously, ayaw nilang mawalan sila ng guns coming in sa attacking side, especially na Global Esports with SK Rossi getting all of these frags nung past couple of rounds to yun, can actually pretty much believe buy yung operator once again. And that's a big factor dito para sa RRQ. The big factor din para sa RRQ din is that they do have yung standard double initiator nila. They have the KO, they have the Sova.
Yeah.
So that is going to be huge para i-clear out yung mga capabilities ni SK Rossi. That's going to be very pivotal kasi you don't want him to threaten the easy kill, tas dash away, tas kill agad ang kill. So it spirals out of control. RRQ's got to be very careful coming into this next round.
Totoo yan. But I do also like the combination coming in from Global Esports with the Killjoy and the Fade. Kasi nakita natin to sa previous round with all of the utils coming in from the Fade plus the Nano Swarms. Naipit talaga ang RRQ dun. All the more furthering, not just to delay the push, but also to dwindle down their numbers. So it's really looking well for Global at the moment. But I think RRQ here, kasi it is also considered as a standard composition here in a sense. So marami din silang pwedeng flavors na ilagay dito. I think they just have to let them cook, I guess. Pero at the moment, RRQ, I think there is still a bit more optimization na kailangan gawin sa end nila. And it's more of just standing firm sa kung ano man ang pwede nilang gawin.
So with all of that, diba, we're talking about optimizations, we're talking about what is the next best step to improve as a team. And this is coming from, ano rin, nasa nakita natin sa mga interviews nila, where RRQ were looking pretty confident sa sinasabi nila. They were saying how it felt much better yung coming into this APAC LCQ tournament. It also felt really good then para sa global esports. It's so interesting to see that RQ is actually playing dito sa technically lower part ng ating bracket, yung single elimination part ng ating bracket dito. Kasi I was thinking na kaya nilang umabot din sa dun sa upper bracket agad kung nasa ng Team Secret. And this is a fun fact din pala, guys. Yung si Riot, inisip or binase nila yung seedings nito not from playoffs but on the group stage performance na meron sa kanila. So that's the reason why RRQ is here. I kind of felt na if RRQ just did slightly better, they could have been in that upper bracket.
Yeah.
Global Esports could have fought against another team, but at least RRQ is the team that looks to have one of the best chances para makalusot dito sa ating LCQ. Anyways, yung gusto ko lang sabihin is Global Esports, so much to prove para sa kanila and so much to go through din para lang magawa yun.
Totoo yan. Ang kinaganda naman kasi dito for Global Esports as well is if they do see like the duel specifically for like Rossi or Texture, if they do know that they are popping off, na-influensyahan din kasi yung iba. So because of that kind of influence, nagiging mas polished yung performance nila all throughout, like providing the opening para makapag-entry tong dalawang duelist nila ngayon, and as well as the utilities that they do need para nga naman maging maganda yung play nila. But as well for RRQ, they are kind of a force na you shouldn't really, you neglect. Kasi the RRQ also has that adaptability to really catch kung ano man yung pattern na ginagawa mo. And they counter it off with something interesting na even, for the likes of GE would be catching off guard.
And that's the strength of RRQ over sa Global Esports dito. You do see na mabagal ang mid-round adjustment ng Global Esports. It's good, it's great, it can actually catch RRQ off guard. Pero kung nandyan na yung bakbakan na kailangan na mabilisan talaga na quick decision making, dyan nagpapa-shine through talaga ang RRQ. Kasi Indonesia region talaga is that particular region that has shown to be the best at micro decision making.
Yeah.
Global Esports naman, again, it felt like this team was, not really feel, pero this team was truly built from the ground up to try to be the best. This was, 5-6 players na all were duelists, tapos kailangan nilang mag-ease into their roles. Very difficult din dito para gawin para sa kanila. So Global Esports, again, sinabi na ko na nga na it didn't look good nung binuo sila kasi iba't ibang regions, yung language barrier nandyan, and such. Siyempre, kahit marunong mag-English lahat yan, mahirap pa rin pag second language mo ang English kasi minsan nagalag ka eh. Pero again, they're looking a lot better. Tapos nandiyo pa yung point na kailangan nilang i-ease out of lahat ng players nila na duelist. Kailangan nilang ibalik or ilagay nila sa ibang mga roles. RQ on their hand did not have that issue. Si Flipsider, already known to being as yung kanilang initiator dito. Xfera was formerly known as Tebatol, was already known for his prowess as yung controller. Eman saka si EJ and Tuge already had set roles na rin when they were still playing in the Philippines. And then so on and so forth na nga para sa kanila. Elmimore Sentinel, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So that being said, again, nakikita mo yung stark contrast ng dalawang teams na ito na are battling it out. And speaking of battling it out, Global Esports still has those demons that they have to deal with.
Totoo yan. Super major adjustments ang kailangan gawin ni Global Esports para nga lang to make this work. Kasi syempre, because of all of them are duelists, may tendency talagang maging agresibo yan, especially in a potential clutch moments, diba? So, if that is really taken into the table, mahihirapan din talaga sila kung paano nila isi-set yung entablado natin dito. For RRQ, however, this time, we do see a bit of a slow pace, at least for the first 3 rounds na na-witness natin at the moment. But again, we mentioned earlier na baka nga naman warm-up lang to. Like, look at the cute little doodle na nakita natin ngayon sa sa stage or the audience doon sa ating stage and right now. You know, look at the support. Mukhang Pilipino.
Si EJ yan. Kasi nga yung Pilipino, diba?
Oo.
Kasi flip-sided. Tapos, ito.
EJ, my babe.
Pero, bakit?
My babe.
May bigote na ba si EJ?
Baka hindi na.
Hindi ko matandaan tuloy kung may bigote siya or wala. Kasi
Wala. Ang ko wala.
Diba?
No. Ay, si Flipsider meron din, oo.
Yeah, si Flipsider madaling matandaan yung mukha niya eh.
Oo, as well.
May bigote nga talaga si EJ,
Meron
sorry.
na.
Meron na talaga. Hindi ko lang, kala ko kasi nag-save siya. Pero, out of context. Pero in any case,
cutie.
Wala yung gagawa. Technical pause tayo. So, kalma na lang muna. Ayun guys. Ayun! Sinagsabi na si Voice Inside My Head na mag-break tayo guys. We'll be back after a few moments para figure out lang kung ano nangyayari dito. So, stay tuned. Yun na nga guys, pasensya at na onte dito pero tayo ay nagbabalik na from that technical pause and ito pa rin, tutuloy natin ang sa ating second map. Again, RRQ versus Global Esports. Global Esports, great start from that first couple of rounds na nakuha nila, and RRQ are in trouble at least at the beginning.
Oo, yan. Pero mukhang okay na. Optimize na ang lahat. Ready na ang partido dito. At mukhang nag-iisip na sila kung paano na nila matutuloy ang momentum na nasimulan nito ni Global Esports. Si RRQ, syempre, mukhang meron din silang pakulo na ihanda para sa atin.
Kaya ang ano nila dito. Kasi, again, big adjustments ito para sa Global Esports. Nakuha nila yung tempo, nakuha nila yung starting pistol. Ayan na nga yung sinasabi ko rin bago tayo napunta sa break. Dahil sa dami ng kills na nakuha ng SK Rossi, ang laki ng bank niya, and coming into this next round, may operator na siya.
Going to the dark side si Bazim, naka-OD na, ready to wallbang dun sa B-side. Pero ngayon, looking at it, si Rossi nakaantabay dito. Si B-main, naghihintay lang ng tamang tempo. Pero paunti-unti nagmamarcha ang RRQ dito sa B-main. Mukhang labanan dito, numero. In terms of the teams right now, medyo slow push ang nangyayari, pero maganda din na nakaantabay ang GE for both of the sides kasi this could give them a more better ground. But the drone is gonna see some little turrets and gonna not hit for that kill. But now Cloudburst, ang dami nakakonceal, majority half health na ngayon si EJ, and Rossi will take the kill. At hindi pa nagpatapos, may nakita isa mag-whip, pero just a decider to take him instead.
Not able to at least get a secondary kill din ng sinugod nila, pero still not the worst din. Does get the catch off onto EJ dito kaya na sinabi mo. At the same time, that is going to be RQ finally getting themselves yung site. Pero because Texture at Irene ay still kicking pa rin naman, this is going to be huge para sa nila. Kasi the big thing about this is they have that retake utility, which is going to be very pivotal na RQ. Because RQ is stuck all the way dun sa B-side.
Totoo, nakita ang pa, may pag-spam na nagaganap dito si Bazzi. But at the same time, they already Texture getting a little more down. Pero with the trade, isusmoke ang both house. Magita ang dalawa. That's gonna be a beautiful frag para kay Munyet and Texture to secure the kill.
Grabe, naipit ang RRQ dito. Wala silang magawa. Either they get flashed or close off sila dun sa smoke. May couple of kills na nakuha dito si RRQ. Pero at the same time, Global Esports, alam na alam nila yung kanilang gagawin on the defending side. And sinabi ko kanina, bago nagsimula tong second map na ito, they're willing to try something different para mas customized ang playstyle or ang composition nila sa playstyle nila.
Totoo yan. At syempre, ko-complement din yan sa current composition na meron sila ngayon dahil ang daming variety, ang daming pwedeng strategies na pwedeng gawin dito ng GE. Pero so far, so good for their side. Pero EJ already bring out that Blade Storm dito sa mid, trying to take a pick off as much as possible. Syempre, ayaw mo nang makuha ng recon dart na yun. And here, they're already marching in. Iniwan na lang yung spike sa high mid. Baka nga naman kasi ma-pick off sila dito sa ating market side. So now, I like it na si G hindi pa rin na-falter dito sa ingay na ginagawa ng RRQ. Pero papunta sila sa cubby, may pag-blind. Pero si EJ nanalo pa rin doon sa fight na yun. In towards that Cloudburst, hindi pa rin tapos. May mga presensya na dito sa tree and the nano swarms and everything is being placed dito sa A side. That this is also going to be RRQ's opportunity para makuha. Pero look at that though. Munyet takes one. EJ with the trade from Heaven. Papasok na sila dito sa site and the two of them marching in as well into Heaven. Hindi pa nakikita dito si Texture pero si EJ makakuha ng 3. Alam nilang may tako sa hell. Munyet for the trade. Hindi pa tapos. Magkakaroon ulit na shot. Step dito but EJ secures it with the 4K.
Grabe, ang talino ng ginawa doon ng RRQ. Staying at short, knowing na they don't really have to push yung A site na yan. Kasi the thing is, when you immediately push the A site dun sa doorway, on the way to short, expose both ang angles nyo from Heaven at yung site itself. So rather than having to deal with those nuances or those, yung problematic positions na yun, push na lang agad sila sa A Heaven. Na pinch nila dito, the great catch on that Sova drone on the player in Heaven. Tapos yung Munyet, alam nila na nandun siya but he can't really do anything because of the smokes na blur out din yung vision niya.
Totoo yan. And it only gives too much. It's the shrouded slip. Madali lang naman silang lumingon from the other side of Hell side. And narinig ko lang din kanina yung comms ng Arc. You know, they're very good at actually cheering each other up whenever they do get a win. So that's actually good coming in to really boost the morale. Pero ngayon, again, I think similar na strat ang gagawin ni RQ kasi so far the mid is quite open and to say vulnerable for the side of GE kasi hindi siya masyadong nababantayan, only with the alarm bot to just notify them kung may tao nga naman doon. Pero here, taking it slow, medyo quiet until this drone was already set up. Makikita may flash na mangyayari. There's also going to be the molly from Texture to delay the push potentially. But that's gonna be the Odin spam dito for Bazzi. Not gonna take anyone for the hit. We do see the molly as well. Uy, grabe to. From the smoke, Bazzi takes the kill. It's gonna be a flash. Makita ang dalawa. He already knows where he is positioned at. But Tuge still takes the win from that duel. And right now, they do know that dalawa ang nasa, o tatlo rather, ang nasa B-long. But this is going to be the plan coming in from Tuge. 2 versus 3. Bazzi with low HP. And let's see, in-smoke na nila yung B-long, which is actually good to narrow it down. That's gonna be the dark, pero alam ni EJ, he knows better, and he's gonna take Rossi down. May pag-spam dito ni Bazzi, pero alam nila, tinetrace nila kung saan pupunta ang mga bullets. And that's gonna be the shrouded step beside him, but still EJ with that fast reaction, that fast reflexes. Wow.
Incredible stuff dito again from the Pinoy players ng RRQ. EJ at Tuge, the connection is real. Alam na nila na hindi sila pwede maglaro sa site dahil sa tindi ng spam dito ni Bazzi on that Odin. So, again, so many angles exposed when you have that particular weapon. Kaya tinaray nilang i-hold na lang din dito ang Global Esports. Ang problema sa Global, wala si Texture, hindi nila mapunish yung mga angles na hinold off ng RRQ. So, good stuff para sa nila and they equalize ngayon ang ating second map 3-3.
Totoo yan. A bit of a one-way smoke dito from Monyet in towards A side, but the drone is not gonna stop it from trying to take a look of A side. So nakabantabay dito sa 3. They only have Sheriff's to work with. They really needed the save to say that that's gonna be the updraft dash for the side of EJ, already entering towards generators, and ngayon the site is taking control of RQ. But to get from the behinds, gets Monyet from the tree. That's also going to be the ult coming in from Elmimore to further secure the site. So wala pa silang nakikitang flank dito, and we do see here, I think they are gathering up towards mid, waiting for that ult to be finished, destroying the door, coming in from the tree. Pero mukhang may hirapan sila ito kasi not only they only have Sheriffs to work with, but at the same time, look at the utils. They're covering up what's needed to be covered for the side of RRQ dito. May konting peak. As in, cover na nila yung flank, na-cover din nila yung heaven, na-cover na din nila yung from hell side. So it's quite difficult for them to enter.
It will be actually. And again, it's just the pistols na naman dito sa Global Esports. There's nothing really that they can do other than the exit frags, hoping for the wall banks. Pero syempre, palag na lang ang mangyayari dito. Maybe some fadeaway kills. It's actually looking good para kay Iron. And maybe even the flip side on this one as he actually hits the shot pero wala ng oras. Ubos kung ubos ang RRQ. And that's a great eco buy para sa Global Esports. And you might think, guys, na RQ might have made the big mistake of losing. Well, they kind of did. Pero at the same time, they just made sure na lang that they could at least get the round and maybe the fadeaway kills.
Totoo yan. And I feel like may compensation pa rin naman for G to actually get those kills in the get-go, even if they don't have time anymore. Pero at the same time, that was actually a good round to say the least for G. Kasi they do have money now to buy for the next round. And I think that RRQ, I guess they just need a bit more of a polish in terms of the post-ban. Pero at the end of the day, nasa kanila din naman ang point.
Ang problema kasi yung...
Wait, ano
okay,
yun?
line up.
Volley,
flash, sugod, pero nag-line up sila. Nagkamali ng onti ang tempo dito, ng tempo. And the Nightfall actually does absolutely nothing. Nabulag si Iron as he was just about to intercept sana yung push. Hindi mangyayari yun, hindi gaganapin, hindi magiging successful, and na-blot out agad ang Global. Inisip ko nga, maganda ang retake nila dito. They have all of the tools that they would want, including yung lockdown, pero nagkamali sila. Tinaray nila na i-make use yung curveball, pero sila ang na-curve to the side. side dito ng RRQ.
Totoo yan. And barbecue nga ang members ng GE doon when they did try to attempt push a main. So really, walang choice dito si both Bazzi and Rossi to just really save what they can right now. Knowing that Rossi does have the op here, pwede pa naman din siyang magamit para sa susunod na round. Pero mukhang may nanghahunting dito, Fero. And the likes of Flipsitter is also wanting to take those weapons down, but that is going to be the turret to be destroyed. But they're still trying to look for them, pero muy whiff yung op shot there. And that's gonna be the Nano Swarm to try to just delay them, pero that's gonna be the Odin spam from Bazzi. A little bit of a compensation, but EJ still takes him down. Meron pa pang apat? Parang wala na.
Wala na, not enough time to chase further dito sa SK Rossi at the back of the B site, pero grabe nga ang ginagawa dito ni Bazzi. He was able to do it kanina. He's able to do it again. Pero these are all the problematic positions, the problematic situations na nakikita natin yan. And look at that. The flash out agad actually hits everybody. So, kala ko it was a bad flash. Not at all actually. Ang problema lang dito, masyadong maagang na-peak ng players ng Global Esports and they get heavily punished for that. Yung mga fadeaway kills na yung mga exit frags na yan, not the best of things. And now, nandito tayo sa point na magkakall na sila ng timeout. Nandito na tayo sa point na pinatawag ko na rin yung operator paradox dito kay SK Rossi na sinisave niya palagi yung operator na yan, pero dahil sa hindi siya nakakakuha ng kill every round na nasasave niya, nagiging detriment siya para sa team because he's not getting the impact, he's not getting the pressure na ina-expect sa kanya ng Global Esports.
Tama yan, and I think that a different approach would be better for Rossi to utilize. I think he may stick with the Vanta, pero dahil nga naman na-save nila yung operator from the last round, maybe they will try it again for this one magkatapos ang kanilang timeout. But then again, the timeout could also be very useful for GE kasi for now, RRQ is already making it up for the losses that they had during the previous rounds. And nakita ko na cute naman nila mag-drawing. Pero then again, going back into the game, RRQ, they just really need to all the more maintain this current momentum that they have. Kasi right now, it's looking pretty good for them.
Well, at least for both sides, meron naman good buy power on either team. There's a huge amount of utility na is very available para sa Global Esports. Pero ginawa ni Bazzi kanina, gagawin ni Elmi Moore ngayon. And this is just hard to watch. Grabe yung punish play nila, and whatever Global want to do, it's being incredibly read ngayon by RRQ. And something just to take away from that initial contact ng RRQ, SK Rossi also got tagged heavily down to 24.
Totoo yan. Medyo delikado din, and they really have no choice but either to have Rossi be the first one to peak, but that's also crucial. If he is gone, there's only little more to work with for side of G. But then again, we see an attempt push here in towards A. Medyo delikado ang posisyon mo, Monyet, kasi pag nawala ang smoke at na-double pick ka dyan, medyo delikado. Pero ngayon, pabalik tayo. That's gonna be the Cloud Burst. May dash. That's gonna be the blind, but Monyet still is able to get his footing down to take one down. Pero for that try, pero yung Nano Swarm is enough to take Rossi down. Ito na nga yung sinasabi natin. That's going to be the TP as well, but it is actually a good secure for Flipsitter to just have, to get really continue with the teleport. So ngayon, only Monyet being the only member alive here, I don't think he could do much at this point kasi papunta na si Elmi Moore dito sa heaven side. May off, sino na makakuha? It's actually Monyet taking in the kill. May lalabas dito smoke pero hindi nakita pa ni Monyet. Hindi niya nakita pero Flipsitter is gonna secure it.
Yeah, obviously, alam nila kung nasan si Monyet din. Ang naging problema doon kay Monyet, the TP at the back of the B site. Alam niya na nag-TP si Tuge, so tinry niya pa, na-counter pa. If maybe he chose elsewhere na lang sana, possibly B main, baka makapagsingit pa siya, hindi siya na-contain dun sa A site. Pero, great chasing dun para kay Elmi Moore. Pero ang big problem din dito is yung re-encapsulate ng RRQ, pagbato na lang ng utilities, natusta si SK Rossi. And again, sabi mo na nga, kaso rin, palagi mong binabara si SK Rossi, pero nakikita nyo ngayon yung talaga niya, yung pressure na napunta sa kanya, and he is underperforming as of now. And kailangan niya mag-step up. He is missing all of those shots. He's back on the rifle naman for the moment Pero again, he is getting picked off and not in a good way dito para sa Global Esports.
And it's actually a good priority target for RRQ din dahil nga naman GE, expects Rossi to really perform. So, syempre, yun yung unang-una mong patutumbahin. And that is actually good strat for RRQ. So, ngayon, breaking into class, they do hear the audio cues of the drone. May makikita si Rossi dito sa gitna. But this is just some taps for EJ. Hindi nakuha si Rossi, but it does deplete him 15 health. So ngayon, we do see some flashes as well. Utils being thrown off here. Walang madedetect yung recon dart. Pero ngayon, this is more of just them trying to place themselves in a good position towards A side. No, masispam ng konti. Dito si Monyet in towards smoke. May judge. Capability pa rin. Let's see. Pero isang tap from Monyet from 3. That's so much information. But Tuge will have the trade instead. So, dito naman, run it back. Tignan natin kung makakapag-dash in dito. But that was smoke. They didn't even wait for it to go down as Monyet just go in from Generator, making a 4K. Grabe, the cleanup crew from Monyet.
That was even a swinging headshot then gamit yung Guardian and thought it was a good idea for RRQ to actually well, again, not just push agad dun sa site. Kita mo, nag-hold lang muna sila ng bit dun sa doorway. And then out of nowhere, Monyet holds hard dun sa back on Dice. And walang magawa dito ang RRQ. His contact play is insane and it saves Global Esports the round.
Totoo yan. But right now, a different approach for RRQ is gonna happen here. Throwing everything. Nano Swarm flashes dito sa B main. And look at that. Spamming pa lang dito si Bazzi for the Odin. But nakapasok pa rin sila regarding on Speedway. Bazzi, however, was able to take LB more from the process. And si Texture, sinesecure ang site dito while taking EJ down. So ang ganda, ginamit niya yung smoke to conceal his location together with the trade for taking Rossi down. And here, nakaantabay ulit sila. Nandito sila, nakapasok na sila pero hindi pa naka-plant yung spike.
Yeah, monstrous hold dito. Global Esports, hindi mo talagang makaka-counter ang capabilities ni Bazzi pati ni Monyet. Hirap ma-retake itong B-site pero dahil sa sobrang pag-spam ni Bazzi na actually hanap ni Flipsider kung saan siya titingin. Only Texture to remain. The big swing out. Hindi ko alam kung mauuna dito si Texture o si Flipsider pero mukhang sumagot si Texture. Nakakuha ng dalawa. Triple kill overall. And that is going to be a huge, huge hold ng Global Esports. 5-6 na tayo.
Ang ganda ng pagkaka-isolate ng fights ni Texture doon. Just utilizing kahit nasa baba siya. Normally, pag elevated yung ground mo, mas may advantage ko. But no, Texture kind of proved it wrong right now as he was just able to isolate. Look at that. It's gonna be 1. Tapos ang ganda ng pagkaka-wall. Enough to have that enough space para ma-peek in doon si Fero. And that was actually good place from him. Pero I think for RRQ, they kind of need to, readjust on how they're gonna take some sides.
Problema dito is mahirap mag-readjust din dahil sa tandem ng ating mga Koreans. Pinagsabay sila sa isang site. Pero galing nilang mag-communicate on how they want to approach this. Cover fire from Bazzi. Tapos pag nag-overpush sila, Texture is just there gamit ng kanyang curveball para makapag-aggress agad. Nalcoman already used para Flipsider. Pero tingnan mo naman kung magpupunch ngayon. Ang RRQ, they've abandoned the B site. Pero syempre, hindi pa rin well open ng A. Nandiyan pa rin si Monyet. The monkey of Indonesia strikes back again. May ipit pa siya, mukhang hindi. The plan for Maxfero, pero nagkamali siya. Nakala niya na hindi siya nahayaan niya. Hindi. Flipsider at EJ na lang ang matitira. And they are getting pushed out by the lockdown.
Ang ganda ng pagkaka-timing na ginamit ni Monyet doon. Pero, delikado to si EJ. May lockdown na nga. Hindi pa nakita din si Irene in towards that. Kasi alam ni Irene na sisirain or i-attempt sirain ni EJ yung lockdown doon. Parang naman magkaroon siya ng space. But, again, I would really like to highlight kung paano ginawa ni Monyet yun. Just look at this. That's gonna be 1. That's already info na 2. Nakita ang balikat nung nagtatry mag-plant ng spike. One-way smoke and then blind. That was just really effective for Monyet.
It's huge and effective overall. Again, grabe ang anchoring dito ni Monyet din. Anyways, panel, take it away.
Maraming maraming salamat, Azurai and Seiya. And again, we have a 6-6 scoreline here on Ascent. Things are looking very, I guess you can't tell how this game is going to turn out. We see a very solid start from RRQ, but now we're seeing the Phoenix work. SK Rossi not performing much, but Monyet is making miracles.
Parang nakita ko to kahapon, performance si Patifan saan? Ascent, tapos Omen. It's just gonna be the same with Monyet. Pero nga lang, we gotta give it to the IGL ng Global Esports. Kaya Irene, tingin ko siya talaga yung gumagawa ng strats. Pinapa-contain niya yung mga players. Dito lang kayo sa site, huwag kayong mag-ASM unless you are texture.
Yun nga, pero the Odin talaga ni Bazzi has been so key to delay yung mga pushes ng RRQ. But also, I have to commend talaga Aaron for his strat calling, but also si Texture for that hold ng round 11. And then Monyet followed it up with that amazing hold on A site ng round 12 just to even it up kasi that could have been, a I'm doing the math.
8-4.
8-4. Yeah. Sorry, mahina ako sa math. Pero yan, could have been an 8-4, could have been a 7-5. Pero ayun, 6-6. It is a very possible for GE to take this to map number 3.
At dahil lang yun kay Monyet.
True.
Kung hindi man kay Bazzi, ayoko kasing umentry ng B-site na may Odin, di ba?
Yeah.
So, pero yun nga Tapos nagulat din sila, medyo overwhelming nga na may Phoenix sa may defending, di ba? Medyo nakakainig. The flashes kagad, very snappy.
Exactly, and that wall especially, like Sayora said, the isolating those fights was what made him win that 1v3. It was such an important round, and I think that going into the second half, Global Esports needs to be more solid because Ascent is a bit more of a defender-sided map, so RRQ definitely has something prepared for this, but if they want to survive a little bit longer, they're gonna have to make it work.
Ay, maraming talagang workabilities na kailangan. But then, I put my trust then at the same time. Siyempre sa mga kapwa Pinoy natin, EJ, bakit meron na siyang operator? Maya lang tatandaan natin, mahirap i-shutdown yan. So, dapat yun talagang merong gawin yung mga taga-RRQ against Global Esports.
And I gotta remind you guys na if it does go to map number 3, then there's a pretty big chance that GE can actually take this map kasi bind yan. That's one of their stronger maps talaga. They're really confident in that.
That's right, but RRQ does have that very strong defending side, but we'll have to see how this game turns out. So, Asteroid and Seiya, back to you.
Thanks for that panel. Ang daming bagay na nagagawa ngayon ng Global Esports, and definite factor for concern nga sa RRQ na pag umabot tayo sa game number 3, might not be enough na ang kanilang whatever they're doing here dito sa series ito to match up against Global Esports. They have the ferocity, they have the solid backline, and all they really need to do is bank on that. Pero ngayon na nagbago na ang ating sides is actually Bazzi, Monyet at si parang Texture dito still gonna have the same impact.
We will see kasi syempre at this point it's more of execution and timing para sa dalawang kapunan natin Azurai. Pero ngayon they are gonna start it here creating presence dito sa ating A main. And I like this is an interesting take. They're going for Cubby at walang nakaantabay doon for the side of RRQ, and look right now they're slowly trying to rotate, placing the smokes dito sa Hell. Pero nakakita ng dalawa ngayon si Flipsider, and this is going to be called for a retake. But right now, medyo half health, it's the Texture. That's gonna be the flash, may whip, but that's still going to be working for GE. And right now, nakapasok na din sa A side. Irene also with the kill of his own. Only EJ to remain. Nice dash in to just, prevent him from being sandwiched from above. And that is a good smoke to retaliate dito para kay Monyet. And only Ken does do so much at this point. But if he can isolate the fight, then it would work. But no! Rossi shuts him down immediately.
Sakit nun. Wala namang gawa sila para tulungan si Elmimor na naipit dun sa Hell on the A site. Ang ganda ng mga smoke setups dito na pinakita ni Monyet. It's not only yung kanyang fracking capabilities as to why Global Esports wants him in that role. It's also yung kanyang follow-up on the set plays. They were able to isolate them with the smokes, tapos nasunod pa nila, and nahirapan ng sobra dito ang RRQ to fight. It was a fight na they were just playing where Global Esports wanted them to play. And because of that, napaka-handicap ng RRQ in that pistol round.
And I feel like it's more of them stabilizing on how to really secure a site. And speaking of that, Bazzi takes one pick off here, taking Fero while he was trying to go for the recon dart. Pero merong pag right click classic si EJ to trade. That's gonna be the flash. Mapa-flash din sila in the process, but Texture still gets the 2K regardless. And they still get the site. Only EJ with the classic and the low HP to work with, pero nanalo pa rin siya. Now actually getting the ghost from high mid. May Spectre, pero tatlo yan. Nakita na niya ang dalawa. And I think, it's just really optimal to just back away and try to work around with the remaining time you have. Pero I think I was about to say wala ng time or hindi na kakayanin, but knowing that Monyet is already in a good position to just guard a site, I don't think this is gonna work.
Yeah, I like the positioning ni EJ dito, or what he's trying to do. Basically, paisipin niya lang muna kung saan siya pwede hanapin ng mga kalaban and trying to give him a lot more fights na pwede siyang actually makapalag. Again, if he chose that fight on A main, 3 versus 1 na agad yun, they already have the pre-fire angle. Wala na rin siya magagawa. He's 12 HP. But going all the way around, kita mo nag-adjust everywhere around ang Global Esports. But other than that, Global Esports, on the flip side, incredibly solid round para sa kanila. They really have this texture curveball. Kahit mabulag sila, nakakakuha pa rin sila ng value play, locked and loaded. So, if RQ, hindi sila makapag-figure out a way to counteract that, mahihirapan sila dito, and the lead, yung round advantage, is building up better para sa global.
Truly, and right now they're gonna do the similar attempt once again. Look at all of that dished out already. Take note, ult pa lang niya yan. So technically wala pa siyang masyadong bearing, even if, he does lose some health. Pero here, they are already in the site. Another retake potential para kay RRQ. They need to position themselves more efficiently here if they do want to make this work. So the drone may give information but is easily denied. Dahil nasira na kaagad. Alam na nila that there are people in smoke, but that is gonna be the whiff. Fero and Tuge will be taking advantage of that, but may trade dito. But Tuge takes a 3 from outside, though Fero secures it with the Odin kill.
Great retake dito para sa RRQ. Finally getting some rhythm in para sa defense nila. Nahirapan sila ng onti doon, pero somehow manages to pull through. That being said, Global Esports, syempre bonus round pa lang yun, and they still have that round buffer to bridge in a lot more advantages para sa kanila. Tiga na lang talaga to. At least there was a couple of kills na nakuha ng Global Esports, and after this replay, is that half shields down para sa Global? So yeah, they're banking on the fact that they'll have more money pa rin, win or lose, coming into that next round. It's the Fnatic methodology. Just always go for the half shield. Mas tipid ka economically if you just get that.
Totoo yan. And I think they're, I mean, if it's efficient for them, then why not? So they already take the orb. This time, walang magsaspam muna ng either Ares or Odin dito from B, because I think they do want to challenge it out. Naka-ready na din si Tuge for any potential, members of G to be blinded, Cloudburst to be used. Bazi, however, still spams regardless, taking Fero down from B main. And here, may pambawi dito si Elmimor. Tama si Elmimor. But then again, tama si Bazi nga pala. Pero then again, we do see here a little bit of a slow take. Flipsitter, however, takes one from A main with the help of EJ. And that's gonna be the wall covering up Market and the half of B main. Very good nano swarm there. Na-miss niya si EJ and not really taking any HP from it. Pero Tuge will be taking texture down. Instead, make it a double for them. Gumaganda ang performance ngayon, and to clean it up, Tuge takes 3.
Wow. Elmimor at si Bazi, sino ang mas magaling sa Odin? It's the battle of the LMGs. 14 kills para kay Bazi sa Elmimor, 7, pero pumapalag na rin naman siya. He does have the threat na lang nung cover fire na yan, pero grabe, tignan mo ba naman yan? Habol nila si Xpero through that. But RRQ, Tuge, incredible repositioning. Sobrang protected dito ng teammate niya. Sobrang protected ng B-site, and that was huge din para sa kanila. Again, as I mentioned though in the previous round, Global Esports still has capabilities to keep up the purchase din.
Gigil silang pareho. Si Tuge merong Odin, pati si Fero ngayon for this round. This is interesting. So they're gonna try and invade the mid-market here. Nakaantabi si Elmimor as well. Pero feeling ko na niya yung presensya kasi nagtago siya kaagad and that's gonna be a smoke to be aided here as well. Hinihintay lang nila kung sinong unang magpipeak. But so far, tamang spam lang to delay the push. This is actually quite good of a call. But right now, mukhang magmamigrate from mid to A. Naglagay ng ingay dun sa mid side. Pero may ready na.
Ready na nga sila, pero nakaamoy na rin nata dito ang RRQ. Tignan mo agad yung reposition ng couple of their players already. Flipsitter already actually outside of A short. binato lahat ng kanyang utility and he knows already that it is going to be a committed push. Might have to go back into the cover as na spatan na siya ng Haunt ngayon. But here comes the push na ng Global Esports as si Tuge ang nasa site.
Uy, yung pag-spam niya hindi gumagana pero si Tuge nakakuha pa rin ng isa reposition quickly from Helity. Nag-follow up ang dalawa dun. At Tuge still survives and makita dun sa in-smoke. Tuge still gets the kill. That's going to be the fade ult but Texture gets a trade as well. Papasok dito at try B8 out but the angle is not working for Tuge and Texture takes advantage of it. Alam na nila the ones at A main but Bazzi here securing it on Heaven's side.
Grabe, that minus HP na binibigay ng Nightfall hindi ma-fend off ni Tuge kaya hinahabol na lang siya ni Texture dito with the pistols. And this is where Global Esports' composition comes into play. It's incredibly budget-friendly. Kasi win or lose, they still get so much in return para sa kanila. The ROI is real. Kasi sinabi ko na nga, they have the half shields, makakabili sila every single round, but the core of that is Texture. Kasi the big thing, 7 ultimate charges ang kailangan niya every single round as a Phoenix player, as a duelist. He either dies, he gets a kill, and that all goes into yung run it back. And tignan mo, run it back is already available dito para kay Texture.
So, yan, and they could use it again for this upcoming round. But then again, 8 to 9 forces a timeout for RRQ, which is, again, I think this is an optimal call for them kasi nandun na bumabawi na sila pero may konting lapses lang and to which Global Esports is just, you know, capitalizing on that weakness at the moment. So, with this being in a play, Azurai, for now, I think both teams are actually, you know, literally on par with each other. It's more of just the timing din ng utils.
It really is. And yung ability to separate the fights and take a breath before before you actually continue yung fight, yung play na ginagawa niyo, yung mid-round adjustments na sinasabi natin. And I did mention how it did feel like RRQ are way faster in that regard, pero ang bilis ng rin dito ng adjustments ng Global Esports, hindi na makapag-react ang RRQ in time. EJ nag-commit na siya ng kanyang double updraft on A para makakuha ng pick. It's not really there. SK Rossi going for the pitch on mid habang si Texture kumakalabog na sa B main. EJ tries to make some waves pero gets immediately shot dito by SK Rossi.
And the Nano Swarm worked in his favor but together will be taking a kill of his own 3 versus 3 scenario. Right now, B main is already there. Now po, Bazzi with the spam but Elmimore for the trade. Nakita from market. Tumalon. Sisigaw ang pangalan mo. Helmimore takes 3.
What?
Grabe. Ang bilis ng reaction niya.
Na-flush out na rin nila si Xfero sa back ng B-side. Kala ko makukuha na nila. But dahil walang smokes technically dito sa spot ni Elmimore, gets the coverage. I was actually expecting na makuha siya ni SK Rossi doon pero hindi, and he even gets the 3rd kill agad. Igniting yung fans nila and igniting a good start para sa RRQ, but still, kasi mo, it's stable or equal between the two teams pa din.
Totoo yan. And for RRQ, like, ayun nakikita na natin and like their aims are already very good. And right now, we do see here, may pag-open na mangyayari dito for Rossi trying to utilize that Blade Storm, pero na-delay yung push nila. So this is gonna be slow, using it to try and, you know, shaking yung position dito ni EJ, but that's not really gonna work at the moment. Hinahabol siya. This could have been an entry for Rossi right now, pero ganda ng pagkakakover niya with the Cloudburst. Pero may malaman sa market. EJ and Pero with kills of their own na detect dito si Rossi. That's gonna be 2 for EJ. Flipsider securing his friend and comrade, and Pero, grabe. Malinis na ang execution for this round.
Huge opportunity given para sa RRQ dito and they did not disappoint doon sa pagkuha ng mga frags na kinailangan nila. Nagkaroon nga ng Cloudburst doon sa SK Rossi. It gave him a little bit of coverage pero tignan mo yung nangyari dito. He pushed up at naipit siya. He wasn't supposed to be outside of B main. He was supposed to be already doon sa B side pero hindi niya nakuha yung coverage niya with the dash kasi nauntog siya dito. And RRQ On that other hand, kita mo yung items nila, kita mo yung mga frags na kinuha nila due to that big mistake ng Global Esports, and Global Esports medyo na yanig sila sa pagkakamali na yun.
At tama lang din na nag-timeout sila dito kasi nagsimula kasi na-delay yung push nila from B main At pangalawa, nauntog yung isa. And then the moment that EJ spots out Monyet from B main, hindi na siya nag-hesitate to really take the shot. And plus, ang maganda ding i-point out dito was the members of RRQ literally got each other's backs when they did find out that members of G are already crawling in towards Speedway. Andun nakasecure na, naka-pre-aim na sila dun So all the more, the security of their numbers is there for RRQ.
Kinamit nila yung fight na yun. They didn't try to hold back kasi they were already at a point na pag umalis pa sila, they just basically will not have anything anymore to go into the other side to get that mid control if ever man. So that being said, Global Esports first time na makita na silang heavy-handed or light-handed ngayon sa mga weapons, just the pistols. They did get a couple of good sheriff kills nung end of the round during the defense dito. Pero ang problema is this is gonna be on the attacking side naman.
Double pick sa Cubby for both Elmimore and Flipsider. Pero nakaantake lahat ng members ng GE dito sa A main. Bit of a smoke there to provide conceal doon sa A main. Pero nakita yung turret. So ina-assume already that Pazzi is in towards B side. A little bit of reposition from Monyet as well. Pero walang makikita so far. And this is very a test of patience for both sides.
Yeah, hindi din pag-isip dito kung saan magpupush ang GE because if they try to go for A, nandiyan yung utility ni Elmimore. Flipsider, backs away lang muna, throws out yung kanyang fragment to dissuade dito yung push ng Global Esports. But I do like how Global do have that mid-control. Pero ngayon na nawawala yung mga smokes nila, medyo nahihirapan sila ngayon. EJ somehow skidding through yung cloudburst niya. Makakatakas ba siya dito? Mahuhabol ba siya? Pero if ever man gawin nila yun, Xfero, nakaabang na gamit ang kanyang... Wait, teka. Tumitingin sa kabilang corner. Bakit mo ginawa yan? Monyet though, magka-TP syempre at i-embrace lang siya ni Flipsider. Diyan na rin si Xfero, binabato lahat ng kanyang Hunter's Fury. Pero I like this from Global Esports. Hating-hati sila sa mapa, but it is actually working out in their favor kasi they are separated and they have found themselves yung A side.
Totoo yan. Pero then again, Flipsider being dominant in towards Heaven side, it's only Irie to work with. Kung nakita niya itong tatlo, pero nakuha ang dalawa. That was actually a good play from Irene, and now it's only into a 1v1 situation. It's gonna be the favorite. Grabe, short jump shorty with the AK, EJ. Grabe. Sa mukha
Kaya nga Was EJ tagged by the Hunt? He was, pero parang late I think it overshot yung Cloudburst niya, kaya nung pagkaalis niya sa Cloudburst, doon lang siya na tag altogether. Pero grabe ang capability ng Global Esports para i-spread out ka. Even though they only have yung pistols na nakita mo kasi nakatingin ng RRQs, sobrang hiwalay sila. Hindi nila expect na mapupush up yung short. Hindi nila ma-expect na may nag-lurk outside ng ng B main. Kasi hindi na rin na ma-expect na si Arin would actually pick up a weapon there. Hindi sila nakatingin doon and actually gets caught. Ayun,
late nga. Na-conceal niya yung sarili niya doon sa Cloudburst.
The big push from EJ, pero gets immediately denied.
Pero that was a good attempt though, to say the least. But then, yung position nga naman ni Monyet doon was also perfect for him to shut him down immediately. And right now, dahil wala si EJ sa board, there are variations that GE can work around with here. Pero ang dami dalawa nakasilip from Qeon mid link for the side ng RRQ, pero unti-unting nagmamarcha ang mga miyembro ng GE dito from high mid. Dinig nila, hala, may flank na magaganap.
Pero may alarm bot though. So, they'll figure it out. Pero ang tanong is, how many players will they figure out na nandito sa likod sa flank na yan? It's only Flipsider na nagpaka-expose sa sarili niya. Pazzi in the corner. Pumapalag dito si Pazzi. Pero there's Tuge and the rest. Lockdown. Is it gonna get destroyed? Looks like it should be, pero Texture is trying to break it. Lockdown 4 seconds. Finally gets it. And maihintay na lang dito sa Xfero, pero nandiyan si Monyet.
Medyo na-shaken sila dun sa fact na hindi na-destroy yung lockdown. And the fact that the placement of the alarm bot from Bazzi was good kasi yes, they were able to identify it. And I feel like yung isa sa mga nagpatumba nung pinaka-lineup na yun was they kind of peeked one by one where it could have been like more of a double peak or a crossfire from them para na nga naman masecure na. But I don't think they have much to do at that situation as well. Pero yun nga, ang ganda ng pagkakapwesto ni Monyet doon above A-main.
Yeah, he wasn't flashed at all. Tapos na counter-flash pa actually si EJ. So, this is why nandiyan yung curveball din eh. It's not, it's again, to throw back yung aggression na ibabato dito ng kalaban nila. And in this case, it's RRQ. So, if there is a set play, as long as niya si Texture, he has the ability to go for that close combat na tactics. And nakikita mo, ganyan, hindi reto dito ang RRQ. That being said, both teams in the span of 2 rounds, nag-call na agad ng timeout. So they're really feeling the pressure. Kahit may round advantage dito ang RRQ, alam nila na napaka-lapit na makakuha din ng Global Esports yung match point na yan.
And may possibility din kasi na pag tumating pa ng Game 3 to, bind yun. It's something that Global Esports is really good in terms of, you know, having that map. And I feel like RRQ, they really want to secure this as much as possible. Andito na eh. Like, oh yes, they do have that 1 point gap, pero andito na sila. So, if they do have the opportunity to finish, then why not? For for Global Esports naman nga, it's actually good na despite them with only, you know, a 1 point difference, napapahiwalay nila si RRQ and trying to really shake in the tactic that they initially want.
Is this the last round for RRQ to actually get any funding whatsoever? Kasi Global Esports would still be in a great spot ngayon. 2K, hindi siya makakatakas! Feel ko dapat na gano'n na lang siya. From the shadows out na lang siya ngayon. Kasi that would be meaning na mga 4 versus 5 tayo. Somehow daw yung at least pag-stall ni 2K stops yung pag-push ng Global Esports onto the A site and gives chance for EJ to actually hold an angle gamit ang operator niya.
Totoo yan. But still, there is also the consideration na mag-rotate dito ang GE. And here, they're taking their time. This is actually good kasi they do have still 50 seconds to work with. And they're also taking care of their flank by care of Bazzi here towards mid link. So this is doing good. That's going to be the Nightfall as well. Mahuhuli si EJ, whiffs out the op shot, but still was able to dash away to safety. Pero hindi, as we say that, si EJ nakatapat dun sa Heaven Sights, taking Monyet down. So equalized ang board natin, although Pharaoh is bit-linked.
Shock dart!
Uy! Shock dart though for Pharaoh gets Texture in the process. Nakaantabay dito ang isa, Rossi. May pangbawi. He's gonna be flashed, goes into hell, uses the updraft, Blade Storm. EJ takes 1. Pero dapat alam nila that there is a person in towards hell. That's gonna be 3K for EJ. Only 1 member left. Shorty to take it out, but EJ secures it with 4.
EJ!
Grabe! Ang bilis niyo!
Wala na akong masabi kay EJ dito. Nahuli na dapat siya. Tapos, nahuli na siya nung pag-push out sa A-main. Dapat mahuhuli siya ni Monyet gamit ang kanyang TP. Nandun na yung Nightfall para makuha din si EJ. Pero hindi pa rin siya naalog. Hindi pa rin siya nawindang. At si EJ ang tunay na MVP dito. Akala nyo, Indonesian team ang RRQ. Hindi. Binigay nila ang Indonesian roster para kumuha ng Filipino roster. Tapos binalik na sa Indonesia dahil sa franchise league. Pero kita nyo pa rin ngayon, si EJ ang superstar. 4 kills, very high risk, very high intense situation, and he still performs para sa RRQ.
Ang ganda din ng sige, nakuha nga siya ng Nightfall, pero the fact na nakatapat pa rin siya doon sa Heaven, it means he was wary na pwedeng mag-shrouded step doon si Monyet. And of course, here going back into our potential match point game, ang dami na namang util ang ginagamit dito ng ating mga kapunan. But now they do know that there are people from Heaven, uses the lockdown. Hindi na madi-destroy so they have no choice but to go full-on retake para dito sa side ng RRQ. Spike is going to be planted. Now, this is an opportunity for GE to really watch all the spots. And as we say that, Texture already coming into Heaven. Hindi niya atala na dalawa magpipick dito. But that's gonna be 1, not gonna be another. Elimore for the trade. Makikita dito ni Tuge. Si Rossi from the site into 3. And here, that's gonna be the blind. Walang follow-up, however. It's gonna be the recon to be denied. Shock dart, gagamitin. Oh, magtitang konti lang. Dalawang partido, naka-crossfire sa 3, pero si EJ nakakuha pa rin ng isa, si Irene. Pero again, to secure his own kill, Bazzi though, with a turret and a Vandal, gets 2. And EJ again with the shorty to have it. And this is it. Asurai, RRQ proceeds to our brackets.
They keep the dream alive dito. And, yun na nga, Flipsider, he gets another chance to show off what he got, what he has as an IGL, what he has to lead this team to victory. And Global Esports, lahat ng aspirations nila, ng dreams nila into getting deeper dito, to getting themselves into champions is all gone na. Seiya, no more second chances. This was the last chance qualifiers para sa Global Esports, and RRQ deserve all the victory for this one moving forward.
Totoo yan. And look at the celebratories coming from RRQ right now, and they do deserve it. It's good to say though, GE did also show us some great highlights for them, but then they do also have to consider syempre yung mga factors na kailangan pa rin nila i-improve moving forward. Of course, that we do have those varieties of, nationalities. They may be having to improve that, but right now, let's look at the match highlights.
More than anything else, then it's just how well EJ really showed up nung second map na ito. Kasi, again, one of the most crucial clutch factors before ng RRQ was Xfero. Pero he was bottom fracking at this point. He was making some very key mistakes na pinapunish heavily dito ng Global Esports. And then who has to take up that mantle as the big impact ng RRQ? It's the Filipino. It's EJ out of nowhere, really giving them that lead. And nakita mo na nga dyan sa mga amount of kills niya, believe he has about like 25 if not 30 kills na ata at this point, and he really let loose para sa RRQ.
Totoo yan. And the way that he reacts as well, walang katuda-duda. At kung papansin mo, may mga rounds talaga na puro shorty kill yung and the last kill that he is actually able to pull it off. And the fact that nag-online si EJ at the most crucial moment na kinakailangan ni RRQ is one of the most commendable things that they can have in a team.
Yan na. Siyempre, Monyet, friends niya rin ng RRQ. Again, don't forget that he is an Indonesian player din. So there is a lot of history. Sinabi na rin panel to along the lines. And Global Esports, this is the last time that we're gonna be seeing them, at least dito sa ating official circuit for 2023. So they wanted to give it all. They wanted to show what they got. They actually did naman say for a moment then. But RRQ also evolved, also got better, and they are insane in this best of 3 natin to keep themselves alive sa Asia Pacific last chance qualifiers.
Really, the teams are making every match very intense as we proceed. But right now, again, congratulations to RRQ. You guys still move forward into our brackets. And of course, GG's as well to GE. They did amazing. We saw them, there's some ray of hopes in towards their matches, but at the end of the day, it's the results that decide. So, Asra, I'm really looking forward habang papalapit na tayo sa mga days natin.
Yeah, we only have 3 more days. Actually, we still have a series naman too. Watch out for dito. And, wow, just sobrang explosive, sobrang dominant ng pinakita ng RRQ. Same time, Global Esports, you did see nga na they had a lot of things working out para sa kanila, but there were still some fundamental issues na hindi nila nasagot agad-agad in that span of time from Pacific League to itong last chance qualifiers. So RRQ is going to be leading, and again, congratulations na nandito sa RRQ because they still are in this tournament. There's still a chance para mapakita nila kung anong kayang gawin ng Indonesia/Filipino hybrid team natin.
Siyempre, marami pa sa mga susunod na araw, pero hindi pa tayo tapos dito. So, may pangalawa pa tayong match. Siyempre, makikita niyo pa kami.
Yeah, makikita natin yung started for the bottom and still trying to grind up to the top na Talon Esports. Kung kakayanin ba nila ang pinunta nilang situation sa sarili nila where they have to grind all the way, again nga, dun sa pinaka-ilalim hanggang sa pinaka-taas dito. So, believe pag-usapan na niya ng panel natin in just a few moments nga. And yun na nga, guys. So, we're gonna be passing it on to Reby and the rest.
Maraming salamat, Asray and Seiya. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Another team goes home and through our single elimination bracket. At ibang klaseng RRQ ang nakita natin sa match natin today because they ended Global Esports' VCT journey with a clean 2-0. And I just want to say na EJ went above and beyond for his team.
Grabe, yung expectations ko kay EJ before the match started, I was like, is he going to be very shaky ba or baka may iba pang magiging in-game problems. Pero wala, it was really perfect. Sabi ko nga, di ba, I put my trust kapag nasa defending side na ang RRQ. At yun nga yung exactly na scenario na nangyari ngayon.
Yeah. It was a very strong start no in that first half for GE. Akala natin na, they may actually have this, pero EJ, he showed up when it mattered. And parang jet diff yan, mga kaibigan. EJ versus SK Rossi. It's clear na clear kung sino yung nag-perform dito.
Pinoy. Technically, mga Pinoy din yung mga ibang taga-RRQ eh. So, buong Pinoy team yan.
Tama.
That's right. And I mean,
Honorary
like,
Pinoy.
again, on the topic of the whole team, I think na seeing RRQ in this form, feeling ko na magiging malalim yung run nila dito sa LCQ Pacific. But looking at our score here on Ascent, 13-10, I'd say na this was still a very, very close game. Pero at the end of the day, again, it was that Jet versus Jet here. And you see SK Rossi, siya dapat yung, the front gun of Global Esports, and he didn't come out today.
Yeah.
And I would just like to highlight din, walang makakatalo sa Sova XKO in Ascent. Sobrang ganda talaga ng composition na yan. Sabi ko nga, very straightforward. I love the flashes given by Flipzitter. Pero on the other side naman, there's just the test of the waters sa side ng Global Esports, and that's good. Pero nga lang yung mga late parts na ng game, doon mas lalong magiging mahirap eh. Kapag you only have that fade and you only have that Phoenix that kind of acts like your KO.
Yan nga, pero GE, they really wanted to bring something out now. Siguro pwedeng mag-element of surprise, di ba? Against RRQ, and really, make them think twice. Pero the execution was a little bit lacking kasi yun nga, the KO Sova, the double ini is just a little bit too strong. There's a reason why metang-meta to sa Ascent. Pero syempre, Ascent din, mapa ng Pinoy. Sobrang basa na to ni EJ, Tuge, and the rest of the honorary Pinoy. So, ayun, it was just RRQ all the way. Kahit look at those first kills, GE yung usually nakakuha ng first point of contact.
That's right. And looking here dito sa MVP natin na si EJ, I think na without a doubt, he is going to be our MVP here because even not just from this map, sa buong match na to, this whole series, he's just been showing up for his whole team. And I think na having this frontliner together with with the secondary duelist, it just creates such a great spearhead for the whole of RRQ.
And it's good to see na yung Ascent yung naging map where we can actually test yung potential na not just only RRQ but together with Global Esports. Alam naman natin na sobrang ganda ng Ascent in terms of really well-balanced siya. It's like yung sa kabilang bang-bang na alam niyo na kung anong map yon. Pero syempre, dito talaga yung explosiveness din ni Tuge. We gotta recognize that almost the same with Monyet. Those omens talaga pagdating sa mga match natin recently has been really amazing, and I'm hoping to see more of that here sa ating last chance qualifiers.
Ako din. Pero what I'm hoping to see ngayon na nakalusot na yung RRQ through their yung single elimination nila is it's very possible for us to get RRQ versus Team Secret in the upper bracket finals.
That's right. And I think now moving on to our upper bracket finals, it's finally going to be a double elimination. So they're going to be meeting Zeta Division and RRQ tomorrow when Team Secret versus the victor of our next match natin. It's going to be Talon Esports versus Gen.G. So very, very excited for this matchup.
Oh, grabe ko gustong sabihin tungkol sa Talon versus Gen.G. I'm so excited kasi nga, di ba, may parehas silang identity, di ba? Kailangan pa nilang sabihin kung ano ba talaga yung roster nila. As of now, ang daming players na need pa mag-improve in the small amount of time that we have for LCQ. And will this be a success story sa side ng Talon as they can eliminate yung mga teams na nag-wait sa kanila?
That's a good story kasi the last time nga na nakita sila, it was kind of a disaster for Gen.G and Talon if they keep going the way they did. They beat the team that they beat before, DFM, yesterday. And then there's another team na nabeat na nila historically. So it is very possible that we can see Talon going up against Team Secret in that semifinal.
That's right. It's going to be a very, very interesting story depending on how our brackets turn out. But we're going to be having to throw it to a short break. Pero huwag kayong alas kasi babalik kami in just a second to kick off our second match of the day between Talon Esports and Gen.G.
Welcome to day one of Masters Tokyo. どこから始まるのか。A dramatic strategy starts today.
선수가 혼자 남으면 승률이 너무 좋아요.
Gen.G! Where the hell did that come from? What a fantastic beginning! Gen.G가 연패의 늪에서
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
2, 3, yeah.
after the game ends, it's really break our heart.
Zeta Division will not be playing in Tokyo.
We won't give up. We will emerge.
Team Secret,
Global Esports,
Talon Esports, DFM가 저희 젠지는 for the power of friendship 諦めないで勝ち上がります。もう一度チャンスがある大会なのかなと思います。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back sa LCQ Pacific Filipino broadcast. It's Rabisco, Ray and G10 at nandito ulit kami to bring you the last single elimination match of LCQ. It's gonna be Gen.G versus Talon Esports. And yung last encounter nila was during the Pacific League and Talon won this series with a clean 2-0. So do you guys think na may repeat ba of history here or is Gen.G gonna switch it up?
I'm not sure. Medyo kasi Gen.G, I still recognize this team as one of like yung pinakamagaling out here sa VPL. Imagine, galing sila, most of them galing sa different game, different experience, and in that small amount of time, less than a year, ganito kagad yung nakalibrate ng team na ito.
Yeah, pero Gen.G, ang solid ng foundation nila, right? Pero they were eliminated by T1 back in VPL sa playoffs. So unfortunately, you know, they do have to fight their way back. Pero ang lapit-lapit na. And because of that, T1 were the ones na naka-qualify for champions. So Gen.G talaga, they're one of the favorites ngayon sa ating LCQ. But just judging by history, Talon Esports is going to be a very tough matchup for them.
That's right. And actually, yung sa simula ng VPL, we actually thought na Gen.G was going to be one of the first few teams to make it to Masters because they started off with a clean 4-0 run in the first few weeks of VPL. But again, they fell pretty hard. And it's very shocking to see because, you know, you have players like si Goddead, si TS, and Meteor. And it's very shocking to see them fall. But again, T1 just came out a little bit more solid. The strats that they had, I think I still remember they brought out Bind for the first time. And it was just over for Gen.G.
Oo, tapos yung nangyari din between them and Team Secret, imagine an overtime doon sa split just to eliminate each other, tas it turned out to be okay for them. Pero Korean team din pala, Korean team din pala yung makakatalo sa kanila. But on the other side naman, as for Talon, they came prepared. Yesterday, they showed the potential, but the next answer is, kaya ba nilang labanan ngayon ng Gen.G? Will they get a clean 2-0 just like how RQ did it against GE, di ba? From BPL and here in LCQ. Tapos ngayon din ba yung may bagong strats na ilalabas yung Talon against Gen.G?
Question kasi Talon just yesterday naka-warm up na sila. They took out DFM 2-0 din, just like the last time they met. So Talon, they really like repeating history. They like studying history and then they like repeating it. And with that being said, yung history is yun nga na 2-0 nila ang Gen.G. So I'm kind of expecting maybe the same thing here.
That's right. And let's see kung kaya nila i-rewrite yung history on this redemption run because, of course, they didn't have the best performance dyan sa VPL. So this is their opportunity to climb from the bottom to the very, very top, just like Asarai said. And I have to say now, I really love this configuration of the lineup of Talon Esports kasi, you know, they did talk about this, yung philosophy of the team and how they wanted the whole team, yung overall direction for the rest of the season. They're really bringing it to life kasi they proved it yesterday in their match against DFM.
Patifan is just too good. The G10, yun talagang naging surprise factor. And now that Cruz is back to his original role, yun kagad pala yung naging solution. They're back to the basics and yet their basics became fantastic. At yan yung meron gusto ng, hindi na kasi gusto ng Talon matalo.
No.
Kailangan tatalo na sila saan? Papuntang champions daw.
Yeah, jumping right into the champion spot nga doon. Pero I do love that Patifan, he became, you know, more supportive nga with his Omen. Pero still, his lurking ability is absolutely insane. Nakita natin sa Ascent kahapon. But Garnet, I gotta say, that kid is performing in the primary duelist spot dito sa Talon. And yeah, with the leadership of Cruz, sobrang solid talaga nakikita natin ang roster ng Talon ngayon. I feel like this is going to be the roster that they're going to bring forward into, you know, their other matches, their other leagues this year as well.
That's right. And I remember before when we saw Talon, yung highlight was mostly on the side of Foxy, but now I'd say na, we have it on what's this, on Cruz, on Garnett, and now even TS, right? For the side of Gen.G, and now Patifan now, and putting them head to head, I feel like these players on both teams have come so far from what we've seen from VPL, and we've seen the growth of Talon yesterday, so I'm very, very curious to see what Gen.G has brought out for us today.
Itong dalawang to clutch monsters to di ba? Talagang favorite si TS last VPL just because of those crunch time na manipulate yun ng maayos. But as for Patifan yesterday, talaga became that potential para lang talagang medyo baka malay natin makuha against TS, di ba? Yung kanyang momentum. But then on the other side, it's been this yesterday then and today then nakita natin yung mga controllers talaga. They're just too good right now. Sobrang explosive ng Omen playstyles ng mga teams nowadays.
I also like yung sa pictures nila, pareho yung hand sign. Pareho silang nakaganon.
Parehas magaling daw kasi.
Yeah, parehas magaling. That's true. But speaking of them, and ito yung stats ng Gen.G from the last time na nakita natin sila. Unfortunately, their last match was a loss. Pero we see their last 4 matches, 3 losses and 1 win versus Team Secret, but that doesn't justify how good they were in VPL talaga, because we saw them absolutely dominate in the early part of the season, and then they just kind of I feel like they got studied, they got read a lot by the other teams.
That's right, and I think na sa mga Korean teams, we can really say that they always have this set playbook, especially for the likes of DRX and T1. Korean teams, once nabasa mo sila, it's kind of over. And I think that, the likes of DRX and T1 has shown us na kaya nila mag-innovate, and they still bring that Western playstyle. For DRX naman, again, it's also that firepower, and again, another controller player like Mako who made the difference, because I think in the last few games of DRX, I don't think that they should have won in the VPL. But Mako, I remember there was this one game he clutched 5 out of the 13 rounds all by himself, and that just shows na how much you need value in a single player to carry you through.
And yun yung meron kay Gen.G. Sina si TS mismo, di ba? Pero pati together with King, I love King also with his explosive performance nga nung mga nakaraang araw pagdating lang din sa VPL nila. But then, when we go into Talon naman, on a closer look, this team, they don't usually calibrate explosive styles pagdating sa ating They are more of a team that intacts their plays together. Mas team players sila, kung tutuusin. Except for Garnet's na may sarili siyang decision sa buhay. But maganda naman yung execution. So, the boys just let the kid, do his thing. And the rest are just, kami mga kuya dito, kami yung maggagawa ng kung sakasakaling mapitas ka ng kalaban.
Yan, yeah. But speaking of, babalik lang ako kay King kasi he looks like Faker. And he has kind of almost the same name. Kasi he's Lee Sung-won, Faker is Lee Sang-hyuk. Almost.
Okay.
Maybe they're relatives, but also TS, ang laki ng clutch percentage niya when it's just him left, and that makes it super scary for Talon na even if they have a man advantage, if TS is the one na natitira, they have to be extremely careful. But I also want to commend yung evolution, yung growth ng players nila. Garnet's Jit Boys, they were rookies at the start of the year. Now they're full-fledged professional players who deserve to be in VPL, who maybe deserve to be in Champions as well.
That's right. And G10, since we have a lot of comparisons here between these two teams, how do you think they're going to be going into this match? Any predictions?
So, I'm wearing red. And anong kulay yung Talon?
Red.
Exactly. So it's time to fly. It's time to jump. Tatalon sila into the next part of the bracket, which is against TS.
Ooh, I like that. How about you, Ray?
Ako, naniniwala pa rin ako sa Supremacy. Mga to galing SEA. So, talagang I'm gonna lean towards Talon talaga. Even though I recognize Gen.G talagang ganda ng storyline nila, ganda ng growth nila. But then, I'm not gonna lie, na this team na nanggaling sa Sersha, pumunta ng Iceland at nandito pa rin sa professional scene na matagal na, it's still Talon who has this calibration talaga.
Exactly. I think I'm gonna have to agree with you there. I think that history is definitely a good storyteller. And I know na alam natin na Gen.G is in a very, very good spot. They are very sure of themselves. But the new Talon that we're seeing is very, very promising. And I want to be there for their redemption arc. So yeah, I'm going to go for Talon as well. So that makes it 3 out of 3 for Talon here on the panel. And I'm really hoping that they pull off this miracle.
Let's fly, let's fly.
Panel curse. Pero,
No.
It's just like yesterday.
Yesterday,
Diba?
exactly.
Yeah, well, my exemption for Talon, right?
Matatalo din naman ang Team Secret kung sino man nanalo dito.
That's true.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Pero yun nga lang, Talon right now, they have to beat TS in order to face TS tomorrow.
Oh, that's right.
Pero TS din yung kalaban nila si TS.
Kaya nga, they have to face TS. Pero I feel like talaga, history is the best teacher, and natuto na talaga yung Talon in their historical battles, and they really do have a lot to study in Gen.G. They have so many matches, so many VODs, and that Korean playbook is no match, I think, for the creativity and the well, not explosiveness, but the adjustment, the very flexible playstyle that Talon has right now.
Like Paper Hex, di ba?
Yeah,
Hindi sila
yeah.
matalo ng DRX. Just because of that same thing. Sino lang ba usually na weakness dati nung roster ng Sersha na ngayon Talon? Paper Hex lang din. Sila parating nakikita sa finals tuwing APAC League nga natin. But then it kind of changed right now. Now that wala na si Scary, ngayon na iba na, meron na silang dalawang younger roster. So I'm happy naman that this is how they want to bring the best out of their new boys, like Jit boys, together with Garnets.
That's right. And going off of this, in the rock, paper, scissors of Valorant, diba? What do we say to these teams that are very, very methodical? You put them against a team that can release this controlled chaos, and that is Talon Esports here against Gen.G. I think na Gen.G, we do see a bit of, we that individual flavor here, especially from the likes of GodDead, from what we saw in VPL. But I just think that with the way that Talon is looking, I feel na kaya nilang i-overwhelm for the likes of GodDead.
Oh, talagang malaking yung chances. Si Patrick, he always surprises us together with Garnets. Jitbears also has that anchor factor. Si Fox is ngayong mga clutch siya kahapon. The timing, sobrang perfect. The iPad guy, di ba?
The luckiest player yesterday.
Si Cruz naman yung mother hen ng group, right? Disiplina. Pero kita nyo ba kahapon dun sa pagkapanalo ng Talon, their coach was like, hey, umayos ka dito. Mag-picture tayo. Sobrang ganon. And yun nga, may bago silang coach. So, fresher perspective sa side ng Talon. That's good to see.
That's true. Pero I really want to see how Garnets, that very hot-blooded, big firepower aim focused man.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again to VCT Last Chance Qualifier Pacific. And again, we are under the pressure of our last single elimination. It's gonna be Gen.G versus Talon Esports. So, Jitan, ano yung sinasabi mo kanina?
I wanted to see how Garnets can match up against Meteor. Speaking of Meteor, he's right there, and he's ready to crash into this match. It's one of the matches, one of the head-to-head matchups that gusto kong makita personally, even though, nakita na nga natin yung ating unang head-to-head. But this one, the duelists, I want to see how different their playstyles are going to be, how they're going to match up against each other. Because I feel like if Meteor is able to pop off, Garnets is going to have a really, really hard time.
Ay, ganda. Excited ako. Ano kayong player walk-in ngayon ng mga taga-Talon? It's just gonna be the same. Oh, meron ba? Okay, wala. Pero mukhang calm and collected lang mga boys. May rason bakit nagpa-shave ng head si Garnets. So, sana naman, di ba, maging worth it. Nangyari nga to kay Demon 1, remember?
Yeah!
I think it might be the buff talaga na hinahanap ng Talon.
The buff that started with Durke went to Demon and now is in the hands of Garnets. Alam mo, even in other bang-bangs na may gumagaya na din sa buff na yan.
That's right. And I think the ball buff definitely works because we see it on the likes of Kang then. I think I remember this bet on Twitter. I think it was a 1v3 on Haven and he got it. So Garnets was forced to shave his head bald.
Sabi, he was covering his face, pero nga lang, ayan, nakita na
Guys,
natin.
all my pictures from LCQ. I'm gonna be bald.
You know what? Worth it pag nanalo sila.
That's right. Oh my goodness.
Huwag yung kakalimutan, sabi ni Patty Pan, siya daw ang pinaka-underdog ngayon. Siya daw ang may surprise factor. Pero buhat yung sarili. Pero nga lang, totoo naman. May product naman yung sinabi niya.
That's right. And I think na going off of, sa kanilang win yesterday, Talon definitely has a confidence advantage here. They don't have to face yung first day jitters that Gen.G has to face now. And I think with the fact that they 2-0 to Gen.G back in EPL, I'm sure they're also feeling very, very confident with that. But again, we have to remember na Gen.G has definitely been cooking over the past month. So mukhang masarap yung magiging laban natin ngayon.
Masarap ano kayo magiging map details nila. Kasi sa last nilang laban, nakita na nga natin, di ba, that they actually played very different. Nanalo pa rin yung Talon. They performed on Fracture together with Lotus, a clean 2-0 coming into the side of Talon. But now na may mga changes tayo, may chamber na nga tayo ngayon naman na buff. So ano kaya yung next na application na prepare din naman ng Gen.G to go up against a team such as Talon?
I feel like hindi natin makikita yung maps that they last played on repeat. Right? Kasi that's already a little bit predictable. And mababan either Fracture or Lotus by Gen.G, and then I just feel like we're not going to see either one of them picked or other one of them banned until the second phase. Pero Bind unang ban, very justified naman kasi that's one of those maps na is very difficult to play for certain teams, but Pearl for the first pick.
I think this first pick is definitely very much Talon-sided. But this split, again, we know how much our Korean teams love split, and definitely Talon, they definitely have something prepared for this. I think this is like something na medyo expected.
Oh, pero ang tatandaan ng Talon, whenever they go up against like a team that might be stronger than them, tapos split pa, parati silang natatalo. Pero as for our last map, this can go to the side of Talon. They're practically good in Haven. But then, let's not forget ang mga Korean teams. Ang galing din nila, explosive nila pagdating sa Haven. Sobrang confident nila, lalong-lalo na sa attacking side nila.
I feel like we're gonna see a map 3 here, mga kaibigan, kasi Split is one of those maps na ayaw talaga ng Talon. It's something that, they find it hard to contend with all those tight angles, and the playbook of Gen.G is just a little bit too deep for them there. So I feel like, first map Talon-sided, second map Gen.G-sided, third map Haven, that's where the surprise factor could be.
And speaking of surprise factor, let's take a look at our agents. Hopefully we do see
a
gecko.
I like that.
Wow.
A gecko. Oh,
we have the
Meteor?
classic Viper and a Harbor on the side of Talon Esports with the Sky. I do like how a lot more solid Talon is looking here, but very props to Gen.G for bringing out the spice here with the Gecko and Astra.
Yeah.
Medyo alanganin ako for the side of Gen.G. But then, maganda to kasi sa atin, burst talaga when you pull out your wingman already to actually plant, diba? Okay naman din at the same time. But then, that Astra talaga is where I am kinda, natatakot ako. But maybe they want to play for the post plants kasi, which is actually good naman at the same time.
Yeah, all eyes on TS ngayon sa Gecko niya. And since he is the one na kailangan talagang mag-perform, he has to be the Gecko of the year.
That's right. It's time to get this show on the road. Fighting for survival once again dito sa LCQ. It's Talon Esports versus Gen.G. At since lagi na lang panel ang tinatanong ko, Asterai and Sayora, ano ang predictions niyo for this match?
Okay. So, palagi na lang may nagtatanong din sa akin yan sa Twitter. Parang may poll na nangyayari dito. Ano nilagay ko agad doon nung nakita ko tong matchup na to. I think, actually nawala bigla ako. I think it was... Oh my gosh, ikaw nga muna sumagot. Kailangan ko i-double check yung nasa Twitter app ko pero ayoko pakita sa camera.
Sige. Habang din-double check mo yan. Double check mo yan.
That's my bad.
Predictions on my end, I do feel like Gen.G has a more, for me at least has a more good form, to say the least. Kahit sabihin natin ito yung first na kasi syempre Talon nakapaglaban na kahapon. Pero ngayon, I feel like Gen.G, with the month that they have to really practice and everything, I think that was their good opportunity para nga naman to really solidify whatever lapses that they had during the previous season. So, ayan, na-check mo na ba?
Yes, na-check ko na. Actually, Gen.G din pala ang nilagay ko. Shouts nga pala dyan kay Human Valorant na nagtatanong ng mga different casters all over the regions kung ano yung mga tingin nila nangyayari sa sarili nilang tournaments and getting the polls and stuff. And right now, sabihin ko lang guys, tama ako up until the second day. Kagaya nung nangyari doon kanina sa RRQ, alam ko mananalo sila.
Yun.
So maybe Gen.G nga nito. And the reason why pinili ko rin ng Gen.G sa prediction ko, specifically lang sa'yo dito, is I feel like they're the same, they're supposedly yung DRX kung walang DRX. So, they're a lot tactical. Mahilig silang mag laser focus and do their homework against the teams. And having that first day to scout out yung ginagawa ngayon ng Talon is a big help ngayon para sa Gen.G.
Totoo yan. And I feel like, you know, TS here with the Gecko is, as our panelists say, may spice, kumbaga. And right now, they are starting with the defender. So we will get to see it flourish kapag nag-switch na yung half natin. But right now, we're gonna focus here dito sa ating unang round of match 2 of the day between them. And kung titingnan mo, very slow, very patient pareho ang ating mga kapunan. So ngayon, nakita natin may slow push na nangyayari dito for the side of Talon in towards A, and the alarm bot and everything is going to give them that information plus the nano swarm. So ayan na, may dash na nangyari, so it kind of delays the push a bit, pero Goddead starts it off, getting Jetboy down as well as King for the cover in towards that side. So nakita natin Talon was able to get the side, yes, but with the opportunity to only have 3 members alive.
Definitely so. They wanted to also go for the pinch din sana sa Art. Nakita mo yung pag-push nung Trailblazer ni Foxy, pero hindi nila tinuloy, especially nung na-takedown na si Cruz at si Jetboys. That being said though, itong retake ng Gen.G pwede pa rin mag-go all the way around if kayang i-hold off ni Garnet itong back of the side, which feels like hindi nila magagawa. Although he does get the 2K, 2 versus 1, pero yung wingman na ang nagde-defuse, baits out yung positioning ni Foxy dito, but the spike not actually half. No, yung Ibon nagkamali na onti, pero teka lang muna, ma-overwhelm si Foxy and enough time pa para kay TS para makapag-defuse.
Yung Ibon na stuck dun sa wall, what could have been a good flash and a peek for Foxes sana did not happen. And nakita naman natin kanina, may konting whiff na nangyari kay TS, but he still got the job done. So this is going to be the quick replay dito. Kung tingnan natin, si King and everyone in the crew, but Garnets really showed the hope dun kanina by getting that 2K from the side. Kung yung Ibon lang talaga ay lumipad.
There was a huge possibility. Sana kung sana nga naman. But you can see agad dito, Gen.G very adept at hindi sila, at alam agad nila yung gusto nilang gawin sa start ng pistol na ito. That being said though, syempre medyo ano pa lang naman tayo, it's early jitters. This is the first match na makikita natin si Gen.G for a while. Kailan muna kay Meteor na nag-dash out into the open. Baka kailangan niya ng tulong sa mga teammates niya kasi 4 na members ng Talon ang nakatingin sa niya with all of the wall banks coming through doon sa board.
Grabe, Meteor only with an 8 HP at alam na ng Talon kung nasan siya naroroon dahil kailangan niya pa ng 2 kill bago makakuha ng dash. So this is a good opportunity for them to pin them down, but the problem is hindi pa sila nakakapasok at they only decided to rotate instead. They didn't want that risk. They didn't want the pressure. Pero nag-remain pa rin dito si nagkakamali si Garnet to just try and take 1 down from B side. Nakita ang balikat! We're gonna whiff the shot. Pero nakita naman natin, tumalon si King to try and back him up. But with the help of the Astro Smoke, that is gonna give him time to get away. But Sylvan is going to take that first pick off, taking down Jetboy.
Yeah, the rest na lang dito na mag-rotate sa Talon. Outside na ng A main. Nakabang na sila. They're probably gonna be hoping na makatulong din si Garnet sa pag-take dito kasi dalawa na ang naka-hold in the back of the A site. And dalawa pa yan ay naka-bulldog. No flashes onto Sylvan kaya he has full control to just keep shooting down. Pero si Foxy gets the refrag. This is gonna be huge.
Definitely. With the wall is also very helpful for the side of Talon right now. Pero Goddead still takes Foxy in the return. Pero the spike has been planted. May pagtalon. But Meteor there. Go for the shutdown. TS as well with the cover-up of his own. And that was just beautiful. That's a Meteor. Buhay pa rin.
Yeah, a little bit expensive in terms of yung shield nila, but they're rather at least pay na lang yung price na yun rather than the full price na meron ang Bulldog dito. Sylvan was a casualty para sa Talon, or rather para sa Gen.G, but it's all in the books din naman sila and they're gonna ease in nicely dito sa ating bonus round. Foxy always the man talaga to fall back on, and siya yung player na na yesterday ang daming nagawa para sa Talon, so don't forget about that din.
the way that God did like traces kung nasa ng bullet just to get that headshot from Foxy's, it's just so accurate. And, like you can really be in awe kung ano yung ginagawa niya. But then again, this is going to be technically a bonus for Gen.G, and we do see Talon already equipped with the weapon repair. So many utils are already thrown in towards A. Pero this is a good thing about Gecko because he can get like his creatures out there.
Yeah.
So it's actually good. Pero because of that noise, it kind of made Talon rotate to B, to which ang ganda din ang response ni Gen.G dito kasi hindi sila umaalis, so they're not faltered.
Here's another nice little fact para sa reworked or added or reworked na version ng Pearl. Before 1.5 stars ang kailangan mo to cover certain angles as a defender. Ngayon, isang big star na lang. So that's why some teams are actually okay with having just a single controller na lang. No need for the double na. And that's probably the reason why Sylvan lang is the only controller dito para sa Gen.G. Talon on their hand, mukhang i-force push na nila to as nawala na yung wall ng Viper and already pull the trigger with Garnets already dashing in.
Nano Swarms are also being popped off here. Hindi sila nakapasok doon from the backside, and King without the turret gets one better from the Cloudburst. We do see a trade, but King and TS are gonna make it and really deplete almost all of the members of Talon, to which Jitboys is only the remaining member. Yung ult hindi makikita si Jitboy, but there is an anticipation. Alam na nila kung nasan si Jitboys, and you know, this is just them waiting for him kasi nasa kanila yung spike eh.
Exactly, that 20 seconds na lang din natitira ngayon, and he has to clear so many angles. First up, Meteor. Actually, hindi lang si Meteor, si Goddead din pala. And that's going to be a successful bonus round dito para sa Gen.G. All of the rounds dito or at that particular round, lahat na nakuha dito ni Gen.G is just literally holding an angle, re-upping yung utility dito nung kanilang Viper and getting all the punish through that. Medyo naging mainip lang dito si Sylvan kung bakit nahuli siya ni Garnets. Pero other than that, solid hold overall para sa Gen.G. Walang magawa yung follow-through ng Talon dito. Kung walang makuha si Garnets, walang makukuha ang Talon period.
Totoo yan. And really the discipline as well for Gen.G. Kumbaga parang hindi din sila, alam nila kung kailan sila magiging aggressive eh. At alam din nila kung kailan sila maghihintay. That's gonna be a flash and a first pick off coming in from Meteor, really taking advantage of that Gecko only over there. But right now, it is gonna force once again Talon to react and to rotate once again. Ito, at least at this point, I can already tell that Gen.G is kind of predicting this. Kasi hindi pa rin umaalis si Silva, hindi pa rin umaalis si King doon sa ating B side. And again, places the Toxin in towards B back. Para nga naman mag-reposition to si Silva. That's gonna be the Nano Swarm to be popped off. Tamo, delayed ulit yung push. But Meteor from the flank, from behind, gets Jitboys once again. So wala na silang magagamit na dito, mga turret dito or mga alarm bot.
What's also interesting then is hindi dinrap ni Garnets yung kanyang Guardian for a teammate na lang. Kasi he has blades eh. So, is he expecting ba to use the blades na lang for the next round? Looks like that's going to be the play na dito since walang nakuhang meaningful map control or meaningful picks ngayon ang Talon. So, at least yan na lang iniisip nila. Economy is much better next round na lang din. Yung orb ni Dizzy right out in the open. Sumisingit na onti si Cruz ngayon. And even though isolated si Sylvan, malapit siya sa teammate niya. So unless Cruz is very much aware of this, hindi makukuha niya yan. There's the pop shot. Does get the refrag in the end, pero time not in the favor ng Talon. And again, tingnan mo dito si King. Teka lang muna, si Garnets humahato na onti gamit ng Guardian.
Gumagawa ng kilos dito ang Talon ngayon, making it a 3v2 situation, but then the crossfires should be crucial for either side of the team. That's gonna be the flash. May pag-entry ba? Wala pa ngayon. Pero we do see here an angle being pushed through. But Garnet and Foxil gets their own shots with their respective angles, and only Meteor to have something to work in. Trailblazer will be concussing him. Ayan na yung dash in from Garnet, taking the 3K. Oy, napakaganda ng timing nila to really peek out those angles and get the kills for their own.
Grabe, I take back what I said. Garnets, hindi niya kailangan mag-Blade Storm. Guardian is more than enough. It is more than what Talon needs to get that round in. And that was a thrifty din, ha? That was a weak buy para sa nila, and he hit every single shot. Everybody just challenging, going through his crosshairs. As nahuli lang sila dito. The Kalpaf giving Garnets that crucial round.
Ganda nun nung pagkaka-timing. The moment na sinabihan neto ni Foxys, uy, nakon ka siya ni Trailblazer. Sige, nag-dash in na siya. That was such a very smart play. And right now, this is going to be good for Talon. Right now, they are equipped with better weaponry. And kalat ngayon ang Team Gen.G. So maybe a full-on retake can be placed here. But so far, may konting pag-peek si Meteor dito sa A site. And again, similar pa rin yung ginagawang tactic ng Talon, no? Making noise in A, then slowly reverting back to B.
Hoping that maybe hindi rin sila ma-catch off dito kasi they are aware na possibility of an operator from Meteor is on the rise na din. So having this double controller na pwede silang mag-bully on a site is going to be very important. Patifan kung makakuha siya ng orb dito, that's going to be huge din. But I do like na nag-double fake ng sila. Nagpakita sila ng onti sa A, nagpakita sila ng onting positioning sa B. And that actually is maybe going to work kasi na put back na dito si tignan mo yung rotation ni Meteor from all the way to A, napunta siya sa B. 30 seconds on the clock. It's all gonna be on God Dead to hold the A site.
Kailangan na nilang i-push to because they can't really afford another fake rotate at this point. Ayan na, naririnig na lang kanina nilang mga audio cues. That's gonna be smoke for Sylvan. Up drop dash. May nakita siya doon sa may flowers. Pero look at that. May ipit siya ng mga util. But still, Patifan is there open to plant the spike Meteor. Pagbaba ng wall na to, may makikita ba siyang isa? Hindi. But because of that smoke, really helped in concealing the location dito ni Patifan. Pero ngayon Sylvan trying to crawl from behind but greets with 2 Garnets will be taking Sylvan down. This could be a little bit tricky for Gen.G right now. Asaray, pero si King may pagbawi. Jit Boys is going to have a trade but that's gonna be the ult coming in from Patifan. Napakaganda ng position ngayon ni Jit Boys from behind, getting 3K right now. Meteor with the Blaze Storm usage hindi sapat as Jit Boys will clean up this round.
It's the very young stars ng Talon dito. Garnets in the last round. Jet Boys in this one. 4K para sa kanya. And that was absolutely huge na play or na put into the hands ng Talon dito ang Gen.G. They were trapped. They felt na bait sila all the way to the B site. Tapos hindi na nabiglaan dito sa A din. There were some lineups na pwede sarang mapunish pero they couldn't get the shots through the smoke. Unfortunately, the tags were there kay Meteor pero kinulang pa rin siya. And look at that, Meteor lasted up until the very last moment and hindi pa rin kumana.
Very early time for Gen.G, but that is also okay for them kasi I think there were some lapses in terms of how nila pinosisyon yung sarili na during that time. And again, medyo crucial nga din naman yung nangyari doon, was able to bait out Meteor from rotating from A kasi hawak na niya yung angulo from A main But because of the utility usage at yung ingay na ginawa ng Talon from B, it kind of made Meteor to think twice and just try to aid both Sylvan and the King in the process.
Goes to show din at least Gen.G in that particular round, gusto nilang magamit agad yung yung pick presence or pick power ng operator sana kasi on retakes, it felt like they were probably not as confident, or if not, gusto lang talaga nila makakuha yung values super early on, but it kind of blew up in their face. So ngayon, Gen.G a little bit in trouble, has to force yung kanilang half buy for this moment. But if they can get something done ngayon, Seiya, they still have some pretty credible utilities or ultimates para ma-utilize then as this round progresses.
Ngayon, we do see Garnet using the Blazer, but that was actually a nice suppress from God Dead. Ibig sabihin, medyo madidelay din yung push nila. At the same time, it's gonna really force Garnet to really use his utilities. Pero yan, both of them are already peeking in towards A. That's a good flash, pero wala naman nakuha doon sa may smoke spray. But right now, Wingman just being a distraction there. Hindi ko alam kung nauntog siya kasi bumalik. Pero ngayon, ayan na. Tatakbo ulit sila in towards B. Sylvan is already there on standby, giving some amount of information dito. They will commit for the side of Talon here. Nano Swarm already popped, as well as the smoke, just to give them a bit more narrowed vision kung saan magpipig itong Talon. Ooh, the kill! Pero on time yung Cosmic Divide, but Crows is gonna get one. Pero TS and Sylvan takes a trade. Yes, for a double using the Guardian. Ang ganda ng pagkakagamit ng Toxin din as well dito, just to delay the push even more. Pero the spike is planted, the wall is placed, nicely placed. Pero dito, Cruz is gonna shut it down. But TS with the 3K, but Sylvan to clean it up with the sheriff.
There's just something about this start of the map na Guardian is king. Kanina kay Garnets, ngayon naman kay TS, humataw siya hanggang sa makuha na ng Gen.G itong round na ito. And that looked like it shouldn't have happened actually kasi maganda na yung round eh. Para sa start ng Talon dito, bigla na lang ako, nag-commit na ng ultimate ng Cosmic Divide ng Gen.G. Let's look at that replay real quick. Yung play nakakuha si TS ng picks ngayon, all of the smokes making it so difficult para makapag-recuperate ang positioning dito ng Talon. Tas dahil sa perfectly placed na Cosmic Divide dito from Sylvan, it was enough para mabamboozle dito. And here's a big thing din, Seiya. Here's a fun fact, or a very interesting facts of Gen.G. Yung pinaka-successful run-through nila sa Pacific League was week 1 to week 5. Week 6 onwards, I think week 8 ate pinakahuli. Wala na silang nagawang wala na silang nakuha kahit anong klaseng victories. And a big factor of that was yung underperformance ni Sylvan. So, that being said, laking bagay na his utility usage is giving so much options ngayon para sa Gen.G.
Uy, ganda yung smoke na to. May konting pag-peak doon coming in from Art. But then again, this is going to be a huge redemption arc for Sylvan. But they are starting it very hot, taking Garnets down. And this is really huge because right now, ayun, may option na sila to just back and wait for the peak to happen here coming in sa Art. Spike is left doon sa may mid side natin. But spots out the barrel, pero whiff yung shot, it's not gonna hit. But at the same time though, malakas ang depensa nila dito sa may Art. On to the other side of the map, we do see here Cruz being alone but still wins that duel at the end of the day. Meron pa tayong King dito, whips it, but King successfully takes the trade. And ngayon, tatakbo muli sa kabilang dulo ang Talon.
Tatakbo na nga sila muli sa dulo dito, pero ang problema naman is yung forward push dito ng TS on mid. Kitang-kita niya lahat na yon. So no lurks at this moment. This is a full commit para sa Talon and they will be trying to at least enforce their wills na dito sa A side. Problema naman ngayon is there is the use on the lockdown pero hindi, nasa B side siya actually. So si Meteor, mag-heroic play ba siya? Is he gonna tempt fate? Mukhang hindi. Hintay muna sa teammate niya. Play inside the cove ni Patefan for the moment kasi they have the numbers advantage. There's no need para maging aggressive dito and the retake continues.
Totoo yan. And this is going to be the play. Look, that the lockdown already in here. But TS with the flank! Beautiful flash as well, and on time for him to take that kill. Meteor as well with an op shot to secure even further si TS doon na para hindi siya ma-refrag. And that was just a beautiful shot. But right now, we do see Patefan from the behind. Gets one. Is he gonna get another? Pero madidipis sa Spike half. But with the help of the crossfire, that's not gonna happen. And again, Gen.G secures the round.
He also got tagged by the turret. So nabigla siya na onte kaya na-force siyang mag-find seek cover dun sa left. And narinig siya as he made that footsteps. So nahuli siya dito din. But you're absolutely right. This angle, this one-way smoke sa Art, sobrang hindi ma-counter out ng Talon. And they've done... Actually, I think this is the first time na tinry nilang i-challenge yun. Pero handang-handa yung punish ni Sylvan agad-agad dito. So all of the holes na meron ngayon ang Gen.G around the map feels like it's starting to get covered and Talon might need to call na yung timeout para lang magkaroon sila ng breather.
I agree with you on that actually kasi if the momentum from Gen.G keeps happening, uy, Meteor, napakasin nun, but then again, it's not gonna go into fruition as Patefan takes him down with a bulldog. So ngayon, again, maganda yung ingay na ginawa ngayon ni Talon, but right now, they're running again towards A side. So maganda tong ginagawa din ng Talon na they're being very proactive in towards our map. Uses that sky, I think that was a fake flash. And then the alarm bot though will give signal, but up to what extent the walls are already up for Patefan right here. And the ult as well. Napakaganda nito kasi it delays the retake potentials coming in. But King shuts down Garnet in the process. Kahit concussion siya, buhay pa rin siya. Patefan though with the plant goes in. Jitboya still takes double for TS only to shut him down. And right now, the ult is so well placed as well. But TS hindi pa rin siya sumusuko. Meron pa rin siya ditong mga creatures to work around with here. But he's only alone. Madidipit yung health. Pagpasok na dito, nakita yung barrel. Pero Cruz was fast on his hands and cleans it up.
Cruz talaga never fails to amaze and always bring up yung players ng Talon. He's not only the IGL, he's also one of the most consistent na performers talaga nila dito. But more than that, ang laking problema ng ginawa ng Gen.G dito. Meteor, maybe that was a missed dash, maybe that was a misplay, pero hindi kukulangan ng Talon sa pag-punish nun, and they follow through so well. Kaya sabi ko, they have crews, he has the Viper Split, and there's so few options dito para makapag-recuperate ang situation ng Gen.G.
Ito yan. Again, another rush B take, pero I think Meteor already learned his lesson, and he's not gonna go back there just yet. And here, Sylvan and King still, you know, trying to guard this site here in towards B. So yan na, naririnig na natin yung I got your kills. The Seekers are already there. So many smokes happening, but the spike is still gonna be planted. Pero dito sa King takes 3! Beautiful thing from behind here, and ult din ni TS will cut Fox and gets King for the 4K.
Ace?
At natitira na lang Ace dito, B main, tumatakbo na. Pero hindi, they actually decide to just, you know, stay back, get some intel. Pero yan na, ini-inform na ni Sylvan and the crew na nandito si Jet Boys sa B main. May pagtakbo? Actually not. They don't, I mean, they have the luxury to just wait at this moment. And the Jet Boys can only do so much. I think deciding to just save this Vandal.
Tama nga naman. Gen.G dito, pinakita sa atin kung sino ba ang tunay na royalty. Sumasayaw siya kasi ang Tagalog ng King ay hari at siya ay humari King.
30 seconds left. Right there.
Sana lang. Kumakakuha siya ng ace. Yes.
Oh,
Napatingin pa ako kung may kung may nakagets Pero okay lang. Sige. Isa lang yun, guys. Isa lang yun.
Okay na kayo.
Salamat.
Ayan, no, wala naman. Pero yun nga, the save is actually the best bet that Jet Boys could do at this point. And gusto ko rin na hindi na...
Natutuwa na tuloy ako.
kasi naman... Oh my King. Oh my God.
Okay.
Okay.
But anyway, sorry.
Mamaya maaalala mo ulit yan.
Hindi na. Once lang. Kasi masyadong baduy pag pag inulit-ulit na Pero anyways, gandang solid hold dito para sa Gen.G. And I will say again, napakabilis ng pag-set nila ng mga traps dito. Again, kailangan ng Talon i-push out yung certain utilities ito. And yan ang dahilan kung bakit nila pinili pala ang Gecko. Iisipin nyo nga na medyo spicy pick ang Gecko in a lot of the maps. Pero sa Pearl, it feels na dahil sa layout ng land na to and kung gaano ka open din yung certain angles para sa kanyang Dizzy, ang daming options na makakuha ka ng punish Yung kagaya ng pagbato ni TS na yon, yung ability ng Wingman to clear out corners, yung pag-defuse ng spike kasi usually ang daming post-plant situations na ayaw mong i-risk yung teammate mo. So gusto mong gamitin yung Wingman para mag-defuse. Ang daming options dito ng Gen.G gamit yung Gecko na yan. And Talon is having a hard time dealing with it.
Ang ganda rin kasi ng pagkaka-combination ng mga util na ginagawa ng Team Gen.G dito. Imagine, there's already the Nano Swarm plus smoke coming in from Sylvan and King. Pero the good thing is, kung ang 6th month mo ay ang turret, ang 7th month mo din is Wingman. Then yes, I agree with you on that. The corners are also crucial kasi there are moments wherein minsan hindi na nila tinitignan yung corners na yun But at that point, during that replay from earlier, it was actually King na nandoon sa corner that made Talon not really look at that direction because of all of the smokes, all of the utils na binato ng Gen.G doon. And kung papansinin mo, Garnet threw 2 cloud bursts in towards B side that should have worked in their favor but unfortunately was not the case. Kung kinapitalize lang ni King yun
And didn't miss a beat naman to hit those shots. Hindi na check out si Meteor dito. So he has an absolute beautiful moment para makakuha ng initial pick. And hindi pa siya tapos. Ginugusto pa rin niya yan. Alam niya na nakapistols lang dito ang ilang players ng Talon. Pero out of nowhere din, inactivate agad nila ang lockdown dito ni King. Maybe just to re-encapsulate yung control sa bilong para mabigyan ng opportunity para si Meteor. Makakuha ulit ng shot. Try niyang mag-whack-a-mole ng onte. And actually, is successful at pushing back yung players ng Talon away from Bilong.
Kamuntik-muntik ka na doon si Garnet. Nakita yung ponytail. Pero that was actually a good warning for that Gen.G used against Talon. Kasi ayun nga, knowing that they only have Sheriffs to work with, it also provides a lot of options for Gen.G na, ano ba, magpupush pa tayo? Pero nakita ang balikat. Ayun na, they do see the wall. Dizzy will be up and beyond. I think it's gonna flash people or 2. Pero yan, spots out one. But Garnet actually takes the headshot instead. And this could be the changer for Talon at the moment if they make it through towards B side. Pero nakaantabay si King dito sa angulo. Ito napakaganda. That's gonna be one. Hindi niya na-isolate because Fox is gonna go for the trade. Pero pumasok si TS with the hesitations. 2K only for Cruz to only shut him down with the off. But this is a 2v1 situation, Azuray.
He only has an operator. Hindi pa siya naka-pick up ng Vandal. There it is.
Yan na.
Actually gets it na. Narinig ba nila na push siya sa bilong? Yun ang tanong eh.
Oh, that is gonna depend on how they're gonna take this. But then again, Cruz is gonna put up the wall. May pag-spam. Oh, ayun, na-miss niya. And that's not really gonna make it up. And I like the smoke from Sylvan. It worked well for them.
And there was not a lot of options there for Cruz to basically fight that thing. Kasi suppress na rin siya. So there's a couple of seconds na hindi niya pwedeng iset up yung wall. So hindi madedecay yung mga kalaban as they try to push through yung line na yun. Pero ang smooth nun para kay Meteor din. Yung flash na binato ng Talon, again, crucial to, hindi nakakuha ng confirmation na blinded. So napakalaking bagay nun para kay Meteor to actually have that small opportunity to get that shot in. And Talon struggling ngayon against Gen.G in their preferred map.
Definitely, this is, very crucial for Talon right now. Kasi ito yung this is supposed to be the map where they thrive. But apparently, Gen.G is, countering out whatever ways Talon has in mind. Kasi I feel like they already adapt to the multiple rotates na ginagawa ngayon ng Talon. I noticed that they don't easily peak or aggressively peak Talon in comparison from before.
Yeah.
So ngayon, I like the smoke again that Sylvan's doing. Util usage ni Sylvan ngayon is really improving.
It has actually from comparing it to yung last time na nakita natin sila. Gusto ko lang i-point out din dito na if you look at yung past couple of rounds, Gen.G hasn't actually gotten any huge mid control whatsoever. Parang light lang just to see if magkakaroon ng readjustment ang Talon or movement around the map after nila magpakita sa A main or B main. And naging very predictable na ang galawan din ng Talon. It's usually just throwing out yung ability ng double controller nila and bullying in onto a site. Wala talagang true mid presence. Meron maybe, pero nung ginawa nila yun, na-shutdown sila multiple times. So they're gonna try to bank on the fact na lang na pwede na sigurong again, numbers advantage itong B-long.
Definitely. And of course, mukhang commit pa rin ang gagawin dito ng Talon na rinig na may dash. Trailblazer, a bit of a confused and Garnet takes advantage of that Trailblazer bait. But TS is going to have a trade of his own, taking down Jet Boys. And yan, a spike has been planted. Walls are placed respectively in towards the site. Pero ngayon, sino makikita? It's actually Goddead taking Garnets down. And this is a 3v3 situation. Naka-post plant position ngayon ng Talon. But with the peak, Goddead gets one meteor for the off kill. Napakaganda na performance nila ngayon.
No flash.
Cloudburst to be used. Mag-whiff na konti. Nakita half health. But Goddead still secures the kill nonetheless. At maganda ang pinapakita ngayon ni Gen.G. At mo, alternate silang nagpipick lang dun eh.
Parang walang magamit na post-plant utility dito Talon. And Talon pa ang meron natitira na isang controller player. That what's very important about that is siyempre yung smokes for the post-plant will really just solidify you. Pero grabe si Garnets dito sa refrag na yan. Goddead. Gratefully, he was able to shut down yung opponent niya in that way. Oh, pero grabe. Tignan mo yung hold nila dito. The one flash from Foxy was not enough. Tapos yan ang sinasabi natin. Tignan mo, TS using yung kanyang wingman so that yung 3 players can focus on retaking. Tapos yung wingman yung nag-diffuse that extra bit of pressure, push Talon to really just try na, again, palagan sila on the post plan.
Sino na magiging biktima? It's actually Patifan. Ayan na, wala silang isang controller. That's -1. Ibig sabihin, limited na ang pwede nilang magamit dito with only Cruz to work with. But then again, as you said, it's actually pretty good. The amount of pressure that the wingman actually gives. Wala na rin magagawa at that point in that last round. But TS with a low brink of health, wala silang healer ngayon. This could be an opportunity for TS to be like a bait here kung magpipick siya. But right now, King shuts it down. Yung potential rotate sana ng TS denied. Garnet with only a slimmer of a health uses the updraft but still try to repositions himself. And here, loving the smoke from Sylvan again. Tamo, ilang beses na sila na-deny ulit.
And laki ng denial dito na to the point na wala na naman silang map control. Jet Boys just hoping for maybe any bit of contact na makukuha niya on that slight lurk na ginagawa niya outside of art. So ngayon, as they try to regroup, again, ito na yung ginagawa ng Talon. Pag natalo sila doon sa mga A-main contacts na ginagawa nila sa any kind of main contacts, they're gonna go through mid at basang-basa na naman ito ng Gen.G. That being said, yung push out dito, kitang-kita agad ni King. And it's all gonna be down to Garnets. That does not disappoint, pero hindi pa rin nilakli si Sylvan. And nandyan na yung Gravity Well, cleaning it up, and Sylvan with a one tap to the headshot. And the first half is done.
Babanggitin ko nga, sabi ko, yan, magro-rotate sila sa mid. Pero si Sylvan, ang ganda ng position niya para makapag-peek coming in from that angle. And I think that was a good distraction as well for him to be out in the wild, in the wilderness, para nga naman makapag-open up ng play tong si Sylvan. And it was just a very nice, timing din. Ang reaction na.
Pero coach na huli. Pero anyways, pwede natin kung mag-wooden ang panel natin dito.
9-3 curse, guys. Oh, God. But looking for the side of Gen.G, they look very, very confident and very, very comfortable on the side naman ng Talon. I'd say I agree with what Asarai says now. They're very, very predictable to the point na their rotations are getting cut off. And just like what happened there, Sylvan gets away with a 4K or a 3K.
I think people forgot na pagdating sa Pearl, sino magaling dito? Korean teams. So let's not forget that. Pero syempre at the same time, ang overwhelming nga, di ba? Double initiator, may Gecko pa yung kalaban mo, ang daming information, tapos kalaban mo KO then with those quick flashes. So it really put on a stop kay Garnets kagad sa mga miyembro din at the same time ng Talon kahit meron silang double controller.
Yeah, I mean, we were discussing yung Gecko pick kanina na medyo, it's something a little bit surprising. We kind of weren't feeling it, pero now that TS is really using it to dismantle the plays that were being made, the attempts of Talon to execute, I feel like this Gecko pick is really specifically for aggressive teams. And Gen.G, ang ganda ng basa nila dito talaga sa movements ng Talon Esports. So, although Talon does have a little bit more of a defender-sided utility setup, I feel like, Gen.G can take this map.
That's right. And I think that if you're taking a look at our head-to-head with TS versus, I think it was Goddead, yung ACS nila for their teammates, they're both exceeding 350 with a 5.0 KDA. They're looking, in terms of firepower and just fragging ability, it's all on the side of Gen.G. And Talon needs to work some kind of miracle to come back here, or else I'm afraid na their map pick is gonna go to Gen.G.
Mahirap talaga as of now, but it's up to Talon to define that pagdating sa kanilang defending na.
That's right. Well, we're gonna see what they do on the second half. So Asarai and Seiya, back to you.
Kung nakita natin that Wingman and Dizzy were very used to control the sites, ngayon, I'm excited to see how TS is gonna use Wingman aggressively here once they switch sides. Welcome, guys, to the next half of our first game of match 2 between the two, and starting it off strong with these utils.
Oh my gosh. Grabe, Garnets having that higher angle on screens. Able to assist yung players ng Talon dito ngayon, and that was a huge one. Blink of an eye. Tanggal agad ang tatlong players ng Gen.G, leaving only Sylvan and King to remain. And they have to pick up the spike outside ng B-Long. And players of Talon not gonna give them an opportunity, but the problem is, Foxy, wala siyang heal, so hindi niya ma-heal up itong mga teammates niya that are incredibly critically low na din.
May 1 star na pwedeng gamitin dito si Sylvan, and na pinalibot niya dito, just for them to get the spike. Nice usage of smoke so that they could, conceal themselves, pero it only takes a peek. That's gonna be one, make it another, but that's gonna be shut down from Garnet. But Foxes still takes the kill. Kinabahan ako dun, Kinabahan ako ng onti dun,
Tikan na yun. Foxy na lang natitira na rin sa laban na yun dun. Gen.G had the right mindset, pero Talon had more than enough numbers para ma-counteract ang second part ng round na yun from Gen.G. Biggest one din dito is Garnet's dropping down, helping out yung teammates niya. And yung triple stack na ito ng Talon, catching Gen.G off guard. This is gonna be bad para sa Gen.G when Talon brings themselves yung momentum na yan, mas hindi nila binibitawan.
But then again, Dizzy is gonna be up, not gonna flash anyone for now. And here we do see a little bit of a slow push for the side of Gen.G. Pero may nakita ditong isa. Si Foxes taking the orb as well. Nice discipline from Sylvan to not push through kasi pwede siyang ma-double pick doon ni both Foxes and ni Garnets. So that was a good call. This time for Gen.G, I think they're trying to take it slow, trying to play for the peaks as they look at how King is positioned. He is at Art and as well as for Meteor na nandun sa A. So pinapakiramdaman nila kung nasan sila. Pero sa naroroon, Garnet starts it with 1, make it 2. Is it gonna be a 3? Para dito, sino ang mananalo? It's actually gonna be Garnets to take 3K. May pag-shutdown ba dito? Wala. Jutbor's gonna secure that and Patifan to clean it up from Art. A flawless round for Talon.
Solid flawless round. Tapos si Garnets pa because of yung mga takedowns na eliminations na nakuha niya gamit ang kanyang Marshall. Meron na siya access na Blade Storm coming into this buy round ng Gen.G. That's gonna be huge kasi a lot of opponents or Gen.G 's actually just going for the half shield and they really wanted to challenge it to si Garnets pero he was smart enough to just bypass na lang yung smoke na nilabas si Sylvan tapos maghanap na siya ng angle na makakakuha siya ng best fighting position and nakuha niya agad yun. So good stuff from Garnets and again, he has the blades coming into this round.
This is going to be a round where Gen.G is now equipped with rifles in their arsenal. And here, bonus round for Talon. So, medyo okay lang kung matalo man. But then, we do see a beautiful kill there for Foxes coming in from B. And ngayon, trying to eye out the Art. Patifan is already ready para sa kanyang mga utils as well. Wall to be placed up. Parang naman, hindi siya mapush agad-agad. Only taking the gun here for Cruz. That's actually pretty smart. Uses the toxin to get, a gun. Very effective. Oh, hindi gumana kay Cruz yung ginawa ni Foxes kanina as Meteor shuts him down.
Yeah, it's pretty deceptive rin kasi angle to jiggle back and forth from kasi ang dali mo ma-tap ng head. Speaking of tapping heads, Garnets handang-handa na pero hindi tamaan siya ng blades but it doesn't matter. Meron pa rin siyang hawak na Marshall dito ngayon and he might be able to make more. Meteor though out of nowhere gets the 180 headshot kay Foxy.
Grabe yun and now the spike can be planted but on the side though Patifan is not gonna go down without a fight. Takes 2 para sa kanyang Bulldog here pero dito
8 HP.
8 HP na lang si King! And syempre, mabilis ang reaction ni Jit Boys actually denies the spike plant.
Grabe. Saan nahanap, saan nakuha ni Patifan yung timing na yun para matag down pa si King dito.
Okay, quick replay. Meteor takes Cruz down and Garnets was able to take a Marshall pero may trade naman kay Meteor. Unfortunately, nakuha siya na off angle and there you have it. Really, Talon trying to get it up. Oo nga, nabanggit na ng panel kanina, yung triggers mo. Effective kaya? Let's see.
Not really a big fan of yung pag-buy up dito ng Gen.G in this particular way. It's it's the economy buy na mag-half shield ka na lang tapos rifles. Feels like it's not too good, especially dito sa Pearl na merong napakadaming angles where you can just keep fighting na lang. Garnets, okay, Cloudburst not able to put the one way, pero Patifan, syempre nasa likuran niya agad dito, makakabigay ng napakagandang angle para ma-save dito si Garnets and he's hitting all of the shots gamit ang kanyang operator.
Ganda ng pagkakagamit niya ng Cloudburst from A-main, was able to isolate his targets one by one. Imagine, pare-pareho silang nandun pero hindi effective. But look at that. Just the Jiffy. Meteor was trying his best to secure Link, but then again, because of the members dwindling down in numbers, he could only do so much. And yeah, because of that, I think it's gonna heavily affect the economy of Gen.G right now.
Yeah, wala ka na masabi talaga kay Garnets. 20 kills siya in 17 rounds. Higher than anyone else na meron ngayon sa Talon dito. And it's all, a good portion of the kills na nakuha niya is through operator contact plays lang din. If not yung kanyang blade. So napakalaki talaga ng kanyang contribution dito in keeping Talon afloat. Nakita natin to, tinepos natin ng first half, 9-3. And ngayon, 9-7 na agad. 4 straight rounds para sa Talon.
Maganda ang nagiging performance ng Talon dito with the best that they are using, their utilities in a way na talagang ma-isolate nila yung fights and also taking the site swiftly. So ngayon, we are seeing some utils being thrown here by Patifan, trying to cover up some corners. And Garnet's here really focused on this doors. May nasisense siyang presence but the same like to be dizzy, denied, but Garnet still takes king in the process. So ngayon, liking the disengagement from Patifan dito sa ating mid-side kasi nasisense niya na may mga tao. That's a little bit of a jiggle peek there. Forces him to back away and uses the wall for his safety. But is it enough though? Magwi-whip but still gets the job done. The tracing of him really is making it work.
Yeah. Not the most expensive buy na ginawa ng Talon dito. It's all about just yun nga lang having some of these broken buys para makakuha sila ng bit of value, fade away, maybe get the orbs and such, pero not really expecting that they should be able to get anything other than that. Blade once again, Garnet's na splatan siya sa mukha pero hindi sila makapag-follow through ngayon. The Guardian, not really the best thing. TS na lang, mag-isa pero nakakapagkuha siya ng impact gamit ng Sheriff. Nakala ko makakuha pa siya ng fadeaway dito kay Cruz pero
timing.
Not enough bullets. Timing is great. And now Talon, isa na lang ang kulang nila.
Isa na lang. And that calls for a timeout here for Gen.G, which is actually a good call to say the least. After yun nga yung pagkakasave nila from the previous round. But looking at this rating, control ni Patifan doon, really denying Meteor doon from A-Link. And TS, yung timing lang talaga niya nung pagkaka-reload niya. Could have hide first before going in for the reload. But it could have been a different case. And now, Gen.G using this timeout to make a reset for themselves. Kasi Talon winning consecutive rounds is not really helping them here considering that with the amount of aggression plus utility na ginagamit ni Talon from the earlier rounds, it's not making Gen.G, really catch up to the kind of pace na ginagawa ni Talon.
Yung game plan na meron dito ang Gen.G nung first half, biglang nawala. Wala lang parang bula. Especially na Talon, sabi na natin din kanina na are a team that can build such a huge amount of steam pag nakakuha sila ng one round na yon. And lo and behold, from 9-3, naging 9-8, 5 consecutive rounds ang nag-garner ngayon ng Talon dito. Gen.G, even though they're so near that finish line para sa map 1, 4 rounds na lang para makakuha sila ng first map win nila. Hindi sila maka-hurdle over kung gaano kalakas ang defense ng Talon dito, especially spearheaded ni Garnets.
They really, and I feel like yung pagkaka-pick off ni Garnets dito, especially with the off, really gives them a high, boost din. Kasi the fact that Garnets is able to secure a certain site that he's watching, parang added reassurance niya sa members din ng Talon. But right now, seeing it's B, naka-crouch ngayon si Meteor, watches the head, but look, Garnets may pangbawi, may panggante nung time na siya yung nasa attacking.
And challenge siya to ni Meteor without any kind of without any kind of help from his own team. Na-expect niya siguro na baka dahil sa nag-ingay ng teammates niya around the map, hindi siya i-expect dito ni Garnets. But that is wishful thinking, especially na Talon is very well spread out of the map. Kita mo agad dito, they've called Garnets back onto the A site. Gen.G is just hoping na makakuha sila ng great contact ngayon and using yung thrash dito. Patifan has actually just push through.
Uy,
baka makahuli siya ng isa. Maririnig siya, the peek out, and kitang-kita siya ni King. Cruz actually taken down, and Garnets hits a collateral. Garnets out of nowhere. And si Silva na lang ang matita dito. And there's no build spot para sa kanya.
Grabe, Garnets is on fire. Oo, na-miss ni Patifan yun. That what could have been a triple, pero like this flank, Foxes really knows how to get into the scene as well. Pero ang ganda din nung ginawa ni Garnets dun, Like, na-miss ni Patifan, pero nandun siya nakaantaway din kung saan papasok yung members ng Gen.G. And just like that, Azurite, tied na sila.
Tied? Oh, man. Isipin mo kung gaano kahirap ang buhay ngayon ng Gen.G. Nothing that they're trying to do dito sa attacking side is working laban sa Talon. They're trying to use Meteor na isa kanyang operator, pero they need to be able to utilize him as the entry fragger rather than a lurk. Kailangan nila lang bang pierce ng site kasi wala silang form of map control ngayon. And they've just, at least answered or asked Meteor to go for the hero Vandal. Garnets thankfully doesn't get the kill or the pick off kay Sylvan, so they still have yung kanilang controller. Pero any kind of aggressive and solid hold ng Gen.G, nawala na talaga ngayon.
Totoo yan. But Meteor then still starts to take Patifan down, only for Jit Boys to go for the trade as well. Forced to back away, but that's also information for the other teams na nandito sila sa A. But look at this, Fox is utilizing the smoke, takes a 2 from Link, and denies the wingman plant. And ngayon, there's gonna be the Trailblazer to try and concuss one down, which is successful. Could go for the entry, Jit Boys to secure and clean up. And just like that, sila na ngayon ang lamang.
Ito talaga problema ng mga Korean teams. Kahit DRX, nakikita mong gano'n na nagkakaproblema eh. Hindi yung sa pag-take back ng momentum lang din. Ang dali nilang ma-expect na walang magpupush sa smoke na sinesetup nila. Nalalason sila palagi doon. And if you look at the replays, tama na sinasabi ko dyan guys, maniwala kayo. In any case, hindi ma-overcome ito ng Gen.G. And ngayon, ang lakas ng second wind ng Talon. Still, that was a weaker buy para sa Gen.G, but even if it is going to be a bypass on nila with the rifles and such, parang hindi pa rin sapat eh. Nilabas na naman nila si Garnets na hindi magmimintis. Tamang-tama dito kay TS.
Flashed out. TS could have waited for the flash before he actually tries to enter. Like, it's already, I mean, at this point, I think it's already anticipated that Garnets would be watching from that angle. But right now, seeing it for the side of Gen.G, nahihirapan na sila to really get back up from the moments that they had before, and they're not really utilizing yung kit na meron si TS ngayon as aggressively as much as possible ngayon na nasa attacking sila. And right now, again, coming in from Art, ganda ng smoke ni Sylvan doon just to try and conceal. But actually, it doesn't work on, you know, their favor. It's at the other side. Garnets get one, Patifan for the trade as well. At hindi pa nagtatapos ang wreck ni Garnets doon, 4K, flawless. Like, akala ko nung simula, yung smoke ni Silva doon, papabor sa kanila, pero hindi eh. Natulungan i-conceal yung location ni Patifan doon, and that's just giving, you know, a lot of intel for Talon, and 11th point na sila ngayon.
Again, that might have been the last round na rin para sa Gen.G dito. Sinugod lang talaga nila, hoping na they can get that cheeky little play with the Gecko, pero grabe, kulang sa, sa understanding dito ng defense of Talon ang Gen.G. Lahat ng gusto nilang gawin, lahat ng tinatry nilang reads, they're just forcing na lang the issue. Not really trying to adapt, not really trying to adjust, and seeing na lang kung nagkakamali dito ngayon ang Talon. Pero hindi sila magkakamali. Yes, there's going to be the pick from Meteor, trying to escape. But still, the big problems ngayon is they still haven't gotten any forward push doon sa mga mains natin.
Totoo yan, hindi na follow. At saka wala rin kasama sa Sylvan doon kanina that what could have been a potential refrag sana. Dahil ang vulnerable ng position ni Cruz kanina doon sa taas eh. But right now, this could be an aggressive push now for the side of Gen.G. God Dead taking Cruz down. Finally, Spike has been planted through Wingman and a full-on retake for the side of Talon. Take note, this is a 3v4 situation. Numbers advantage ang Gen.G ngayon. And with Meteor only with a half health to spare, has to be very careful kung paano siya magpipeak dito from the backlines. Foxes, a little bit of seeing kung nakikiramdam dito sa site ngayon. Meron dun isang corner from the TS. Uses the Cloudburst to cover up his back. Pero may updraft. Beautiful play. But Boy gets 1 TS for the trade right now. Nakita niya. Uy, ang ganda nun. Taking advantage of the audio. Tumatakbo palayo si TS actually taking Garnets down.
Oh, big rest from Meteor too. Nag-save siya or nagbumili siya. Or rather, nag-save, bumili. Yeah, sinave niya yung operator dito ni Garnets. Does have the blades though, pero this was one round after 8 straight na nakita natin din from Talon. So if that's the conversion na kayang going ngayon ng Gen.G, they are royally screwed. So ngayon, I feel like they're gonna go for the risky plays na lang. They're gonna bank on the fact that maybe Meteor can find something gamit ng kanyang operator dito, and he's just gonna try to push in. Ang problema, dahil sa double controller play ng Talon, they dictate so much of the momentum pace nitong first half, or first part ng round, especially na inactivate agad nila yung mga smokes nila.
They take away the rush push potential na pwedeng gawin sana ng Gen.G dito. And then again, as you mentioned, they could bank on dito sa up-kill potentially ni Meteor, but it really has, you know, it's a play for P kind of a scenario here for the side of Gen.G. Naka-ready na yung dash niya, pero kailangan din niya ng follow-up dito kung sakasakaling ma-takedown siya. And here, slowly pushes, sees the shoulder, Patifan takes God dead down. So wala na silang pan-suppress dito ng members ng Talon. He is going to be blinded by Dizzy, but the wall of Patifan is just so timely. Tama, it forces them to back away.
They just don't know how to deal with the double controller again. Kasi ang problema dyan is, try na lang i-challenge over and over again. And up to the point na may second high tide pa na nagamit ito si Patifan. That shouldn't be the case. So si TS now feeling forced, has to actually start to open things up. Pero nakaabang si Garnet all the way sa B main. 30 seconds na lang matitira. It's all about the quick contact. Where's si Cruz? He even drops down pero nakakupo siya ng dalawa. Ang laki pagkakamali dito ng Gen.G.
At hindi pa alam natin si Fox sa gilid. Takes one, makes it two to clean it up. At dahil dyan, match point na ngayon para sa Talon. From a 9-3 to now a 10-12. Talon really making a statement na kanila ang mapang to.
Grabe. All the way from the bottom. Now they're here. Nagsimula yan sa series nung kahapon. Magsisimula din yan sa in-game din naman ngayon. I was so surprised na nangyari yan. Maybe a missed call din from Gen.G dito. Nagkamali lang sila ng tinginan. Pero dahil doon, Cruz was able to pick up the two. Sumunod si Foxy. And at that point na, alam na natin natapos na ang career ng Gen.G sa round na yun.
Totoo yan. Only a miracle could do this at this point. Nakita ang turret doon sa may up middle side, but that's gonna be the updraft just to evade that toxin, ha. Pero dito ulit si Cruz sa kanyang posisyon ngayon. What could be? Gets one. Not gonna be another king. Denies that fact. But here, no casualties just yet. 4v4 ang magiging scenario. B is very messy right now. Lockdown will be placed and so many nano swarms activated. It is gonna give a lot of pressure, but Jet Boys really making it, securing 2K only for Meteor to get Foxy from behind. May isa pa ba?
Okay.
Indeed. Okay, so pwede pa rin nila mabaliktad to. 2v2 situation unless Garnet takes a peek here. No, TS actually denies the up kill. Pero si Patifan from the behind gets Patifan into his own smoke. 11 to 12, buhay pa, Suray, ang Gen.G.
Hinahanda ako na sarili ko, pero Meteor steps up to the plate. He had to go through yung threat ng lockdown. He had to go through yung threat ng reckoning. Pero napakalaking bagay dito that he was able to hold on and give another round in. Isipin mo kung gaano close ang margins of error dito ng Meteor, and he does not falter in that kind of situation. Pero syempre, kalma muna. One more round, overtime or hindi. Talon realize, syempre, gamitin na ang timeout.
Definitely. Ito na yung pinaka-moment na pwede nilang gamitin to. And right now, Gen.G just really have to take them by surprise at this point. Kasi Talon, I feel like they already tailored their plans para dito sa kung paano sila magte-take or mag-hold ng site. I think they already planned it out. Meron na silang blueprint eh. So for Gen.G to actually work this out, I think from the previous round, yun yung isa sa mga hindi nila na-calculate. To which the Meteor's position from backside towards above and taking down Patifan at the most crucial way possible para mabuhay pa sila dito.
Basically, pinakita niya lang din kung gaano siya katindi sa kanyang clutch potential talaga, which is such a huge thing din para sa Gen.G. Gen.G is all about yung tactics nga yan. They're basically a DRX 2.0 in some sense nga. One of the strongest teams dapat. Pero ang problema nila is they don't have that true X factor. Meteor and King are there, pero there are a lot more reserved. So kailangan talagang i-try ng Gen.G to basically say, screw it, push na natin to, tingnan natin ano mangyayari. They need a lot more of that because Talon, they're experts at doing such a tactic.
Totoo yan. And with the help of their two controllers, it's really easy for them to just really take a hold of the side. Mamimiss ang shot dito ni Garnet. And this is an opportunity for them to position themselves. Hindi alam ni Garnet dito na merong isa from that side in towards Art. But right now, uses the Viper Spit for Cruz. Right now, Wingman Just trying to get a lot of info. Not gonna get anyone, but they are marching in towards B long na only King is left there to attend. Nanoswarm to use for the late pushes, which is okay, pero it also gives time for the other members of Talon to push up. Dash in towards backside. Madidetect pa si Foxes. Garnets takes one Jit Boys from the Cloud Smoke kill. Doon, but look at that. Everything is all over the place. And eventually, Talon, Jit Boys, oh my goodness, able to clean it up. What a very interesting match number one. Game number one here. 11-13, Asaray.
Pretty sure that's the same reaction din na nakita natin dito para sa Gen.G na bigla na lang tayo, nabulabog na lang tayo na hindi na nila alam kung saan nanggaling ang ang retake. And syempre habang tinatry na i-encapsulate ulit ng Gen.G yung kanilang galawan, yung kanilang para masabihin dito, yung kanilang pag-take ng site, hindi naunahan na lang sila ng Talon.
Kumbaga doon yung drawing, pero yung pagkulay wala, hindi nangyari. So, I feel like, for the side of Gen.G, to say the least, nandun yung mechanics, nandun yung everything. I feel like it's just about how Talon controls the fight the moment that they switch their positions. Looking at the match highlights here right now, Garnet's here has been really popping off, to say the least, because the fact that he was able to secure those sides, secure those angles for his team is just really working through. There are moments though where in Gen.G, especially in their first half, sila talaga yung nagtatrive, sila talaga yung kumukuha ng mga advantages na to. But then again, on the other side of the spectrum, Asaray, it was a different picture.
Yeah, especially when we get into that second half na nga din. You saw na yung start ng mga rounds para kay Garnet ever so slightly, pero he really fleshed out yung performance niya coming into that second half. Walang makapag-handle sa kanyang operator. Dapat si Meteor yun. He was supposed to go for 1 versus 1 against dito kay Garnet, pero walang setup ng teammate niya, walang tulong. It's all about that try pick. And kung ginawa mo yun sa kalaban kay Garnet, hindi gagana ito, hindi ito magsasucceed. And you really did see the struggle ng Gen.G dito. They, again, conversion nila was 1 round to the 8 ng Talon. So that's not economical dito para sa Gen.G.
Totoo, super heavily affected talaga sila the moment that the consecutive wins na nangyari kay Talon was already happening. And buti sana kung if it was like 2 consecutive rounds or 3, at least the conversion is just a bit lighter. But now, it's just, really closing up the second half that really made Gen.G in a difficult spot.
Yeah, very true. Again, that was just the first map pa lang naman, guys. We still have a couple more to go. So, kung nakita nyo yung pag-comeback dito ng Talon, can that actually happen coming in sa split then? And again, that split map is yung selection ng Gen.G, but I will say then, kung gaano ka-optimize ngayon ang play ng Talon, might actually be a struggle for Gen.G to claim that second map. Anyways, guys, we're gonna go on a break. Pagbalik natin, game number 2 na.
Welcome to day 1 of Masters Tokyo. どこから始まるのだ? A dramatic strategy starts today.
네 임무는 끝나지 않았어.
아직 끝나지 않았다.
정말 어려웠습니다. 젠지의 여정이 4연승 위에 5연패였거든요. 리그에서 TS 선수가 혼자 남으면 승률이 너무 좋아요.
Gen.G! Where the hell did that come from? What a fantastic beginning! 젠지가 연패의 늪에서
break out hard.
Zeta Division will not be playing in Tokyo.
We won't give up. We will emerge.
Team Secret,
Global Esports,
Talon Esports, DFM가 저희 젠지는 for the power of friendship 諦めないで勝ち上がります。もう一度チャンスがある大会なのかなと思います。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, sa huling single elimination match natin dito sa LCQ Pacific. It's Gen.G versus Talon Esports, and we end up with an 11-13 scoreline here on Pearl with an unbelievable comeback from Talon. The 9-3 curse is real, guys.
Akala natin parang we're all like, sa tingin natin Talon matatalo sila sa kanilang map pick. But then, surprisingly, Garnets all the way. Imagine, tinignan din natin yung stats. 8 first kills. Yun na equivalent to sa 8 rounds na sila yung nanalo noong second half.
In a row. 8 rounds in a row. Kasi in total, nanalo sila ng 10 rounds in that second half. Pero 8 rounds in a row, walang masagot yung Gen.G. And I'm gonna say it, pinaabot lang nila ng regulation para baka 30 bombs si paring Garnets.
That's right. And it's like what we said in this nung halftime, kung hindi makapick up si Garnets, they don't win the round. But in that second half, that's exactly what Garnets did. He picked off everybody, and grabe talaga yung inability niya to just burst through and frag out.
Oh, talagang, especially nung Marshall pa lang, naka-Marshall na siya, got the 3K, di ba? Doon na natin nakita that maybe when he's on that operator role, nakikita na natin yung mga shutdowns. And yes, nangyari ngayon. And despite that, si Patty Pan din on those like cheeky angles na naman. He's really so creative, and he knows sino yung isa-shutdown niya, sino yung hindi niya papayagan mag-pick off, lalo na nung naka-operator na din si Meter on the attacking side.
Yeah, and even minsan na medyo counterintuitive yung positioning ni Patty Fan, like, you know, playing in that Astra smoke. He was able to get that information. That's why peek out siya, gets one, something like that. But Garnet's 347 ACS, 30.6% headshot. Almost 2 na yung KDA niya. Konti lang like 1 assist. Yeah, and then he would have gotten a 2.0 KDA. And hindi na talaga niya binitawid yung up once he got it.
This is like the highest so far sa LCQ. Etong ACS na meron si Garnets. And kanina talagang sobrang free-flowing na lang niya as a person. The voice of Talon just gives him that strength talaga. Sige, hayaan natin siya. And at the same time, this is what happens when you only have an Astra. Diba? Sa side ng Gen.G, hindi niya talaga magagawa yung full coverage. Compared to Brimstone or Viper, talagang mas magandang gamitin pagdating sa Pearl map.
That's right. And we also saw yung difficulty nila that they had with Harbor, because I think that they were absolutely flushed out from these sites. And now moving on to Split. Again, Talon lost their own map pick, and going on to Split, I guess this is the lair of Korean teams. And definitely they have something prepared, but it is looking very, very scary for the side of Gen.G, because we know that Meteor definitely pops off here. But looking at the way that Talon looks so fluid here, I think that they're going to be taking this in a 2-0.
I really believe that is a possibility here. Kasi, another thing that we have to consider is that Korean teams and Japanese teams as well, when they lose one map, they tend to,
crumble.
Exactly, they tend to crumble. Like, they tend to go on a little bit of a mental tilt, and it becomes easier for the teams that are going up against them in that match to, carry on that momentum. Kasi medyo negative na yung momentum for those teams, and Gen.G is no exception to that rule.
Oo, nung nahirapan din naman sila sa Team Secret dun sa mga recent matches nila together with Qeon as well noong run ng VPL pagdating sa Gen.G. But as for the side of Talon, nakita mo naman na nung nag-second half, hindi mo makikita na tilted sila. They were just confident. Sabi nila, alam namin kung ano yung mangyayari sa second half, and that's what exactly happened then onto the side of them. Pero ito din yung KO together with that of course, Gecko, tingin ko parang hindi pala okay kapag latter parts na ng game and you just can't seem to shut down that operator user, walang magiging use yung double initiator mo.
That's true, and they really couldn't shut down Garnets kasi every single time, parang predicted na talaga ni Garnets kung saan sila manggagaling. Every single point of contact was, he was the first one, and he would always get that pick off. He was absolutely on fire for 8 rounds in a row. So Gen.G, they really have to be able to, pick a composition that shuts him down on Split.
That's right, and I think I do have to applaud Gen.G because they did try to innovate here. It's a very, very, I guess, an unorthodox comp that we see, especially on Pearl. And now, moving on to Split, I don't think that they're going to try to experiment anymore here because, again, this is the do or die match. Because once they lose this, they're out of the tournament, and that makes half of our teams from the VPL wiped from LCQ.
Grabe, ang bilis kagad ng mga nangyari. Parang second day pa lang, and it feels like ano na kagad the next day, tomorrow onwards, mukhang mabibilis na lang din ang mga pangyayari. Pero looking at Talon naman, he's just sitting pretty daw kasi nanalo naman, nahabol yung 9-3. Pero ano kaya yung next improvement ngayon sa side ng Gen.G? Oo, very unorthodox. But then, pagdating sa basic styles, who has it? I think it's Talon at the end of the day.
Ooh, nagbabalik ang Sage dito para sa Gen.G in Split. I mean, this is kind of classic composition.
Yeah.
Split, Cypher, Sky, Omen, Jet. Yeah, pero on the other side, Talon, this is, pretty standard. I feel like they just want to play their standard game. They're gonna put Garnets on that raise and then have him be that explosive entry to combat against Meteor.
Oh, dagdag ko lang mahirap to sa side ng Gen.G ano lang bang pwedeng duelist na ma-eliminate yung Cypher? That's gonna be the raise. Diba? With the utilities, pwedeng masira kagad yung mga tripwires, diba? Pwede naman kagad siya makapagpunta ng site with those satchels. That's gonna enable Talon, and alam naman natin that it's Garnets we are talking about. He's really good on that raise at the same time. So this is, ito pa may breach din together with that Sky. Ang daming flashes na pwedeng gamitin ng Talon against that double sentinel ng Gen.G.
That's right. It looks like good old classic Valorant here. But is this going to be the end of the story for Gen.G, or is Talon, or are they going to be taking Talon to a game number 3? Let's pass it off to our casters, Asarai and Seiya, to see what they think.
With the composition na nakikita natin dito, mukhang medyo may pagka-passive ang galawan ng Gen.G, and up against Talon na alam mo na nga has that overwhelming force, baka mahirapan sila, especially gamit ang Sage na yan.
Totoo yan. And considering from the earlier match, Garnets is on fire. Like, point na na-tweet ko pa siya. But then again, guys, welcome here to the game number 2 of our second series of the day between Talon and Gen.G. My name is Sam. With me is Asarai. So right now, dito sa Split, this is a Gen.G map. I mean, at least what they've picked. But right now, I'm feeling a little bit of, wobbly in terms of my decisions here. Pero syempre, kakomit ko pa rin na Gen.G. But right now, it's gonna be, technically a match for Talon kung kakayanin nila itong malagpasan. But then again, you did mention the Sage. This could also be the make or break for the side din ng Gen.G. But what are your thoughts on this, Asarai?
Biggest thing talaga dito is, the only Korean team siguro na hindi nagkakaroon ng tawag natin na Korean spiral ay T1, because they are the most unorthodox Korean team dahil sa majority ng players nila, even though they're Koreans, have played in other regions, primarily sa North America. So Gen.G, again, DRX, like you have to talaga point out DRX kasi they're the main standard na nababad trip sila palagi pag hindi gumagana ang plano nila. It's also showing din sa Gen.G. So Talon, kahit man sinabi ko nga na I do want Gen.G to win in my predictions, handang-handa at alam na alam mo na ang laki ng control na meron sa kanila, especially with Garnets na hindi matigilan dito ng Gen.G.
Yeah, it looks like Talon is really in a great mood today ngayon, knowing that they were able to win the first game of our match. And I feel like kung pagpapatuloy lang ng Talon yung performance nila from the earlier one, they could really get this map as well. But it's still too early to decide. Gen.G, maybe they have reset themselves para dito sa mapa na to. And take note, we still can't really count out na this is, their best or one of their good maps as well. So look at this, a lot of utilities being thrown in towards the site. So nakapasok ng dalawa. Good that it was concussed, pero may trades respectively from both teams to make it into a 3v3 na smoke na ang heaven. There's also the camera already set, and now it's time for the post-plant.
Post-plant smokes is already going to be set up dito agad sa screens, pero it's already gotten down. Paranoia's huge, pero Cruz pushes them back with the flash. So medyo naipit dito or nahiwalay na onti si Foxy as the rest of Gen.G now come in. Pero ang ganda ng contact ngayon ng Talon. Pero teka lang muna, baka nagkamali ako ng onti as si Foxy nila matitira. No angle to actually see what's right in front of him, and nade-delay, and Meteor catches Foxy as he drops down from A main.
Is not an open plant para for Foxes to actually see B for the defuse. And of course, syempre, nandun pa rin naman si Meteor to really back him up under the rafter. So ngayon, we are seeing a very good feat, at least for good pistol for Gen.G. Pero syempre, ganito nagsimula yung ating game 1. So all we need to see from Gen.G right now is to make it through up until the very end. Hindi lang sa first half.
Yun natin. Again,
tingnan natin.
they do get that that solid start nga naman, which is at least a huge factor dito para sa Gen.G. And ngayon na they do have the double sentinel na kaya definitely slow down the pace pag walang proper utilities ang Talon. This is going to be quite an interesting adjustment then from Talon. Because again, we ended that first half 9-3. So there is that possibility na baka makapag-build ng lead din dito ang Gen.G. So for now, Talon, for the moment, tingin lang muna sila ng control around the map. They spreading themselves, trying to see utility, trying to burn a bit of abilities for Gen.G, just keeping them on their toes.
Definitely. I like it. I like it how Goddead is using this wall. It's really giving limited options for Talon, at least for the few seconds of the game, to either like really push A or to, really go to B. Kasi alam nilang pag B, nandun na si Cypher, nandun na si King eh. But right now, naka-ready na ang concast dito ni Cruz. Nag-jiggle pick ngayon si Goddead in hopes of making things through. That's going to be the flash, but is able to hide to safety ngayon and somewhere in Raptors. But mukhang all it is together ang Talon ngayon as TS goes for the trade. But Garnet dito, na-secure pa rin ang kill for the trade. So it's a 2 versus 4 now. Favorable for Talon in terms of numbers. They really have to isolate the fights here para kay Gen.G so that they can get a better angle or position. Right now, that's gonna be the smoke. That's also gonna be the blind. But the pain shots will delay the push dito na gagawin sana ni Sylvan. And here, wanting to go in towards back. But then again, both of the peaks from Jit Boys and Garnets secures their round.
Kahit anong round, kahit anong pangit ng buy na meron sa kanila, basta nandyan si Garnets, walang katigil-tigil ang Talon dito. He truly is the initiator, the entry fragger for this team. Kaya sabi mo na nga, Jit Boys and Garnet exploding. Kasi pa yung problema para sa Gen.G, na pressure pa sila kasi si Patifan na nag-lurk all the way sa mid, on the one sa B-Heaven, inactivate niya pa yung trap dito ni Jit Boys. Maybe he was hoping not to, pero out of lang din, parang byproduct of that was na alert and napatingin si Jit Boy, or si not Jit Boy, si King sa likod niya.
Totoo yan. And again, a little bit of an audio cue there, but Jit Boys taking down Meteor in A. That's already huge for them. But right now, Goddead being very careful and at least trying to take this peak. Nakita ang balikat niya. Forces him to back away. And this is actually good. Naka-split ngayon ang Talon, but it doesn't really stop them from making all of these distractions, all of these noises para ma-force ang reaction from Gen.G. Ang ganda na smoke from B main as well. Really trying to fortify the sites right now. Slowly coming in towards B main dito, pero nakaantabay at nakapag-rotate na din si TS as well.
Oh, I do like this para sa sa Talon. I don't think if kita siya or not, pero if they actually rotate yung players ng Talon on sa B, they actually have great utility para ma-clear out ng Cypher din dito ngayon. Jet Boys already pushing up onto B-Heaven, and si Sylvan hanap, habol, cleared out.
And that's already a perfect entry for them. But TS already shuts down Jit Boys, pati si Goddead, pero may trade na mangyayari ito kay Guard from backside. Magwi-whip si TS for Patifan to get a 2K there. Napakaganda at nakita natin pulido at solid ang pagkakatake ng Talon ngayon.
Grabe. Na dito, na windang ang Gen.G. Na-expect na nila makakuha na nila yung second round na yun, pero it was not really the case that had happened. So with all of that being said naman, ang ganda ng nakuha din ng Talon in terms of, again, yung momentum, yung steamroll na hinahabol nila. And this is really what I don't like about Gen.G. Bakit sila half-shield ng half-shield? Again, I do like the half-shield buy. Ang problema, there are specific maps na hindi maganda ang half-shield na yan kasi the long-range fight does not go well sa pistols or sa rifles. And to be fair lang din naman, just as God that does get the pick onto Jet Boys, you don't really want to have half shield against Garnets at this point, at this moment.
Considering as well how the map is very linear, you know, it's bound that you would get those long-range fights. So it's not really optical, as you've said. And ngayon, there is a pick-off taking Jet Boys away from this round. And here, nagkakalat muli ang Talon in terms of how they position themselves, slowly crawling in to B site. Meanwhile, tinatry is secure ngayon ni Garnets and ni Foxy yung mid area, just to really take away those flanking capabilities na meron ang Gen.G. But right now, Gen.G has to be very efficient with how they position themselves. Kasi all away from spawn, Meteor is trying his best to go for that flank. And as well as God Dead. So this is very interesting. They're trying to sandwich out yung teams ng Talon. That's gonna be the blind, giving him a time to reposition. But Fan will be taking Sylvan down, only for TS to trade with Foxy. And ngayon, makita ng Recon. Beautiful 2K spray from King there. And make it a triple. Di pa siya nagtatapos doon. That's good to equalize the board.
Wow, King. Beautiful positioning. That's the back of B site. Able to dip and dodge, dip and dive yung mga binot sa kanya na abilities dito, especially that aftershock, not taking any damage. Tapos because na active pa yung kanyang mga tripwires, may nahuli pa siyang dalawa actually through that. Patifan felt forced para mag-push up, and this great understanding na Cruz was still dealing with the ability itself na ayaw niya ma-concuss, so he got a freebie second kill, to be honest. So King, probably one of the strongest players that we have dito in this entire series, just because sobrang solid na nagawa niya ng holds.
Yeah, the timing of him as well peeking out and, avoiding all of those utils na binato doon from backside is also actually pretty good kasi hindi ma-expect yun ng Talon nakakalain nila na nakongkas to si King, but that's not the case. So right now, going to mid in towards the corners. Nako, nag-hesitate si Garnet. Now Sylvan gets the kill, positions himself in towards B Heaven right now, liking actually the heal and the support that came from God Dead. So ngayon, maganda na ang position nila from B. May crossfire na pwede mangyari dito, but Foxy still wins the duel regardless. And ngayon, unti-unti na pumupunta sila sa A this time around. A little bit of forward for King. Naglagay ng tripwire. And they are very aware. Rolling Thunder is going to be in towards 7 pero walang makukuha so far. The cage, he's gonna try and really capitalize it as he takes Jet Boys down yung kanyang fellow Cypher. Tatamaan siya dito but not enough to actually pick him off. Foxy's for the trade. Make it a beautiful isolation fight dito for King to just utilize yung pa-isa-isa nilang pagpipik doon sa A-main.
Yeah, great repositioning from King. Great, again, making use of lahat or of all of his abilities dito. Not really able ang Talon to push through all of that. Natagalan sila ng onti. And what's pretty big about that then was akala ko mahihirapan ng onti si Goddead kasi he walled himself off. Could have actually gotten yung revive kay Sylvan, but just decided not to worry na lang. Just plug up the corner, and it seemingly, itong double sentinel nila with the wall is working wonders in the defense, and Gen.G is getting so much value off of this. God Dead, nagparinig na nag-drop siya, pero kasama niya sa TS, hindi baka in-expect ni Foxy to. Pero, may butas nga, pero may smoke din na nagsiseparate sa double players na to.
That is true, and I like the sudden disengage na ginawa dito ng Talon, kasi I mean, it's the risk. You don't really want to take the risk and the casualty for your team, especially Talon was already having a good start, so they might as well want to continue it by being more careful than they are. But that's gonna be a peak. Mamimiss yung shot, but at the same time, Meteor here is just gonna reposition himself in a better angle, and we are seeing the Trailblazers going in towards A main. They're really trying to delay the push here as far as Gen.G's doing.
Yeah, so save nila yung double satchel din ni Garnets with the showstopper, pero ang problema dyan is if nagkamali din siya, King, perfect position para makakuha ng punish play din. There's a setup already, pero walang mahanap dito ang Talon. So iniintay muna nila. They're trying to clear as much. Give space para kay Garnets. And there's the start. There's the first one. Alam nila na isa is gonna be down below. Pero si TS, ang ganda ng saving grace niya dito. Kasama ni Sylvan. And si Sylvan nakakuha ng dalawa.
Dalawa, magiging tatlo ba? Mukhang maganda pagpaback dito ni Foxy, pero hindi pa rin kasi nandun din yung mga ibang members ng Gen.G to back him up. Napakaganda. This is a much more, Gen.G performance, if I would say, at least for that round.
Great adjustment nga. Just having trouble dito ngayon ng Talon. Gen.G have committed din. It's a bit of a head scratcher kasi pag nakita mo kung ano yung magiging adjustment ng Gen.G sa second half. Pero they'll just deal with that na lang when they can deal with that na lang. Pero this first half na is all about the defensive play. I was second-guessing it, pero Gen.G are slowly building back up steam. That being said, 4-2, hindi pa siya yung lead na gusto nila makuha dito kasi again, ang pinaka-problema nila is they might not have that capability again na the same capability on the attacking side, especially na wala silang utility to actually flash out corners, wala silang mga molotovs, wala silang mga grenades. So, being able to get as much lead dito sa first half na to is going to be incredibly important para sa Gen.G.
Indeed. And I like it that hindi nila hinahayaan na masyadong mapatagal yung basically yung stress nila na lagi silang nababatrip kapag hindi gumagana yung mga strats nila. So at least as early as now, they're really trying to suppress that feeling and exchange it with something more productive, which is ngayon nakikita natin na nagre-reflect naman sa scoreline nila ngayon. And Talon, this is a good decision for them to actually call for that timeout kasi ayaw din naman nilang masyadong malamangan katulad nung game number 1 kasi this is a different map, iba din na magiging scenario for this time around.
Yeah, to naman. And this change of scenery nga para sa Gen.G has been quite the big boost din para sa nila. Anyways, Garnet, syempre hindi pa tapos sa pag-create ng space agad dito. TS ang kanyang unang aatakihin. Quick little nade on the close contact. TS, alam na nila kung nasan siya. They pushed back because of the Trailblazer, pero kasama niya si Sylvan. The smoke though gives a bit of coverage. And A site, still not taken ngayon by Talon. They're holding, they're making sure that they have a bit of options coming out of A Heaven.
Oh, and maybe a potential rotate coming in from Vents kasi we do see a potential flash na kinuha ni Foxy doon. And here, ang ganda din ng position din dito ni King kung sakasakaling i-commit nila yung A, pwede niyang ma-shut down. But right now, may konting pag-iisip kung ano ba talaga ang gagawin ng Talon dito, kung mag-Vents pa sila o mag-A. But I feel like they're going to commit to A instead because they're already placing the utilities. And ngayon, medyo makakoncast si King. But then again, there are trades for both sides of the team. Ginagawa ng paraan na to ni King to utilize all of the smokes. But it worked in his favor for Foxy to trade and got dead. Ayan, kinuha si Foxy in retaliation. 2v1 situation na may Meteor. Makita ang ulo dito ni Garnet. That could be a game for them. But nandito din as well si Goddead just to go and protect the screen or the flank side ni Meteor. So ngayon, punti-inti na siya. Nag-audio cue. A-back uses the Blade Storm as well. Oy! Nakuha pa rin ni Garnet. O pick off niya pa rin. 9 seconds na lang. Kinakailangan niya kumilos. Either patay o spike. Let's see what his decision is. He's gonna commit to the plant. But this could have been Goddead's opportunity to peek. That's gonna be a little bit of a whiff there. Ano ang gagawin nilang pareho? Who's gonna take it? It's actually Goddead for the timely peek.
Confident swing para kay Goddead dito. No time. No comfort spot para makapag-throw ng nades si Garnet. So, commit na lang talaga si Goddead dun sa firefight na yon and he wins that beautifully. I think ang nagkamali dito si Garnet was he just over-aggressed. Nag-double swing pa siya trying to get a catch kay Goddead and that burned so precious seconds para sa 1 versus 1 na yon and Goddead not missing an opportunity to get all of the advantages in his corner and Gen.G building a comfortable lead bit by bit dito sa ating defending side.
I have a quick replay right here. King utilizing the smokes for Sylvan and already getting those heads before the trades happen. Pero dito, yun nga, na-pressure nga ng paunti dito si Garnet kasi wala na rin siyang magiging option eh. He only has 5 seconds on the clock to plant the spike or kill and hunt Goddead. But he did make a wise decision for the spike plant to buy some time, but Goddead was just, straight in for the push.
And speaking of yung quick straight into the push si Patifan, diretsong TP agad. Nag-shrouded step ba siya? Yeah. So nakakuha siya ng pick dito kay King. Goddead, wala siyang res ngayon. Kaya si Meteor na lang ang magkakaroon ng contact. Kung makuha niya tong first pick na to, that's gonna be huge para sa Gen.G.
Definitely. Pero ang daming nakaantabay dito. Si Big Trailblazer nakita ang balikat and decides to just back away. That's also the concuss. Pero he was able to back away. Goddead, however, from A, was able to get that kill against Jits Boys. And here, they do know that there's someone in Ali. Nakita ang legs, but Meteor still gets the shot. Pero mawif ngayon as Patifan gets the trade as well. 2 versus 3. Lamang ang Talon in terms of numbers. Ano ang timing? It's gonna be TS. taking Foxy down. Also the slow to prevent them from going in towards Garage. May whiff na nangyari kay Goddead. Cruz will be taking the kill instead, but Patifan with a slimmer of a health. Kinakailangan ma-use to effectively. Actually does. The double peak was the best strat here para kay Talon.
Grabe, I did not expect pa na may ano pa dito, na may confidence pa dito si TS na actually reposition and go back sa P-Heaven. Pero that's how Goddead got the pick dito din kay kay Jit Boys. Pero huge refrags all the way from Patifan para ma-take itong B site. Pero all of that being said din, ang laki ng tulong dito ni Cruz. Because if not sa stunts niya, if not sa mga flash points niya dito, that might have been even more difficult for Talon to pull off.
Cruz, or specifically for the breach, napakaganda din kasi ng kit niya considering, again, this map is very linear and, you know, it really complements yung kit na meron ang isang breach. And I really like it. Yung timing din kasi ni Cruz is also the crucial one that really helps the team. So ngayon, again, they're eyeing out for mid this time for the side of Talon. Maybe dahil hindi ganong nababantayan ng Gen.G itong area na to and they're very guarded towards the sites respectively. So they will be trying to march it in, but it's actually going to be Garnets to try and take a hold of Vents, aided by Fox Z.
Trying to break the segment of the wall. Medyo magastos din to para sa Talon, pero walang magagawa eh. Alam na nila na Goddead either plays A or heavy B. Garnets, hindi ko lang kung nagparinig siya dun sa pag-drop niya sa ropes, pero kita mo na agad nakaabang na si Meteor, already anticipating yung push through. Pero if Talon plays this perfectly, Meteor is gonna be heavily sandwiched ngayon saya.
Definitely, and it's already both Foxy and Garnets in towards Vents. Kinakailangan lang ng peak, and that was a successful pickoff from Meteor. And that's gonna be the flash from Cruz. At ayan, iniipit si Meteor dito, magwi-whiff, and Jit Boys gets the kill. At papasok na sila ngayon dito sa side.
Patty.
That was a beautiful take from Patifan, taking Goddead down na nakatingin elsewhere. We do see some spams in towards the smoke, into which Patifan wins it out. 2 versus 4 situation. This is not looking good for Gen.G for this round. Alam na din nila, at least for Gen.G, na nandito si Foxy, and King goes for the takedown. And right now, 3 versus 2. The spike is planted already in A. I think this is just going for the save.
They are definitely gonna hopefully reimburse some of the weapons that they have for that next round if possible. Ang ganda ng ng set play dito ng Talon. They're always known for such creative pushes din. And what's kind of interesting about how they did that was na kahit man nahuli dito si Garnets pushing out dun nga sa ropes, meron pa ring follow through ang Talon. Yung TP, yung from the shadow si Patifan na hindi in-expect ni Goddead kasi natamaan siya either ng paranoia or ng concuss, so hindi niya ma-ascertain kung saan nakapwesto dito si Patifan. So that, all of that pressure, all of that set strategies na ginawa nga ng Talon have already forced Gen.G to call the first time out.
Which is very much viable for the side of Gen.G kasi kung kailan nag-heat up na sila, kung kailan nakukuha na nila yung rhythm, saka neto na siya shutdown ng Talon. And that's not the best, situation that Gen.G would like to be in, considering, again, Talon, this could be their match point potentially. So kung pagpapatuloy nila tong momentum na to, mahirapan talaga ang Gen.G na maka-get back up kasi this is not like the similar Pearl situation. And kung yung conversion na nangyari sa Pearl mangyari ulit dito, it's really gonna be a difficult position for them.
It really is, pero at least for now, medyo mas preferred ng Talon ang ganitong point outcome kasi mas mas evened out eh. It feels like hindi ganun ka-solid ang pag-handle dito ng Gen.G. The only real big factor na nakita ko dito in all of the 9 rounds that we've seen, si King eh. Pero ang problema, Talon have realized this as well. So kung may magawa silang anything na mabulabog na onte si King dito, mapunta siya in a position where he's not gonna feel dominant, it's such a big step para sa Talon because I don't think there's anyone else that can really handle this particular team. I mean, he's Goddead, pero he's more of a refrag than he is like the follow-up contact talaga.
And it's quite easy for Talon to read kung nasaan ng position ni Godhead. Again, it's either it's heavy B or, you know, just A, considering he always places the walls up. So they're gonna attempt a B take right here to which kung nasaan the si King. So that's going to be the cage and the tripwires, but King already takes Garnets away here, and Rolling Thunder is also going to be used, pero walang matatamaan so far. Actually, meron. But right now, the trade is happening. Jet Boys gets a double, but Cruz again with the kill of his own. God dead! Then, he wants to shine through, but then again, Foxy has an answer to that, leaving Meteor alone dito and using this one to just really delay the spike plant, pero it's not gonna be kasi nandyan pa rin si Foxy to just back him up. So ngayon 2v1, crossfire ba to? Ooh, actually, Cruz is just enough to get that pickup.
Di makahanap ng kahit anong ano dito. Opening si Meteor. Ang ganda ng pag-hold ng Talon on that post plant din. You can already see there is a little bit of struggle from Garnets, pero it's to be expected din kasi sobrang yung role niya dito, instead of entry fragger na nakakuha ng top frag, entry fragger siya na kailangan isakripisyo talaga ng Talon to get that site control. Pero the good thing about that is Talon, yung follow-up nila, solid din. Kaya hindi sila natakot, hindi sila nawawalan ng confidence, nawawalan ng puso pag pupush sila kasi alam nilang kaya nilang tapusin yung ginawa ni, yung sinimulan ni Garnet.
That is true, and the follow-up as well is very important whenever, you know, they do try to get into a certain site. And maganda rin yung decision kasi look at how King is already positioned. Not just sa A. So tripwires are there, and as well as his cages. So it may have changed the way how Gen.G is going to defend their respective sites, to which Talon can really utilize. Kasi ayan na, mukhang magsa-stack up sila dito again, coming in from ramps.
Garnet has a showstopper. So kaya siya pupwesto dito para gawin yung double satchel niya. Or ano muna ba to? Slow play para sa Talon.
Yeah,
ayan,
double satchel.
Nasa A heaven. Pero walang contact ngayon eh.
Wala nakita. So screens are the best bet. Siguro na, back pero walang.
May tripwire pa si King.
Uy, kamunti ka na si Garnets doon. But at least they know that one is already at screen, so they're just gonna go for the plant. Maganda rin yun, hindi nila pinush yung from screens kasi syempre they don't want the casualty as well sa side nila. So this is gonna be a full-on retake now for Gen.G. Naka-crossfire sila in towards this corners, both A-back and inside. So they have to consider as well yung sa heaven. Mabablind dito si Jitboy, pero gusto ko i-trigger to simply, but TS will be taking 2 from that Guardian. Meteor as well with the outkill from heaven. Garnets forces to use the Seeker out here. Medyo magulo ang nangyari, but then again, King is there to clean up the crew.
Saan ang galing si TS para makakuha ng drop down 2 kills dun sa A-Heaven? May nag-check din naman nun para sa Talon. Yeah, in any case, we'll probably see it on the replay.
Yeah.
Pero ang laking bagay na nagawa niya, nakuha niya yun. I think the separation there was yung paranoia ni Sylvan dito. Pero hindi nila pinush agad kasi alam nila may may immediate counter dito. That's how he got caught off. Hindi alam ni Patefan. Tapos nung Cruz tried to answer back, nahuli pa rin siya nung Guardian ni TS. So again, TS, huge play din from him. We have seen yung Guardians niya. Last one na nga ito. Garnets, no more showstopper. Pero, maybe is it going to be cheeky double satchel? Mukhang hindi.
Hindi. Because I think they also saw na it's quite risky, to say the least, to try and fully enter towards B side, lalo na nangyari from the previous round. And ngayon, Talon is now forced to really play it slow, to really take time to play for those peaks. Pero Gen.G knowing this, I think they're gonna be the ones who will do the waiting for this time around. And gusto ko yung naiwan si Patefan dun sa may B-side just for any potential flanks that can come from them. So I think this is more of playing time, playing those mind games na, saan ba talaga magpupush tong Talon? But right now, Trailblazers and the Kits are already up and running in towards ramps, in towards heaven. Wala pa naman so far silang nakikita. Pero the quick rotate from heaven to vents in towards B side. So ibig sabihin, ayan na, nag-react din ang Gen.G coming in from the back of the stairs. Makakoncuss, pero may follow. Walang follow-up na mangyayari doon for the side of Gen.G. Mukhang pababalik ulit sila from vents. And here we have it. Siyempre, ibang members din ng Gen.G magpa-follow through as well. Naka-fully stack sila dito sa heaven side. Alam nila na nandun si King. Ayan na, meron din nakita information. But that was a beautiful blow line for King to get 2, only for Garnet to trade Meteor with the Blade Storm, taking down Foxy. In the process, Heaven takes out the operator. 14 seconds, wala na silang oras para makapag-plant, but that's gonna be the ult. Garnet and Jillboy just have to hunt for 1, and it is going to be not successful. Goddead still making it alive. He just have to live, and he got it by his own angel.
Wala there's no time. Spike was still on Heaven din. So, unless na miraculously nag-hold si Goddead doon and faced yung opponent niya si Jet Boys through the paint shells, wala din mangyayari ngayon eh. So, look at this. Grabe ang that's also from Sylvan's blind. From Sylvan's blind. And yeah, again, Jet Boys just feeling a lot more frantic, a lot more desperate na lang to get that chase kay Goddead. Not gonna happen. So we'll have the panel discuss things, guys, even more.
Maraming salamat, Azurai and Seiya. And again, Gen.G with a very, very strong start here. But on the plus side, I have to say na compared to last game, mas mabilis yung pickup ng Talon here. Very, very close scoreline with the 5 and 7.
I mean, despite na double sentinel yung kalaban nila on the defending pa, di ba? Malaki na yung namang nito ng Talon. They did their best na what they can extract out of their composition as of now. Sa tingin ko, mas lalong magiging game changer pag nag-defending the same performance that they did on the previous map.
Yeah, I mean, considering na ito nga yung defending half ng Gen.G, I would say that having 7-5 is not really, that much. We would expect it to be, 8-4, 9-3 even, just like the last game. Pero that just, yeah, as you said, Rebby, it owes that to the fact na sobrang bilis ng pickup ng Talon. But I do have to commend na medyo nag-a-adjust na din yung Gen.G in the middle of the round. I mean, that last round with Meteor coming in from behind in Heaven to get that spike off of the playing field while everybody was already in the site. That was very, very cool to see.
That's right, and I think, looking at our head-to-head, it's going to be a battle of the ciphers here. Kasi for the side of Gen.G, they are making a really good use of the space that they're taking up, and I am feeling very, very confident sa side naman ng Talon. Because like you said, Ray, they are a lot stronger on that defending side.
Lalo na pag nakahawak na ng operator, si Garnet. Yan yung exciting thing. Tapos si Jit Boys on his setup, it's very creative. Abangan nyo yan mamaya kung ano mangyari, plus the concuss and everything. Ito na ata yung pagbabawi talaga ng Talon para lang hindi mapunta sa third map, which is going to be in Haven.
Yeah, kasi when we get to that third map, that is kind of a Gen.G map din, that Haven. So I don't think na pwedeng palipasin ng Talon ng mapa na to.
That's right. Well, that's it for us here on the panel. So we'll pass it back to our casters to finish up game number 2. So Azurai and Seiya, back to you.
Salamat, panel, sa pagbigay sa amin ng very interesting talking points coming in sa ating second half. Pero teka lang muna, mukhang nagkasimula agad ang bakbakan dito. Wala na akong time para ipasa ko kay Seiya kasi tinapos na agad ng Talon ang defensive side na to. TS na lang matitira 1 versus 4.
Grabe, hindi talaga nagpatumpik-tumpik pa. Pero si TS, meron pang show. As I say it, no, na-jinx ko because Cruz was able to cruise it, winning the pistol round. So, kanina kung di ako nagkakamali, sila din ang nanalo. Tama ba? Sila din ang nanalo sa pistol from first half. And now, it's actually, tama ba? Talon
it was, no, it was Gen.G that won the pistol.
Kanina.
Tapos nanalo ng Thrifty yung,
There you
yung
go.
Talon.
There you go. Thank you so much, Azurai. Pero ngayon nga, because of the speedy, take coming in for this time around sa side ng Gen.G. I mean for Talon, it's really, really nice that they were able to retaliate kung ano man yung pace na ginawa ng Gen.G kanina. And speaking of that, Garnet's already opening it up with a beautiful kill, making a double dito, just utilizing with the paint shells as well. Pressured that hindi makalayas si Sylvan doon sa corner na yon. And now it leads up to this, I like this one-way smoke, however, from Patifan. And now, gusto ko yung close quarters nito ni Garnet. It's gonna really catch, TS off guard. But right now, still complete members ng Talon. They are really going strong here for the second half.
Nakasingit na onti dito si Meteor on the spawn, out of nowhere. And this might be a good pinch play para sa Gen.G dito. They have to leave Garnets by himself sa B main, which is not too bad naman because he does have the judge. Kung mahuli siya ng flash, that might be bad. Pero nakikipaglaruan na lang siya kay TS and si TS hindi kakayanin ang shotgun. Meteor can't really push things any further kasi kailangan niyang kunin pa yung spike dito and might need to rotate all the way around. Buti na lang na si King, he's already gotten a bit of control onto the A side pero 30 seconds. There's still some time para mag-slow play a little bit more dito ang Gen.G.
Coming in from mid to B heaven instead. Pero I think he is just really gonna crawl his way in towards a kasama dito si King. But right now, I think the members of Talon are also ready kung ano man ang gagawin ng Gen.G dito ngayon. So right now, they are just slowly making it in 13 seconds. Kailangan nila mag-plant. Wala na silang choice dito. At this point, that's gonna be the concuss. They're preventing actually the spike from being planted as Cruz takes down King without of the company. But then again, Patifan for the trade and now equalizing our scoreboard.
Not the biggest loss para sa Talon dito. Better off na hindi makuha ng Gen.G yung plus 200 per player nila. And look at this. I was actually expecting na baka mas okay pa sana yung upgraded bias dito ng Talon, pero it was just the Pistols that had such a strong start. Ang kailangan ngayon i-anticipate ng Gen.G is kaya silang i-separate ang Talon dito. Ang problema, pag na-separate din sila at pumunta sila sa site kung nasan si Garnet, he still has a shotgun. So baka ma-overwhelm dito ang Gen.G if they try to do anything cheeky. And again, yan na naman tayo sa half shield na binibili ng Gen.G.
I mean, I think it's a recurring thing from them up to this point na. Yun parang nakasanayan na din nila. But then again, as you said from earlier, it doesn't really work sometimes in, maps like this. For example, for the maps of like Split. So ngayon, they really need to find a way to find an alternative for that. Kasi it's not really working for Gen.G at the moment. Pero ngayon, they're eyeing out towards mid. I like the smoke there. It kind of gives time, at least for both of the teams, to play it cool at the moment. Pero makita ang isa? No, kakampi nila lang. Chill lang. But right now, here, I think this is more of thinking kung saan ba talaga sila pupunta.
Saan ba sila makakapunta? Lalo na naka-anticipate na agad dito si Garnets. Ang laking bagay na makakuha si Meteor ng first pick dito. Pero isipin mo kung may extra 25 shield lang siya, kaya sigurong tangkihin yun. Pero hindi, pupunta lang sila sa tinatawag nating meat grinder dito, Seiya. And hindi sila makapag-push through. Isa pang bagay din na si TS, ginamit niya agad ang dalawang flashes niya very early on into the round. So kailangan nila maghintay ng napakatagal na oras para lang mag-refresh on cooldown or off cooldown yung isang guiding light na yun.
Dahil doon, it's gonna give an opportunity, to really take control of the site here. At ito na yung nangyari. Now forces Gen.G to really back away and try to think of a different strategy dito. And the fact that, it kind of really questions me, why did they have to pick it one by one as well? I do understand kung gusto nila maging careful, but at the same time, it didn't really work in their favor. Wala na silang oras dito, and I think a save is gonna be happening here. Sylvan will be able to take Foxy down, but up to this point, it's, no more time, and as the save is just the more viable option para dito sa Gen.G. Bigat na.
Kasi ba naman, hindi na makahanap dito ang Gen.G ng opening. Tapos, kung kailangan nila yung close quarter combat, iniisip pa na nila na lesser HP with better utility might work. Sana kung successful yung setups nila. Ang problema, hindi nila mahanap yung Talon dun sa mga spots na hinahanap nila sila. It's always that slight off angle that catches them off guard. And this is all akin kung gaano katindi ang basically ang first contact ni Garnets. Pero this is actually looking good. Si Silva nakakuha na ng first contact din kay Patipan and nabuhay pa siya. Gets the heal from God Dead. And this is a strong start para sa Gen.G.
Totoo. Despite being flash and everything, that's gonna be a very huge deal. But right now, Foxy is gonna shut down Meteor from entering. Nakakoncuss siya, but he will not able to actually survive. But right now, they're looking pretty strong with the tandem ni TS and Silvan dito ngayon. Now the spike is already planted down and beautiful secure coming in from Silvan there with the 3K. Really changing, the things for the side of Gen.G.
When Gen.G okay, legit, real talk. Feel ko pag tina-turn off ni Gen.G utak nila at hindi nila ginagawa yung mga standard Korean plays, dun sila nananalo. Tignan mo kung kailan sila sumugod ng contact kung contact. Gamitin nila ang tutok nila kung mananalo sila. Nandito sila hindi dahil lang sa kaya nilang i-overwhelm ang kalaban nila with set plays. Nandyan din, syempre, yung tutok ng mga players nila. And ngayon na ginagamit na ng Gen.G, there's a lot more success rate to that. They might actually respect this. And look at that, tingnan mo, sinusugod lang na dito. Ang Talon, no? Yan ang call na, hinahanap natin sa Gen.G. Yan ang call na kulang kanina pa these past couple of rounds din.
Totoo yan. Slowly starting to become online here para sa side ng Gen.G. At alam nila may vulnerability dun sa ating mid-side. But then Jetboy will go for the shutdown dito. But then again, it's gonna whiff. TS will take the trade. But Foxy as well dun sa may side will be taking down Sylvan. Pero ito na nga nakikita natin ngayon. It's a 1v1 between, you know, their respective skies. Pero nabanggit natin kanina, they did see an amount of vulnerability dito sa mid. That's why they're already trying to capitalize it for the side of Gen.G. Now it's about Foxy in the waiting game. Because in terms of health, depleted si TS dito. He could only do so much, like plant the spike and place himself in a good position. And to which he will be committing towards B side instead. So ang tanong, saan niya ipaplant? Number 2, saan siya po position? Kasi this is gonna go into an interesting line. It's gonna be an audio cue. Ngayon, kita mo yung posisyon ni Foxy. He's gonna come from heaven. Naka-anticipate si TS doon. But he is from backside, so he has the option to just wait for the defuse. Nakita ang balikat dito para kay Foxy. And that's also going to be the flash here. Pero wallbang ang magiging play of the game ni Foxy.
TS, I think he also had at least one more flash para dito mabulog si Foxy, pero hindi niya nirespeto. Kasi ang problema dito is if he tried to do that, tas nakalapit si Foxy at a certain point, a certain distance, pwede rin ibato yung kanyang Trailblazer dito, and that would have been worse up against kay TS na isang ngart-ngart lang. I think 30 damage ata yun, so parang 15 HP na lang siya. And could cause. So in any case, not a maneuver na gusto nilang gawin. And this is so interesting din pala. Na ang ganda na sana ng initial contact ito ng Gen.G. Pero nandyan pa din syempre yung solid backline ng Talon dito na si Jetboys. Again, nandyan na nga yung kanilang yung kanilang mga prodigies, si Garnets at si Jetboys really showing up in this game when Talon needs them.
Totoo yan, and it's really bearing them fruit whenever these two actually, you know, show up. So that's gonna be another util usage, showstopper dito. At sa may ramen side, uy, nakuha si Sylvan. But you know, that wall was actually good. It prevented any more casualties than, you know, Talon could, Gen.G could have achieved. And right now, yung tumatakbo sila dito from ramen, the two sewers, and now in towards A main. Nandyan na ang Blade Storm ni Meteor dito, uses the screen for more coverage. And yan naman, dun sa taas, mag-whiff dito si Jetboys. But right now, Meteor still gets the revenge. May flash na mangyayari, but TS still gets the kill regardless. So may Seekers ata siya. Ay, wala pa. But right now, try to heal out the friend. Meteor still takes the Blade Storm kill dito from heaven. Spike is already planted, 2 versus 2. What are they gonna do?
Heal available din. Ngayon sabi mo, pero si Patapan onto the corner. Tries to get close, pero not gonna happen. Garnets does pick up a rifle, so 1 versus 1 na lang. Meteor, he keeps refreshing the blades. He keeps brandishing his ability, and he will be able to just overwhelm dito si Garnets. 3K and the saving round para sa Gen.G.
So yung kinomit talaga ni Meteor yung pagla-lock in niya doon sa may A back dahil he already anticipated that Garnet is gonna come from there. I mean, there could have been a sign now he could have just made his attention to the screens, but no, the fact that he just placed yung crosshair niya doon in hopes that Garnet would actually go in towards that side was just good commitment sa kanya. And right now at this point, they're playing a rally here. Nag-rally sila kung sino nga ba yung mananalo per round.
Same setup na naman dito sa outside ng B main. Trying to rally nga kung paano nila ma-anticipate or ma-push back to. Pero more important than that, na-reset na rin yung economy ngayon ng Talon. So Talon frantically going for itong risk play na rather than allowing yung pag-control ng backside, naglalaro sila na napakalapit dito. But as soon as the smoke dissipates, bigla na lang may contact. And look at that, easy picks para kay Goddead and the rest ng Gen.G.
Cruz for the trade here with the Sheriff kill, but he only has a 60 HP to work with, and TS just, you know, getting those taps from Heaven. Spike is already planted. Meteor nakaantabay na dito sa Heaven side. Walled din ang alley, so wala na din silang choice. It's either they break it or just, you know, reposition themselves themselves, to which ang mga miyembro ng Gen.G ay nakahanda. Tamo, dalawang nakatingin no, from below here, and Jitboy only has a classic to work with. Oh, now a sheriff, but I don't think it's gonna do as much at this point kasi napaka-heavily guarded. Kung kahit saan man siya mag-appear, the moment na lumabas siya, alam na, kitang-kita na siya ng buong mundo. And speaking of that, ayun na.
Yeah, no headshot angle doon. Jitboy's not able to hit the shot. Pero ito na, it took Gen.G a little, well, not a little bit, pero a big amount of time din para mabago yung approach nila sa mga rounds na ito. Rather than trying to set up, they're trying na nilang i-bank on nga yung fact na kaya din pala nilang gumawa ng mga quick trigger plays na nakakita natin for the past 3 rounds. Yun ang naging saving grace nila dito, and Talon aren't able to manage through that effectively na din. And when you go for that post plant na, when Talon doesn't have the same utility na meron sila when they have the full 5, mas nagiging effective ito para sa Gen.G. Mas nagiging favorable ito para sa Gen.G. So Gen.G right now realizes that, and they keep wanting to put Talon in that situation. Ang tanong nila sa Talon dito, if they're put in that situation again, is this time out? Is yung discussion nila going to be enough to figure out a way out of this predicament?
Totoo yan. And they need to get back the performance wherein they're letting Gen.G be caught off guard kasi they were doing some surprises as well, but I do understand na medyo nag-held back sila because one, they are defenders, so they do have the luxury to wait. But then again, this is where I think Talon could thrive in kapag, they do something interesting despite the fact that they are on the defender side. So makita natin dito after, this timeout, maybe they are able to think of some ways kung paano nila mababawian ngayon ang Gen.G, because look at how they're positioned right now. They're majority stacked up to B side. And I think that's a different case now for Gen.G because they may have something in mind going to A.
Okay. Slow start for both of the teams. Talon, Patifan, of course, gonna be doing the set standard play dito sa B main. Pero this is a huge thing din naman because he can't really see, or they don't really see anybody there. Kita mo agad yung somewhat pag-rotate ng Talon elsewhere din. Pero because they don't have mid, they still have to check that out. Jitboys, now here's the contact. Yan yung pag-back away niya. Makakahanap pa siya ng pick through the trap wires. And makakahanap siya ng dalawa. Jitboys, that is what Talon needed. That is what they want to happen para sa pag-push na yon ng Gen.G on the A side.
Napakaganda ng pagkakagamit ni Jitboys ng kanyang utilities here. But Sylvan attempted to get to only for Crows to shut him down. But then again, you were right. That was what Talon needed. And it was a huge, huge thumbs up, to say the least, for Jitboys for using his utilities in the most crucial time in that point kung kailan papasok na sana ang team Gen.G. So yun, ang ganda ng pagkakatry. So that's one, that's another. Seekers was destroyed as well as the Rolling Thunders are there. Patifan as well in the side to back him up. It was a good, mix.
Yeah. Once Jitboys started getting those kills, and then nagpapanik na rin yung Gen.G kung saan sila mapupunta. You can already see they're trying to rush out para lang makakuha ng better angles dito. And paunahan this time si Patifan naman ang makakakuha ng pick-off kay Sylvan. It's all about who can get the fastest there with from the shotted step. And mukhang si Patifan ang mga una ngayon.
Totoo yan. And he was able to get, fruit that by taking down Sylvan. So now it kind of dwindles down yung smoking capabilities ngayon ng Gen.G. So they really have to rush in fast if they do want to secure a site. So ngayon na nga, ito na ngayon nangyayari. They're going in towards heaven. Alam ngayon ni Jitboys kung nasan, pero nag-whiff siya. God Dead will be taking him instead. So this is gonna be a 4 versus 4 still in towards the clock. It's not an open plant, so heaven is not an option for them. So ngayon, dun na lang sila naka-pre-aim. But then again, we are seeing how Talon is going to retaliate for this retake.
They can't just push outside of heaven kasi ang daming angles dito eh. They have to somehow re-encompass itong A main, which they are trying to do at this point then. Pero this position from TS is going to be crucial. The flash is there. Garnet is aware, and his teammate. Pero tingnan mo si TS, ang talino niya. Binaback up niya na lang. He's just threatening the angle for the moment. And ngayon, pressured na ang Talon to push up even more.
Definitely, but then again, Patifan still wins that duel between, making a double with the quick swing. Got that though for the trade. Magwi-whip siya, and Garnet is there to back him up. Kailangan push ni TS ngayon. Is it gonna make it? He's just spraying, but Patifan secures his friend who is defusing, pero hindi abot. 0.42 seconds and the clutch play goes to Gen.G.
Grabe, hindi na tigilan yung nagde-defuse pero wala pa ding oras dito. Yan ang naging problema ng Talon once they lost that control on the site. Once Jit Boys committed na dun sa fight na yon, understandable naman, 1v1 nakahanap siya ng pero because they lost their Cypher, wala na silang extra body para gamitin sa pag-retake na ito. And again, TS from Gen.G delayed yung pag-rotate, yung pag-encompass ng Talon all the way from A main by repositioning and delaying yung two players of Talon even further.
That was just, quick decision-making para kay TKTS dito. And, it's not sometimes about the kills, it's just about you, preventing that spike from being diffused. And now Gen.G may be back on, their board up until Talon finds a way to hold that security in a certain side. Pero mukhang mag-a-attempt ulit ng mid itong Gen.G right now, having it smoked and having it, the Trailblazer go in first. Maybe a potential push is there. Nakita nila. Garnet in towards Rafters, forces to back away because of the paint shells, delays the push. But here, si King gumagawa ng ingay dito sa A side.
Trying to make sure din na makakuha siya dito, maybe handling an angle somewhere back of A main. Basically, yan na lang. Piniprep niya na itong A site as the rest of Gen.G could possibly go here. Pero kakamali ata ako sa pag-read ko dito ngayon because now na wala na ring nade dito si Garnet. Pwede sila mag-push ng B main without the threat of the molly or the nade ability.
Definitely, and I think this is what they are doing right now. But looking at that, nako si Meteor natapik pero kumuha pa rin ng kill Jit Boys for the trade. But then again, there is the added security now for Gen.G now that they've taken 2 from the crew. May healing na gagaganap but it's a 2v4 situation. Medyo mahirap ngayon because I think Ali is also walled. So limitado na naman ang kanilang portal of entry here coming in from B side. Di na nila kaya mag-flank kasi andyan din si TS to guard it off. And speaking of that, that's already one. And Jit Boys may have seen, the omen from Raptors as well. Pero nakatingin na sila lahat sa Ali.
Alam naman nila stuck na dyan si Jit Boys. If he tries to go elsewhere, baka mahuli pa siya. Pero Jit Boys, hindi pa siya mag-give up at least at this point. Last clip na on the magazine niya for this time. If he can get more extra frags, that's just gonna help out Talon even further. Pero alam na natin kung anong mangyayari dito. It's Gen.G already putting themselves map point na with this spike.
Grabe, and just like that, there were a little bit of ups and downs for Gen.G, but in comparison dun sa may conversion from game number 1, this time Gen.G had the capability to get back up and here match point. And I mean, it's not really the most polished or the most cleanest way of getting back up, but it still worked for them. And I feel like yung clutch kanina na ginawa ni TS and just delaying that diffuse is very, very crucial sa kanilang standing ngayon.
Yeah, I mean, it's already pretty gruesome nga naman. So I don't think we're gonna be seeing excuse me, clean executes at all from both of these teams. It's gonna be nitty, it's gonna be gritty. Pero that's also a good thing. Kasi again, Gen.G, they love their clean executes. They love being able to predict agad kung gustong win ng kalaban. Pero Talon have been one of the more unpredictable teams talaga dito pushing forward sa Pacific League. Especially now sa LCQ na anything and everything gagawin ng Talon. 2 more rounds for the Thai team. Pero Gen.G, their hold or rather their push has been absolutely solid. Cruz, kita yung legs. Pabalik muna si Meteor. No punishes to follow through. Pero alam na agad nila that this is a possible setup for the A site.
Definitely. I feel like for this one, Gen.G is trying to let Talon spend more their utilities before actually going for the peak. So I like that escape using the satchel from Garnet to reposition himself doon sa Heaven. But the Trailblazer, I think, is a bit stuck because of the concuss na ginawa dito ni Cruz. And look at that, just like that, Meteor already takes Garnet's off guard, taking him down. Patifan here with the trade of his own. That may revive me dito. Si God dead. And right now, from Patifan in the flank, taking Sylvan down. And Jit Boys doon sa Heaven make it more advantageous for them. 3 versus 2 right now. Numbers still na kay Gen.G, but look at how they're guarding it now. They're making extra, precautionary measures. Makita ang barrel and, King is there. And just like that, Asarai, Gen.G takes us to map 3.
Game 3 tayo dito. Gen.G somehow able to muddle through the storm ng Talon, able to escape the clutches ng ating Thai team, and well, Gen.G able to fight back. So grabe. I did not expect that to happen, pero ang tindi ng drawback nila somehow through all of that, saya, naisip na lang dito ng Gen.G, pumalag na lang kaya tayo. Gagana kaya yun? Gumana.
Totoo, and you did mention it earlier, diba? The moment that they turn it off and just, go in for their aims, it worked well for Gen.G. That was their opening. Para nga naman masecure nila tong mapa na to.
And another big factor din dito is kung gaano ka-solid si King at si TS. Specifically, I think si King in the starting rounds na nahihirapan sila up against dito sa Talon. And what's also grievous din para sa Talon specifically is Garnets was a huge factor kung paano sila makakuha ng impact nila. Pero ang problema dito, Garnets turned into less of a high-intensity fragger, more of, yung entry fragger na siya yung kukuha ng map ng side control, kayo yung magka-follow up. Ang problema, nakulangan ng firepower ngayon ang Gen.G, ang Talon.
Oo, totoo yan. And I feel like, Garnets was placed in a position rather than being the one to secure it. It's more of a sacrificial lamp just for them, to get a hold of the spike. And I think that didn't work for them. And for this, last moments of the match, it was just really Gen.G taking the full-on control completely into securing that map.
Yeah, so mukhang hindi pa tapos ang ating gabi dito, ladies and gentlemen. Again, this is tournament life on the line. This is champions ticket on the line dito between Talon at sa Gen.G. So with all of that, we're just gonna go on a break, and when we come back, alam natin, map number 3 na.
opponents, it's really break our heart.
Zeta Division will not be played in Tokyo.
We won't give up. We will emerge.
Team Secret,
Global Esports,
Talon Esports, DFM가 저희 젠지는 for the power of friendship 諦めないで勝ち上がります。もう一度チャンスがある大会なのかなと思います。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Magandang gabi sa inyong lahat. And we've just come back from split na sobrang close ng game na to. But it looks like Gen.G will keep on fighting for one last game against Talon dito sa LCQ. 13-10 ang naging scoreline natin on split. And it really was just super close.
Close to mga laban natin. Nakala natin pupunta na onto the side of Talon when our second half started. Tapos they just kept on winning those 3 first consecutive rounds. But then, on the latter parts of the game, sino ba ang pwedeng naging savior talaga sa side ng Gen.G? It was King at the same time talaga. I'm really impressed with how they want to end this second map against Talon.
Yeah, I mean, King with his Cypher and of course TS with his Sky. Sobrang laki ng impact na nabigay nila for Gen.G. It just felt like even with the Sage pick na minsan counterintuitive, they were able to really leverage that to delay Talon a lot of the time, and Talon started to feel the pressure even though mas marami silang or they had more first kills in the rounds they won. Gen.G never, gave an inch to Talon if they could help it.
That's right. And speaking of that Sage pick, I just want to say na ang ganda ng timing ng pagiging available ng revive niya. I think there were 3 rounds where it looked like it was already in Talon's favor, pero Meteor gets revived and then the round resets and it just becomes a 4v3 or even a 3v5 just because of that revive. And I think that Sky Sage combo was very well utilized, especially the walls from GodDead.
Oh, kanina nga alam yung mga rounds that mukhang pumapabor pa nga sa Talon, but overall, those sides pagdating kay TS when he's just fragging so much. Parang nga siya nagmukhang duelist. Imagine, he pops off the flash, he's just gonna pick out the members of Talon. But on the other side, nakita natin yung assist ni GodDead. Yung mga slow orbs na talaga yung naging impact. Kasi si Jit Boys hindi niya kaya, lalo na sa second half, hindi kaya ni Jit Boys kagad mag-anchor ng side because he's gonna be slowed down. Malilate kagad yung kanyang pag-swing whenever he got those traps talaga out. So that really gave a hard time para sa side ng Talon, tas nag-overhit na din sila on those rounds na naglalak sila ng firepower.
Totoo. And especially when, they were really feeling the pressure with that lack of firepower, it felt like they were kind of running around like headless chickens. Because Gen.G controlled the map flow so well with that Sage, with the Sky, yung Talon hindi talaga sila maka-ubra when it came to the rounds that really mattered. And I don't know, I mean, coming into Haven, I feel like Gen.G has enough momentum to really challenge for this and have like a beautiful first half, and then just kind of leverage that to maybe take the win here against Talon.
That's right. Looking really, really scary for the side of Talon because the momentum, it's shifted definitely. And again, that moment when you're so close to closing out a game, pero hindi mo ma-close out. And then, again, 13-10 here, this must be so devastating for them. You could see na they were getting, may mga desperate plays that they were using. And in the end, it just was, I guess, being out-fragged here. And looking at, I guess, having Meteor on that Jet, looking very, very scary on Haven. And I don't think Garnus is going to be able to size up unless they do something. I think that they need a hard reset before they start this game.
It's quite exciting actually to see na first 2 maps natin sobrang close talaga. Both of these teams deserve yung gantong highlights talaga. Yeah. But then going into Haven, yung first half talagang pwedeng mag-dictate. But if itong Talon talaga gagalingan nila sa first half, that you just make those big margins ng differences against Gen.G, there might be a difference. But then alive na si TS ngayon. Kaninang Pearl, medyo malamig-lamig. Yeah. So kailangan talaga mag-ingat ngayon ng Talon or else it might be too late for them.
Yeah, and of course, Gen.G is going to be starting off in defense here. This is going to be a very difficult situation talaga for Talon Esports because Gen.G is they're such a strat heavy strat-heavy team, right? Pero we saw them, kind of let loose a little bit in split and really kind of take Talon, match them in their own playstyle, right? Yung hold W din sila minsan. And Talon, parang nataranta sila kasi we're like, oh, this isn't what we saw in our VOD reviews, diba? This isn't what we studied against Gen.G, and how are they doing this? And they kind of crumbled a little bit when it started to matter in those final 3 rounds.
That's right. And I think it's like you said, if you can't beat them, you join them, you give them a taste of that press W as well. And like you said as well, yung unpredictability that Gen.G showed here on the other half, I think this is why Talon was caught off guard. Kasi I think in the beginning or on that second half when we switched over, di ba sinabi mo, Ray, yung Cypher ni Jit Boys is gonna make that difference. And we saw it round 1 pa lang. It paid off so much. But towards the end, Gen.G just switched it up and closed it out. And I think na Talon needs to find a way to answer this sudden shift from Gen.G.
Yeah, speaking of, guys, yung third map, Haven yan.
Yeah, hindi siya bind.
Nagulat.
So, nag-check pa tayo.
Nag-check pa kami. Check. Are we sure? But yeah, we are sure it's gonna be in Haven. And ito pa, Talon will be starting on their attacking side. And that's a good balance. Even if they get like a tie score sabihin natin sa first half, kapag nilagay mo na sila sa defending, yung operator na hindi nila masya-shutdown sa side ng Gen.G as what to happen sa Pearl, this is gonna be a big gamble that Gen.G has to take. But then, sabi ko, Korean teams here also in Haven, katulad lang sa Gen.G, they come up with a lot of possibilities.
Yeah.
And if they are able to apply it properly, that's something that can take Talon off in this series.
True, and I feel like kung makakuha nga ng konting lead yung Gen.G at the start, maybe get the first 3 rounds, something like that. If they're able to get an early operator, just put that on Meteor, put them on C, and that's going to be very, very difficult for Talon to break through kasi they have to put so much utility down in C long or try to go for garage control, and that gives a lot of flexibility to Gen.G to be able to respond and react to everything that Talon is doing. And I feel like that is the way for Gen.G here.
That's right. And I think speaking of the way that Gen.G is playing out this series, I'd want to point out yung flavor that they're bringing here. They brought out that Gecko, and now they're bringing out that Sky Sage combo here on Split. I'm very curious to see what are they going to be bringing to Haven, because definitely they're not going to be pulling out a regular comp. And there is Goddead with his traditional tissue buff.
Yeah.
May tissue sa isang side buff.
That's the Korean buff specifically.
Yeah, diba? They love putting it there. But then as for Talon naman, will it be like the basic composition na sabi nga, nakita natin sa Pearl, it's gonna be the same meta. Here in Split also, it's just very basic. But here in Haven, will there be some changes? Pero yun pala, ginawa ngayon ng gagawin ng balak ng Gen.G ngayon is to put maybe a Gecko once again. Are we gonna be seeing a Gecko? Di ba? Ang bilis lang naman din mag-burst aside nun. Pero sana on the latter parts of the game, ma-configure nga nalang isa't isa.
Well, it looks like dito sa Agent Select natin, we're gonna be going back down to the classics. I do like the breach pick from the side of Gen.G. Pero for Talon, they're gonna have a bit of a hard time suppressing when they switch sides.
Yeah, they have a Viper there for Talon, especially on that the first early rounds. I feel like they really need to leverage that a lot. This breach pick, though, for Goddead is going to be pretty key, I think, for Gen.G when they are going to play retake.
Natatakot ako. Nakita ko na yung mga teams na natalo dahil pinili nila yung Viper. Pero let's see, I've seen matches na naging successful naman yung Viper. Lalong-lalo naman kung yung player mo magaling, di ba?
Yeah.
And his name is Cruz. He picked that. Of course, nakita natin yung mga walls nan, so I'm looking forward.
That's right. Well, this is it, ladies and gentlemen. Fighting for one last chance for a ticket to Champions. Gen.G versus Talon Esports. Casters, take it away.
Parehas may isang puntos pero iisa lang ang pagkakataon for either of these teams to really get into the spot. Welcome again, guys, to the third game of our second match of the day for VCT LCQ. My name's Saya, and with me is Asaray. Ito na, Asaray. Haven, magkaiba ang kanilang panig dito in terms of the compositions ng kanilang mga teams for now. But what do you think about this Viper pick?
Very, very out of pocket na pick up dito. I don't think out of pocket para sa Talon, but out of pocket for any other team that has played Haven then. It doesn't feel... Isip mo dapat na parang okay gamitin ang isang Viper kasi And again, you have 3 maps. You want to have something that encompasses at least 2 of those particular sites, diba? Or not 3 maps, but 2 sites. So having yung utility dito ni Cruz with the Viper is actually pretty, it makes a lot of sense. Ang problema lang dito is, are they sacrificing another specific agent para lang sa control na yan? And is it going to be effective? If Talon is going to be on the attacking side and they do have the double controller, actually might be something that would be very useful para sa kanila.
I do agree with you on that. Like, if this Viper pick, is it like more of a comfort or is it more of like, is it worth the risk? Gaya nga na sinabi mo. But I'm gonna have to agree as well with Remy earlier that a breach pick here for God Dead for the side of Gen.G is quite nice because it really works so well para dito sa mapa na to.
Already, Meteor outside of A main. Spotted na ba by the turret? I don't think so. Pero he's just trying to break it down. The push out from Patifan and agad-agad lang nakakuha agad siya ng trade. TS down to 20. So as God Dead taking a bit of damage then as they try to exit after that initial contact dito between the 2 teams. Big problem ngayon is Talon still hasn't gotten any map control but they have so much time and again, baka magka-problema pa dito itong mga heavily tagged players na ng Gen.G holding on through that A-short which has already happened with Jit Boys catching up onto God Dead.
Totoo yan, and it looks like it's going well for Talon here unless I jinx it with TS taking 1 but another here despite the low HP. Tinake advantage niya ang corner na nandoon sa A-short but still, we do see Talon already getting into the site, planting it and outside for the Pope's plant situation we're in. Lamang sa numero dito in terms of people ang Gen.G, but I guess this could be an opportunity as well to take the positions right. Pero nakita nga naman nila dito ngayon si Sylvan on the side, but King is able to 1 only for Cruz to trade. Naka-crossfire sila ngayon, but then again, Cruz for another taking, but Sylvan secures it. Yung late entry niya from City is enough for Cruz to be shaken down sa kanyang angulo.
Naglag ng onti yung utak ni Cruz doon. Hindi niya, in-expect niya na takedown niya na si Sylvan, but I think Sylvan had yung extra half shield, so headshot at that angle with the Ghost. You need 2. You need 2 and one or a body shot or 2 headshots, whatever. In any case, ang laki ng last zone position dito ni TS. You'd expect actually, since low HP na si TS dito, or Talon already knows this, they probably wouldn't expect na nag-double up sila doon ni God Dead. Kaya hindi tinignan na Talon yung specific angle na yun, especially na nag-clear out na yung other teammate nila on A-long. They had to focus na on the site itself, especially na medyo nakukulangan na sa oras sa pag-push ang Talon.
Totoo yan, but it is a very good pistol for the side of Gen.G. Earlier, they're taking a slow push right now here in A-short, capitalizing Cruz's walls. Pero pag nakita ang barrel, it may be a different story. Ayan yung concuss Meteor for a pickoff, taking Cruz down. So ngayon wala. Viper's out of the picture for this round. Double peeking nila dito ang A-short. Sino ang unang makakatake ng hit? At gonna be actually Patifan as he pushes through A-short with a stinger. So that's gonna be the smoke as well to provide a bit more space for the team. Pero si Meteor dito nag-preempt and takes the shot, but Jin Boys is there for the trade. Meteor as well, hindi yung papatalo, but Foxy with the Sheriff headshot makuha, and Patifan magulo, malikot sa mapa. Imagine coming from A-short into the side and now going in from City. He was able to really play along with it to get that point.
Force buy from Talon actually, paying dividends ngayon for the Thai team. And again nga, kaya sinabi mo, it's all down sa pag-contact ngayon ni Patifan. I think Gen.G underestimated or hindi nila na-understand din na may upgraded weapons pala ang Talon up until this point. Tapos may onting disconnect dito na paano sila peek out dito, peek out doon, tapos bigla na lang nabubulag out of nowhere. So it's not only Patifan, it's also Foxy din. Yung timing ng mga abilities niya to assist his teammates have been very crucial at this at that particular stage.
Okay, that's so much information for King now, seeing a lot of people, but Patifan still secures the shot despite having a low HP. Pero syempre, andyan pa rin si Foxes to heal him. And right now, nakikita natin dito, may ito yung ginagawa nila kanina ulit sa split Yan, mag-iingay sila sa isang site and then they're just gonna transfer into another. So far, it's working para dito kay for Team Talon. But right now, again, using the walls in towards A-short. May konting corner. Sana sabi ko kay Meteor. But then again, he was able to take the shot. And a nice reposition again, dashing in from a short updraft. Di mahuli.
They're so close. Great stun though, pero hindi siya makapag-push out. If he tries to do that again, hanap na siya ni Jit Boys. Somebody's using the Hunter's Fury to give a bit of cover para kay Meteor. It's not gonna happen, pero Sylvan somehow manages to get through some kills. Gamit ang kanyang classic through the smoke. Ayun, it's all down to Jit Boys. Kaya niya bang i-hold yung angle niya on Graffiti? Anchor the position. Not gonna happen. He gets detached from this world, detached from this life, and detached from the round. And Thrifty after Thrifty, nagbabaragan na sila with the weaker weapons from both Talon and now Gen.G.
Gen.G here, I feel like adapted already to the sudden rotate na ginagawa ng Talon every time they make a smoke. But looking at the quick replay right here, it was just, you know, too much for Jit Boys. At considering yung position niya, he does have a lot of angles to see, but only little space for him to actually try and disengage. So that is why hindi na rin makakayang i-isolate yung fights at that point. So again, another attempt dito for Talon to take in C, making some noise. But right now, I think it's just more of them trying to play for those peaks and transferring themselves in towards mid. As in, a lot of space kinakailangan lang nilang ibigay para sa nilang sarili. Pero Gen.G, I'd like to commend them. They're already keeping the crossfire angles in check. That's gonna be the Viper Spit coming in from Cruz. And look at all the smokes. Wala makita yung drone at the moment. But this is, you know, a luxury for Gen.G hanggat hindi pa napaplant yung spike.
It's a good bait though. Kasi kahit nagamit na yung Viper Spit, they also baited out yung aftershock dito ni Goddead. So that also breaks down yung possible plants, and hindi makakita sila sa mid, so they aren't really sure kung saan pupunta dito yung other players. The thing is, there's still the better weapons para sa Gen.G, and now that they pull the trigger dito sa A site, all they really are aware of is there's a possibility na nandito pa rin si Cruz kasi nandiyan pa rin yung Viper Spit niya, and if he pushes through this, pero teka lang muna, yeah, there we go, manghuli na siya.
Hala ko, mababaliktad pa. Pero then again, loving this crossfire between, you know, the likes of Garnet and as well as Patefan. But Meteor will be shutting down Foxy with that flamethrower kill. Make it another double dito sa A-Long. Already fortifying them, trying to defuse the spike. Nano Swarm. Then ako ipit ngayon si Jit Boys. At pag nawala tong smoke na to, it's gonna be difficult as King just, you know, sprays into the smoke and gets the round.
Again, weaker buy para sa Talon dito. They probably don't have any strats na kailangan nilang gamitin ng Viper Spit, so it's more used as a huge zone control. And again, you don't have to use it to take the site, but you can use it to take a certain portion of the map to your favor. Kung bakit mas madaling nakuha ng Talon din yung A site na paisip ng matindi dito yung Gen.G. What's good about that para sa Gen.G naman is, again, ang laki ng flank agad din na ginawa dito. Kasi even if Cruz can actually get that mid control, hindi niya nakikita yung gagaling sa likod niya. And that's where, again, Meteor had his potential to flank.
Also, to really, you know, try and utilize or spend the skills na yun nga nagamit ni Goddead nun. So the aftershock was already gone. But then again, it's really important to look at the bigger picture. And, you know, Meteor was just able to really get those in the process. So right now, smokes in towards Garage. It's kind of like, you know, forcing out Talon to go for that, you know, last minute pushes. Para nga naman the time constraint na napupunta kay Talon would force them to be in a reactive position. So ngayon, Meteor already has the op. Kinakailangan niya na lang makuha to. Kung sino man ang magpipick from C-Long, Patefan will be placing a smoke once again to Garage. And nagkakaroon ng pakiramdaman dito, no? So we do see there's gonna be the toxin coming in from the back of C-side. But then Meteor still takes the shot doon from C-Long. Merong dash in as well. In reply ni Garnet. Ang dami nangyayari dito ngayon. But right now, Jit Boys is also getting one for himself. At it just like that, you know, Talon was able to secure C side, and it's only up to TS. Pero naka-pre-aim na dito si Patefan tsaka si Jit Boys eh.
Yeah. And this isn't a cheap round din for Gen.G. Nagbili na sila ng operator kay Meteor din. There's a lot of commitment din sa pag-hold ng back of the C site, pero na-overwhelm lang din sila sa separation na kayang i-pull through agad ng Talon. And you can already see yung nasa isip dito ng Gen.G. They just have to save. And actually, not really save. They do have a bit of money. So baka naghahanap ng si TS ng couple of picks if he can. Pero not even that would be rewarded para sa kanya.
Yeah.
And Talon slowly creeping up the round deficit dito. But to be fair, it's been a very close match between these two teams for the past 3 maps.
Totoo yan, really. Continuing the rally from Split here towards Haven. And you know what? Maganda naman yung naging pick up ni Meteor doon eh. But then again, I think it's more of Patifan really, nagiging makulit na siya sa mapa. Like everywhere he goes, nagsha-Shrouded Septa after he takes a pick off and then provides yung smoke na kinakailangan para makapag-entry yung ibang miyembro ng Talon. And it's really working, good for Patifan and his capability to initiate it, despite him being the controller. But right now, ngayon, makikita natin there is going to be a little bit of a different or a change kung paano ipoposition ng Gen.G yung mga miyembro niya. Kung kanina nakita natin si Meteor nasa C, ngayon nasa A siya. So it was a good warning shot kasi it delayed a little bit the push na gagawin sana ni Talon.
Pero grabe ang rotation agad dito ng Gen.G. They immediately abandoned the A site, leaving only CTS na lang, which is not a bad option since he does have yung kanyang drone to check just in case na he's feeling that the push was probably there. 1-for-1 trade. Sumugod din si Goddead through the smoke and he'll build the ultimate prize for that. Mag-isa na lang si Sylvan. Somehow repurchase in the back of the site so baka makahanap siya ng timing pick dito ngayon. But the Seekers expose his angle so it's all about kung gaano pa siya katagal mabubuhay sa back of the site. Only good for 1 and 1 versus 3 na naman. Si TS ang mag-isa. Foxy in the perfect time to actually swing for the angle, swing for the pick, and swing to give Talon the round once again.
Grabe dito. The way that Talon is already taking sides. Ito na yung nakikita natin na wala na silang pagdududa kung paano nila i-take. And this is, I think, one of the good factors here kasi despite the flashes, despite the nano swarms, Jitboys was able to change his pace from garage up to that window kung saan lumabas si Goddead. So kung iba yung naging scenario niyon, Gen.G could have, stayed for a bit longer kasi Sylvan was doing a good job in trying to hold, as much as he can to C so that the others can rotate.
Well, if Sylvan falls down, that's a big problem din para sa kanila. Ito na, Talon. Nandito na yung point na init na sila. Alam mo na the hot hands available. Not the ability, pero yung tempo na pinapakita dito. Once Garnets is in that position, once he's in that mindset na ang hirap na talunin niya dito. And King, he's gonna have to dig deep just to even pick up kung ano yung nawala ni Meteor and natitira na lang sa back of the side. It's going to be Goddead and he is such in a pretty bad spot to be honest. Hindi niya makuha yung first pick so he might not be able to survive for much longer. Yun ang mangyayari sa kanya. Only leaving TS at Sylvan na naman in a 2 versus 5.
Ang daming binato. Mapapamol, mapatoxin, mapablind. Lahat ibinato para kay Goddead. Pero it really worked out well for them kasi the way, again, he is in a bad position. That is true. And another thing is yung aggression. Maganda din yung pagkaka-double peak nung dalawa coming from Talon in towards A kasi it really shut down Meteor as he attempts to really push A long. So maganda yung pagkakasabay-sabay at yung timing ng Talon to get A side.
Call from Gen.G to go for the timeout. Big problem ngayon para sa Gen.G is how well Talon are starting to get those contacts. Kanina nagkakamali sila ng onte sa pag-check ng mga angles dito. Pero ngayon, na iba na yung ihip ng hangin, nag-iba na rin yung approach ngayon ng Talon. It's a lot more refined, it's a lot sharper yung edges ng kanilang pag-push onto the side. Kaya wala nang butal dito. So Gen.G realizing that fact na din, call that immediate timeout. Nagkakaproblema na sila. Meteor's not having any value off of his operator. So kailangan niya nang ibalik siya maybe on that rifle of his. Another big factor din dito, King is not getting the same effect na nakuha niya nung nag-cypher siya on split.
Totoo yan. And again, they are gonna opt for that half shield buy again. So tignan natin kung effective nga ba to this time around kasi we've been noticing that nangyayari dun sa split but it's not really bearing fruit para sa Gen.G at that time. So right now, let's see if this time it actually works for them kasi ngayon, Talon is in a really fast pace in terms of taking their sides at we don't see any hesitations whatsoever for them kasi kung the earlier phases, they're just waiting for the utils to be used out but right now, wala na all in na sila dito
No, I will say, Talon is one of those teams that parang doesn't feel phased by any mistakes na nangyayari sa kanila. So kahit man ito na, do or die na yung laban nila, parang ano pa rin solid pa rin ang performance nila. This is how they play. Pero Gen.G, a Korean team, not on that same spectrum. Nakikita mo ngayon na the pressure is there. This is the last map. They have a chance para makapunta sa last chance qualifiers, pero hindi nila nakukuha yung mga picks na gusto nila. Thankfully, God, hindi bumibigay. Gen, or rather King, activates na yung kanyang lockdown. Hoping that Garnets maybe tries to break it through the wall and makakuha siya ng free pick dito. But that positioning on the post plan para sa Spike is perfect para sa Talon because it puts them all the way dito sa C-Long. And tignan mo na si Garnets coming through sa garage.
Tingnan natin kung makapil ko siya from behind. Right here actually whips the Bladestorm but still gets King in the process. So ngayon, it is a 1v2 situation. But still mag-cross right here. But right now, it is an open plant. Good. Thankfully, oh, hindi alam kung saan uunahin ni Sylvan tumingin. Nandun na siya sa panig ni Garnet. But Garnet, still secures that.
Ay, nako, grabe. This is going very horribly wrong para sa Gen.G. Kaya na sinabi ko, Talon, and they have that champion mindset talaga. It's so different from what we see, again, from the likes of Gen.G. Gen.G, they can be very decisive, they can be very convincing. Pero Talon, however the match goes, however the round goes, ito na nangyari sa kanila. When they were having yung mga questionable na plays na ginagawa nila during the group stage, they still looked incredibly strong. And ngayon na they're even more refined, it looks like there's no stopping them at this point.
Unless Gen.G, does really something about them getting picked off at the early phases of the game. So ngayon, nakita natin na spot na si Meteor and only 45 HP to work with right now. Kasi ito yung naging problema sa Gen.G na kapag nababawasan na sila, like patuloy-tuloy, it's gonna be like a domino effect. And, Talon being on a very good, height right now, it's just really the pressure for the side of Gen.G. Pero ngayon, grabe yung guard nila dito sa garage, ha?
They can't really let it go. Kasi ang big problem dito is they've been doing that and wala na sila makuha ang control sa C-site Nahihirapan sila sa post-pan so they can't really leave anything amiss dito sa mid-side natin ngayon. Pull on the trigger sa Hunter's Fury agad. Trying to get a catch-off onto B pero wala pa rin nagpo-push. A little bit too early para sa Gen.G. And Talon, they thrive in this. Tignan mo, wala sila makakuhuli ngayon because of that Hunter's Fury and they have to commit God Dead gamit ang kanyang Rolling Thunder. Problema, hindi pa nakuha yung buong site kaya may players pa ng Talon dito na pwede makipaglaban, makipagbakbakan. Foxy with a flash and a great setup para kay Jet Boys. Magka-backaway muna siya into the embracing lines of his teammates. Bigla na sumugod si Patiman gamit ang kanyang operator. 1 versus 2 para kay Foxy. That spike is not planted so he has to try to do it right now. A little bit of a full commitment para sa Gen.G pero kaya pa din and Talon falter.
Little bit of a messy, performance there from Talon, but you know what? They still were able to get the job done regardless. So, yung Rolling Thunder did not really, completely take over the site. So there were so much trades that have happened here, para sa side ng Talon. And Gen.G having that numbers advantage at the end, and nakita nga naman dito ni Sylvan na nagpa-plant na si Foxy. Just really take advantage of it habang hindi pa nakababa. They don't really want to get that extra creds para sa kanila. And then so many...
Meteor.
Uy, grabe! Okay, buhay pa naman siya but with 41 HP left.
It's the decay lang naman. 41, not the worst. Akala ko nga, it was just down to single digits pero nakatakas pa rin siya somehow, some way.
Ang daming binato sa kanya. May toxin, may nano swarm.
Yeah, all he had to do was just use yung kanyang tailwind para makatakas. TS. Now, doubling up dun sa position kanina ni Meteor. Is Cruz going to be aware of this? Absolutely, yes! And si Meteor ngayon, mag-isa na naman sa A site. Handang-handa pa siya mag-swing out, pero si Patifa na mauuna. Had the pre-fire angle, had his teammates is back. And yan na, dalawa down para sa Gen.G dito and Talon come into the A side marching.
Ang ganda na. Then, ng pagkakasmoke, everything is placed and positioned for them to take this post-plant situation. And right now, kalat ang miyembro ng Gen.G. I think they are opting for a save and potential exit frags here, and which is quite the optimal decision kasi I feel like Gen.G here is having a hard time, especially when they're trying to have the situation like this na incomplete sila, and the fact that both Meteor and TS was, already eradicated from the board na napakaaga as well. So it's a very wise decision for them at this point.
I mean, there's nothing else na magagawa na namin ng Gen.G at that point nga, diba? Kasi that's the difficult issues sa Haven. It's heavily attacker-sided, to be honest. There are some spots, there are some situations na mas okay siya as a defender, pero there's so much stuff that you have to deal with na hindi mo kayang magawa as a defender, but as an attacker, so many options na pwede mo ding gawin dito. A big problem ngayon para sa Gen.G is they can't really force a fight against the Talon kasi kaya ng Talon i-isolate yung so many angles because of the double controller ngayon. So Gen.G, ang counter nila dito is risking para makakuha nung information, para makakuha nung initial contact, and maybe hoping na makakuha sila ng pick. Ang big problem din nila is ginagawa pa rin nila yung half shield na yan. Tapos pinalaruan nila yung mga abilities ni Cruz, which decays their HP even further. Pero somehow Gen.G, sabi ko na nga, medyo passive sila. They actually pull the trigger and actually start to push up aggressive sa A-main at sa mid.
I mean, yun na nga yung kinakailangan din ng Gen.G for things to work out. Kasi if they are always getting, depleted in terms of numbers, it's gonna be hard. Ito na ang pagkakataon nila as, Garnet is really in a pinch position right now. But then again, there were some pickups from Talon as well. At mukhang nagiging pabor, hindi gumagana yung tactic ng Gen.G ngayon. But it is still a 1v3 situation. King was just gonna, opt to save, I guess, this Vandal once again kasi yung andun na yung pag-attack, andun na yung aggression, but the problem was that I think they were just more of intimidated on the presence ng Talon. Kasi notice how Talon, hindi sila naghihiwalay in terms of like double peeking. They're not hesitant into doing that. Kaya I feel like it's not just the aims alone, but the way that Talon, just disciplines himself. Like, oy, may nagpipick, tara, tayong dalawa.
Honestly, more than that, compared sa, sa split, kung titingnan mo, there's no real way for Gen.G to actually get a pick in terms of the distance. Kasi nandun pa din yung Talon sa sariling side ng spawn nila, and they were actually moving for the C site. Yung naging problema dito ng Gen.G more than anything else then is hindi na nakuha yung value doon sa mid-push nila na fall off sila tapos nag-fall back din sila after that. Tapos yung push outside itong A-long na to, sobrang disjointed sa Gen.G. So alam mong may point na yung Gen.G dito na binabato na lang nila sa area yung mga strats nila at hino-hope nila na tatama ito somehow. Pero again, Talon being an expert at receiving contact is able to receive it so well na hindi makabawi ang Gen.G. Yes, there's picks on Cruz and Jet Boys, but Gen.G sacrifice yung map control just to get that just to get that push. And syempre Talon being on the attacking side, alam agad nila na C site would be definitely free.
Definitely. And syempre that's also like the best option for Talon to just take instead. And yung maganda din kasi dito for Talon, like them really receiving those contacts, and it's actually working out for them as well. And just to let you know that Garnet is really good at having their team's backs, and that's I think one of the reasons why he's really rising to the top in here. So ngayon, hindi nagagawin ulit ng Gen.G yung ginawa nila from the previous round. So ngayon, nakaantabay na si Meteor dito, but still Garnet takes the shot. Naka-flash, pero nag-back pa rin with the shorty. Nakuha pa rin ni Garnet ang dalawa. All they have to do is just wait for the pick at this point. Trailblazer is there, but information is really crucial. Sylvan, however, shuts down Garnet. But at what cost? Foxy with the retaliation takes King down from C Link. At hindi pa sila nagtatapos dito. There are traces nakikita, but still Cruz wins it out, and Jit Boys for the clean up. Grabe! The power and basically the aggression na nakikita natin ngayon from Talon is very on point.
How many kills does Garnet have? 10, 8, and 3. Not the highest kasi it's a good little spread, pero this man is just a different animal, built to succeed, built to kill. Kita mo naman yan, the setups are all there, and Garnet is being fed, and he is not disappointing. The execution and the ferocity na pinapakita niya. Anyways, we'll pass it on to the panel. Guys, kayo na muna bahala dito.
Maraming salamat, Azuray. And it looks like we have a 4-8 scoreline in favor of Talon Esports. And I want to say now, there's a lot of pressure on this game. And I think the main difference here is who can perform better under pressure. And it's definitely Talon.
Natatawa ako, double smoke. You just didn't expect that Viper pick. We were all really doubtful kung anong performance nila. Pero suddenly sabi nila, wait lang, let us cook. That came from a 3-0. And after that, sunod-sunod na rounds na yung naipanalo ng mga taga-Talon. Just because of those angles, sana na pwedeng magamit ng mga taga Gen.G against them. They're all covered by smokes.
And this is on their attacking side. So ito, kung attacking pa lang, ganito nakabagsik yung Talon, I can only imagine how it's going to be in their defending when we get there. And yun nga, Garnet's, the difference between him and Meteor ngayon in this first half of this last map, sobrang laki. Kita mo yung the ACS, the KDA is more than twice already, and Garnet's, it feels like his impact is so much more than Meteor. And this is actually the first map na nangunguna yung Talon in the first half. So Gen.G, they really have to step up in the second half or else they'll get left behind.
That's right. That's actually really interesting because it's always been Gen.G in the lead in the beginning, and now it's Talon. And I think na again we're seeing, like after I said, a nice spread of kill distribution across. I think it's Garnet's, Patty, and Jit boys. So I think that the whole of Talon is just performing very, very well here. But for Gen.G, what do they do to come back in the second half?
Tingin ko malaki naman yung prospect pagdating sa second half. Ang very straightforward. Ang daming flash, may Sova ka pa. So I think that's gonna be workable. But then they gotta take care of that shutdowns by Garnets, and together with those smokes then pati yung molly ni Viper.
Yeah, that's a very, very tough prospect because Viper is basically an agent that's made for the defense.
That's right. Well, we'll have to see what they do when they switch sides. So, Sayora and Azuray, back to you guys.
We will have to see, pero bigla na lang tayo nagsimula sa round natin dito. And mukhang magkakaroon tayo ng standard set play para sa Gen.G. The plant, this is gonna be interesting kasi usually you want to see yung plant on the spike doon talaga sa wall na yon. But because of the Viper wall itself, you see Goddead actually planting it a little bit elsewhere, and that could make it easier for Talon to start diffusing that.
Definitely, pero right now we do see Sylvan opening it up. Goddead for the trade, but Cruz has a kill of his own. Pero ayan na nga ang rally for both for teams, and eventually Goddead has that cleanup. And so far, I was actually nervous doon sa wall kasi mas madali na diffuse sana ng Talon but then again, all of those sprays got through and through, and the aggression na hinahanap natin kanina, it's now being set.
Yeah. Not even given the chance para i-put themselves in that position. They just pulled the trigger agad dito. Wala nang retake utilities na at least na bato ng maayos ngayon on Talon because majority of the players ng Gen.G actually didn't play for C long. They actually played on the side itself, knowing that again it was still just the pistol. Great start para sa Gen.G. They have the better weapons for the moment. Pero teka lang, nag-triple stack, quadra stack ang Talon sa C site, and Gen.G, nagkamali sila ng read dito. They could actually be well received by Talon. They are taking this incredibly slow and mukhang hindi sila kakagat sa top ng Talon.
At mukhang sila pa ang mag-iintay sa kung sino man ang magiging agresibo dito. Already spots out Patefan, and he is now forced to back away just in time. Pero I know I'm liking this because they kind of had yung impression na we might rotate a little bit earlier than expected. Pero only to find out na ngayon pa lang sila gagawa nun, and Gen.G is now making the play.
Yeah, very big reads din dito para sa Talon. Tignan mo to. Nag-start na sila mag-slow push onto the A site. This is a full 33% committance kasi 3 sites So, yeah. It's the maths, guys. Anyways, ang laking bagay nito kasi they pushed them back thinking na nag-commit ang Talon sa C, and this could actually be a great read. So it's all gonna boil down kung gaano ang first contact ngayon ni Meteor and how well he will get set up by Goddead. The flash is there, pero Meteor does not disappoint. Gets the pick, TS sumusunod, and grabe ang ang anticipation ng Gen.G. They know now that it is a full commitment on this side, and si Cruz na lang matitira, pero Cruz somehow still gets the fadeaway dito kay Sylvan. So not the worst, but a great great starting round dito rin para sa Talon.
It worked.
Gen.G.
Yeah, it worked in the favor of Gen.G actually. Kasi like that could have been a different play for Talon if they were able to position themselves in a better angle. Kasi if you're gonna look at the replay right here, Meteor has better weaponry at makita lang yung balikat mo, that's already, you know, a pick-off. Pero hindi pa rin nagtatapos si Meteor doon. One from the right and one to the left. And although Patifan was able to get a trade by, you know, having one a little bit deeper in towards Hellside, what could the Classic do when you're already surrounded by many peoples of Gen.G in the process?
And again, it's just because of how well din yung pagka-encompass ng utility nila dito. Garnets, wow, that's okay. He has to be, yeah, he got forced out agad because of the flash out. Pero mukhang may papalag din sila sa pag-flash dito. Can't really find the contact kasi smartly enough Gen.G, hindi nila papalagan yan. They don't have any utilities that can get flushed out, pero ayaw pa rin nila i-risk yung initial contact na yun against Garnets.
Truly, and right now it's a little bit of you know, taking, you know, a chill pill for a bit para dito kay Gen.G because right now they are making a lot of noise in A but then transitions in towards B. So magandang angulo dito ni Jitboy to spray it off but it's not gonna be enough. They were able to escape that in the process. So ngayon, isa pang option. They do have another option to either fake a rotate or commit another rotate. Maybe it's either to C or going back to A. But then again, look at this. Meteor. Upon the smoke goes down, gets the kill. And ngayon pupunta sa A, marching in. Fox, uy, sayang yun as TS already shuts him down to what could have been a massacre na pwedeng gawin sana ni Foxy.
Sa likod dito ni Garnets. Si Meteor, timing is going to be crucial para kay Garnets and he's only good for the 1 pair 2 versus 2 pa din ito. The push out, both of the Okay, Jitboys is 27 HP. May nakatingin ba sa kanya ngayon? Sylvan is so preoccupied doon sa Heaven. 1 versus 2. TS, alam nilang ipit-sigipit siya. On the A side, Jitboys now closing in. Has to wait. That turret gives away the position ni TS. He's down to 2 HP and he can't get back into cover. Mahuli siya. And now, you can already see Talon getting themselves that victory, 6-9, and onti na lang, they're about to break double digits dito sa rounds.
Ang ganda ng pagkaka-distract doon ni Jitboys. Imagine placing the turret, so syempre mapo-force siyang to actually get in towards Hell and you know, just cruise there panggulo. And still, he was able to take the shot. So dito in towards the early replay. Maganda na sana yung play ng Talon, but of course, Sylvan being preoccupied nga naman, gana sinabi mo doon sa may A-short, it just really paved the way for the wall bang finally for Cruz to get it down. Grabe.
Imagine the stress that Gen.G is being put on dito. This is the last official tournament for any of these teams up until next year na. That is the state of Valorant 2023. Sobrang unforgiving niya ngayon and IMAC Last Chance Qualifiers is even more so. Ito na yung push ngayon ng Gen.G though.
Oh, actually Meteor getting that shot in return. Make it a double for him. Patifan for the trade. That's gonna be a blind pero up to the extensive and actually secures him before anything could have happened. And Foxy just waiting here towards the smoke. Mag-whiff and King is there to take him down. Dito na lang ang flank nakikita ni Tiesto. That's a whiff, but for Cruz was able to take the shot. Ito na, he is forced now to reposition himself, but I don't think he has something to do at this point because not only the spike has been planted, it's already heavily guarded. That it's not your common open plant situation here. So even if he does rotate and goes towards City, it's just gonna be difficult for Cruz.
Yeah, and it's too much of investment for him. Lalo na 3 versus 1, wala siyang any good map control. And it's too expensive then. They have to save a couple of their weapons coming into the next one. Kung hindi, Gen.G is probably looking at an equalizer dito because this is already a sure ball 7-9. So kung hindi makakuha ng save ang Talon at all, it's a possible 2 straight rounds pa. So kaya pang bawiin ito ng Gen.G. Hindi pa sila talo dito ngayon. I was about to say dito say now, Gen.G, they are a team that is incredibly emotional. Again, any Korean team that you've seen talaga is incredibly emotional and it gets into their heads. Pero mukhang nakakabawi sila somehow. Somehow, someone is giving them that leadership. Someone is giving them that second win para hindi pa rin sila tumigil sa pag-set ng place nila. And mukhang successful sila sa seaside kanina. Na-try ulit nila ngayon coming in sa round 17.
I think this is gonna be more of a rush push considering Meteor does have the Blaze Storm to work with. So trying to clear up the site before he does go in for the dash. Gets in towards his Cloudburst. Na-miss niya dito si Jit Boys. But then again, he's gonna be spammed by bullets and rushes in to reposition himself. Cruz in a bit of a tight situation, but he can make the turnaround at this point. That's gonna be the Toxin updraft. Mapo-force ngayon for Meteor. That's one, but not gonna be another. Sylvan shuts him down. Foxy again with the trade for himself. 2 versus 2 na ngayon. Pero nakita doon on the corner. Patifan takes a right-click classic kill, but that's gonna be a jump shot dito. What a way to secure the 10th point.
The double controller ng Talon, hindi ma-figure out ng Gen.G kung saan ba sila naglalaro. And again, only one minuscule opening per player ng Talon and hindi sila nagmimintis. They keep hitting the shots and hindi naisip na din ng Gen.G kanina. Again, obviously sa atin, it looked like it was working, pero against a highly volatile, very adaptable team kagaya ng Talon, you can't do the same play twice kung hindi mapapunish ka dito. And now,
oh no. Uy.
Garnets almost hits the shot. That is scary dito para sa Gen.G.
Grabe yun. And you have to take note, si Patifan kanina pa siya malikot. And the fact that he's able to confuse the members of Gen.G, it's just so surreal. But right now, King has a little bit of that, removing that said hindrance ngayon dito sa round na to. So this could be a chance again for Gen.G to make things work as they now slowly crawl in dito sa A side.
Is that slow crawl nga. But the big problem is, at least para sa Gen.G, Garnets, siya nag-hold ngayon ng high tower dito sa Heaven.
Ang timing.
He's gonna get bopped up. So, try niya mag-escape ngayon, pero no chance to actually get away. Agad-agad, Gen.G punish.
Gen.G punish as well as Cruz takes a double kill in towards the backside ngayon. But look at that! Oh, grabe! As if pre-aimed and ready yung mga heads talaga pumunta doon sa kanyang crosshair. And right now, Jet Boy is there for a kill of his own. Oh dear, from behind. Hindi pa nila alam na nandito siya. Unless Cruz actually takes... But no, wala nang time. Pero makita... Oh! Jet Boy still secures that, taking away the Vandal na nasa kanya.
Nakuha pa yung operator para kay Garnets. This is falling so far back, so far down. And Gen.G, sinabi ko, nakala ko nakakakuha sila ng bawi dito, pero natamaan sila ng Thrifty. Tapos bigla na silang, again, I keep repeating the words, pero nawiwindang sila dito ng Talon every single time. Talon plays such an unorthodox style ng Valorant na Gen.G just can't find that rhythm. Hindi nila ma-tsempohan yung paano ba yung nasa utak ngayon ng Talon kung how they play. And Gen.G, ito na, do or die na ito. Alam ko, hindi pa 12 rounds ang Talon, pero this is the round na kailangan nilang manalo. They don't have the chance to do buffer rounds. Hindi sila magaling pag backs against the wall na. They need a little bit of space and they need that space here and now.
Actually, I agree with you on that kasi naging recurring siya with all of the matches na na-experience natin. It really takes a lot of time before Gen.G can get back up. It's either it's on time or it's already too late. So ngayon, again, agree talaga ako sa sinabi mo ngayon kasi if saka-sakaling manalo si Talon dito and it's already their match point, this is already room for no mistakes and that's added pressure as well for Gen.G once kung saka-sakaling manalo ang Talon dito. For Talon, the fact that they are already, making things harder for Gen.G ngayon with Patifan being proactive. Actually, kahit nung last round, nawala nga si Patifan pero nagawa pa rin ang paraan with the help of the utils na nanggagaling kay Cruz. And the way that they just really speed in towards the entry. At lahat ng posibilidad nandun na for Talon. They're really feeling good in towards this map.
And if Gen.G can't bring anything back in this round, they might kiss yung chance nila for Champions 2022 goodbye na. And again, sinabi ko na din to kanina na this is the last official tournament aside sa Champions in 2023. That is a huge gap of September to December na walang mangyayari dito. I mean, there might be just invitations along the way. Pero alam mo na Gen.G doesn't want that. They want something here and now to make a name for themselves, to make a marker na hindi lang DRX ang isa sa mga, actually, not just DRX, but T1, ang mga notable teams in Korea. It's also Gen.G, but they are struggling against dito sa Thailand Titan na Talon Esports.
Hindi maka-keep up again sa aggression na pinapakita ngayon ng Talon dito. And you know what? This is actually a huge, parang character development ng Talon eh. Kung kahapon nakita, medyo shaky sila. Ngayon, we're seeing them be more stable sa kada take nila ng site. But look at this now, Garnet. Medyo ipet, but Sylvan, actually secures the kill. So this could be an opportunity na for Gen.G. Pero ipet ngayon na naman si Cruz with a lot of utils and, people on board. But there are respective trades. But it always still ends up with a now 1v3. Oh, Fox still gets the tops!
1v1.
1v1 Seekers. Gagamitin niya ang diversion and he also still has the flash. Hindi pa rin nagtap. Oh, actually, isa pa. Make it 2. That Trailblazer naman for this time around. Ang dami na niya skills na pinatapo dito. Tries to wallbang. It's all about the position, the aim, the top, and it's Gen.G King will be taking it and they still survive.
Grabe, Foxy. He was supposedly nahuli na dapat siya dun sa ano niya. Tapos bigla na lang siyang papa with a double kill. Alam nila nakatago siya si Cruz on the highlights, by the way. Pero ito talaga yung panirado, no? Tinignan siya, tapos biglang nag-whiff ng onti si TS. Yun na lang. Siguro ang pagkakamali na ni Foxy dito, hindi niya na-expect na pinick up niya yung Guardian pala. That's a common mistake nga pala, guys. Kasi ang big problem dun is Spectrum just really looks like the Spectrum Phantom. Just as a, FYI. So kung bakit parang naulol na onti dun si,
hindi planado.
Si Foxy. Anyways, great round para sa Gen.G. They committed so much, but at this point, they have to commit everything just to get a round in.
Meteor a bit too much right now, but actually it was Garnet, but right now Meteor, very nice shutdown coming in from him. So ngayon they're taking it slow. They're kind of trying to pick off the members of Talon one by one. Unti-unti na din kumagapang dito sa garage the moment that the smoke, goes down. But I feel like Gen.G could have this kind of intuition na baka nga naman pwedeng mag-push considering how Patifan is just really, across the map. But knowing Patifan as well, he doesn't really be proactive too much kung wala pa sa site. And right now, they're gonna have this attempt ulit dito sa C-site, throwing everything and trying to delay the retake potentials. Meron ng Talon, but Patifan shuts down Meteor as he sees it doon sa backside.
That is some crazy isolation na nakikita din natin dito para sa Talon. Having that wall from Cruz is such a big blessing para dito ngayon sa Talon Esports. TS and teammate outside of Sinong. Hinintay lang muna nila mawala yung lockdown. There's still the push. Pero Foxy, nilabi kalaban niya, tatlo. Diyos ko, kung manarap pa siya dito, hindi ko na lang alam. Pero yan na nga, mahuhuli siya ngayon. And Gen.G, comeback part 2. Kakayanan pa ba nila? 2 more rounds to equalize. 3 to get them that match point. And 4 para mabigyan sila ng secured spot coming into sa upper bracket ng ating LCQ.
At timeout para dito sa Talon. It's actually a perfect call. This is actually the perfect time for them to call. Kasi nga, banggit nga naman natin, Gen.G does really take long before they convert their losses to wins. Pero this time, nagawa nila ng paraan to make things work at a shorter time kung kailan talaga nila kailangan. So because of this timeout, I feel like Talon does have something in mind to potentially catch, Gen.G off guard. But Gen.G has to keep it consistent at this point. Kasi nabanggit mo nga, it only takes a few more rounds for them to secure the spot.
Gen.G, hindi na complicated ang approach nila dito. It's just seeing contact. Pag nag-asim ang Talon, kaya nila i-punish nila agad yon. Tapos ang susunod na lang dyan is, I guess, a straight default na agad sa C kasi nandun yung setup nila. Kahit nandun pa rin yung countering walls ng ni Cruz, it's still not enough to get them stopped. Pero tignan mo naman, kung nakikita mo yung cameras ng players ng Talon, they have nag-fist bump sila and everything. They're trying to get that morale up. Pero nakikita mo yung stress on their faces already. They already had such a huge lead. Pero Gen.G grinding back dito sa ating last map. And they are making it ever so close.
Looking at the bias right now, it is best for Talon to go for the save here. So this is actually the perks of having buffered, a time to buffer in terms of the rounds. So ngayon, this could be an opportunity again for Gen.G to make things come to a close. So that's gonna be the flash. I like the easy, reflexes. They're just going back and not engaging doon sa fight kanina. And right now, and we do see here Gen.G just taking it laid back for a bit. Maybe because they want or to force out yung mga util na manggagaling dito from Talon. But so far, no casualties just yet.
Yeah, and again, yun yung sinasabi ko, they're trying to get that contact first nga para lang makakuha sila agad ng instant picks dito and then straight to see ang gugustuhin nila. Especially ngayon na alam nila Talon is gonna be on the weaker weapons. Patifan, Sylvan, he has also done a little bit of push sometimes dito outside of Garage. Pero Gen.G actually might be making a mistake ngayon. They're burning down the clock a little bit too much and expecting that the Talon will be doing the same thing that they've done 2 times in a row na. That's not gonna happen this time. So kailangan nila mag-decide. Are they gonna have to push somewhere else? And mukhang pupunta pa sila sa Garage. Dala-dala na lang yung spike dito. And Patifan, this is his time to shine. That smoke, that wall is about to drop down. And napakalapit ng contact dito ngayon. Pero nagkamali siya! That's going to be the fat finger sa pagtipi niya away. Napaisip siya pero nawindang din sa paggawa dito si Patifan. And C-side is open na para sa Gen.G.
Really working under pressure ngayon ang Gen.G, and now they have successfully taken control of C-side retake. Potential alarm board will be pinged. Pero ngayon si King, good position to take it, make it a 3. Hindi pa sila nagtatapos dito because this is now 5v1 and Meteor there for the backup. Making it work for Gen.G.
It's the biggest chance sana for Patifan to show kung bakit siya kinukuha pa rin ng Talon. Bakit pa rin siya minamahal dito ng super tight team natin kahit man nawala siya for all those months from injury as well as playing in another league. Pero mukhang hindi siya nag-step up to the plate and kita mo ngayon, 1 step na lang para sa Gen.G at makakuha na lang ang equalizer 11-11. Pero this is still not done para sa Talon. They have their buy round now and Garnet has got himself another operator then.
This is getting more intense, and you have to consider at this point both of these teams played 3 maps consecutively, and the stamina and of course the mental fortitude may come into play right now, Asaray, because nakita natin nag-tone down na ang Talon dito for the last 2 rounds that we have witnessed, and this could be an opportunity for Gen.G para magkaroon sila ng aggressive play. But the question is, now that the Viper Spit is in towards A short, parang nga naman din nila makuha. What are the other options left para dito for Gen.G?
Well, they can say actually push agad dito sa A long if they do decide to do so. Nakatagal lang sa certain pocket ngayon si Cruz para hindi ma-deactivate yung kanyang Viper's pit. Trying to make sure Gen.G, again, ito na nga yung kanilang built formula in the past couple of rounds. Intay, contact, at then set up for the push. Ang problema na lang is they've been gravitating to the left side of Haven for the longest time. Sylvan, baka maipit pa siya dito kay Foxy, pero Foxy not having a flash, not really risking yung contact ngayon. Pero this actually might be a bad read para sa Talon kasi nakatingin na ang Gen.G sa E-side.
Ito na nga, they're actually burning time, and I feel like this time constraint ang nagwo-work para sa Gen.G ngayon. Notice how they are actually going for the late push, but Patifan this time around will be taking Sylvan down. Iba na ang kwento dito from the last round, and although na ang na-read nila is B, they are still able to rotate very quickly in towards A.
Oh, this is going to be a challenge para kay Meteor. He has to reposition. Buti nilang may updraft siya. Di pa tapos sa laban, 4 versus 4. Cruz has a good control onto A short. TS has to clear him out. Garnet sabang drop down na, pero mukhang nanalo na ang Talon here in the corners. King at TS na lang ang matitira, and still Cruz has such a good control dito sa sewers natin ngayon. The defuse is coming in, and Talon out of nowhere sneak out around underneath Gen.G. Napakalapit na. Gen.G has the buy, but ngayon Talon has the momentum, and they have match and series point tournament life on the line.
This is getting crucial for Gen.G, at nakita naman natin doon sa previous round na pressure sila, naipit sila because of the overwhelming presence na ginawa ng Talon from City. As you have guys noticed, it kind of made them, shaken in terms kung paano ba nila ipoposisyon yung sarili nila doon sa A site. And because of that, it was just a matter of time kung saan tinake advantage ngayon ng Talon yung pagngarag nila doon. And this is, you know, the moment wherein Gen.G does really have to call for a timeout kasi this is the remaining rounds na hindi na dapat sila magkamali.
Not gonna lie, I was also surprised kung saan nakakuha si Patefan ng kill niya eh. Kasi it felt like he was all the way from B site as somehow nakakuha siya ng frag dito. Was that like a double updraft from Meteor or something? Maybe we'll see it again on a replay. Pero for the moment, Patefan, he made a mistake in the one round pero hindi pa rin na-shake ang confidence niya as a player. Still reset himself, got that huge play, had that huge pick, and sumunod ang players dito ng Talon. Now that the timeout is over, ano na ang magiging approach ngayon ng Gen.G? Sinabi ko na nga, they have that formula that they keep employing in the past couple of rounds, pero iba na naman ito. Talon have adapted, and so must Gen.G.
Totoo. And of course, added more pressure here for Gen.G. Again, at this point, lahat dapat pulido, lahat walang pagkakamali if they do want to go and reach for that overtime. And for them to actually work this out is to try and pick off members coming in from Talon. Pero handang-handa na si Garnet dito, coming in from Silong to pre-aim. Pero that's gonna be the Rolling Thunder, the Hunter Spear, sabay-sabay. And of course, TS will be taking Cruz down. Pati van for the trade. Pero si Goddead dito, hindi pa rin nagpapatigil as he does take the trade, taking pati van down. Ngayon, wala namang kulit. Makikita ang dalawa. Pero Sylvan actually takes the shot and Goddead with a double peak. Doon, taking Jit Boys as well in the making and to secure it off the 11th round. Buhay pa rin ang Mach 3 natin, Asoray.
Is there enough money for Talon to go for a full buy? Mukhang I'd say broken buy para sa kanila. There's still some credible weapons na pwede lang gamitin. Jet Boy's on the judge dito ngayon, so he's probably gonna be playing either B or Garage. Pero tignan muna natin itong replay na ito. Huge catch! Talagang dinump na lahat. Utility dump na ito. Ultimate dump na ng Gen.G para lang ma-close down yung distance. And alam naman nila that if they can get this round and bully out Talon, alam din nila that they'll break Talon's ability to actually buy properly in this round. Even if it's just the two players na may proper rifles, that's more than enough to give a little bit more leeway, a little bit more confidence dito para sa Gen.G. You can already see Sylvan scouting out gamit na kanya from the shadows. And if they actually answer this correctly dito, Seiya, tignan mo, A site is incredibly open para sa Gen.G.
And it's gonna take a long while before the other members of Talon to go for the rotate. And this is an opportunity now for Gen.G to go for the entry kung baga ito na yung ginagawa nila. But then Garnet was able to tap down Meteor. At ayan na ang lockdown. It's either they have to destroy it or they have to go for a full-on retake. Asoray, pero ngayon, meron pa rin from the shadows dito si Patefan, but I think it's not gonna be put into good use unless they are able to take their back sites. Pero the spike is already planted right now. Nandun sila sa heaven, nakukumpulan. There's a lot of things that are happening here. Utils being thrown, and there is no casualty just yet. Pagbaba dito, there is a trade happening for both teams, and Gen is still gonna be surviving 2 versus now 1, but still they secure it. An overtime here, Asoray.
Di tapos ang laban, walang mag-give up, and the crossfires trades para sa Gen.G give them, sinasabi natin, overtime. Hindi pa tapos ang laban. Akala ko, pero hindi. Look at the refrags. Look at Sylvan popping off all the way from Graffiti with the 3K agad-agad. Tapos as Patefan comes in for the flank, wala na, ubos na yung teammates niya, and he still had to deal dun sa 2 versus 1 na yon. And from what I can garner, mukhang may nag-call agad ng timeout bago magsimula ang ating overtime.
Grabe, napaka-intense ng labanan na to. It's about adapting. It's about, who gets to the site first at kung sino ang makakapagtipid ng utilities for them to use in either a post-plant or a retake potential dito. Sorry, I'm really nervous for both of our teams right now kasi stakes are now equally high para sa kanilang dalawa.
It all started nung nakakuha or nagkaroon ng mistake si Patefan. Naramdaman na ng Gen.G ang fatigue ngayon ng Talon. But Talon have been in this position multiple times na din with multiple teams in the international scene. So alam mo na they can weather that storm. It's all about how well Talon can, or rather Gen.G can weather this storm din. Kung kaya pa ba ng mga clutch players nila. We have seen for the most part dito si Sylvan ang real MVP nila. Someone who, again, sinabi ko na nga, in the the later stages nung group stage natin, nahirapan siyang mag-create ng tempo. Always on the back burner. Palagi siyang nagbo-bottom frag. Ngayon, siya ang bumubuhay dito sa Gen.G.
Totoo yan. And I feel like both the Omens are really getting proactive in terms of providing that information para sa kanilang mga kunan. And at the same time, dito si Sylvan, he actually is getting, those pre-aim shots and whenever it's actually needed. So ngayon, we are going to see once again a Talon on the attacker side. Papaano nga ba nila magagawa to? Kasi kanina nagiging effective eh. Kanina dinadoubt natin yung pagka-Viper dito ni Cruz, but it was working out. So ganun din ba ang mangyayari dito as they're now starting to go in towards mid na hindi ganong bantay ng Gen.G.
Well, Talon now clearing things up. Pero ang thing is, if they actually go for this pinch sa C-side, tatlo ang players na nakastack ngayon ng Gen.G dito. They've committed si King para mag-hold ng A by himself with all of that utility, which might not be a bad thing. Pero mukhang naamoy ito ng onti ng Talon, or it's just a standard rotation na gusto nilang gawin. So this is all gonna bank down kay King if he wants to fight this at the start, or intay muna siya sa team niya if he can. The thing is, baka sayang yung utility niya dito, or maybe it's just okay na makita siya or makita niya yung mga kalaban niya gamit ito kasi they can always go for that retake muna.
That is going to be the case right here, but right now, Nano Storms and Turrets are going to be destroyed for the side of King. Pero ito na, the spike is already planted in towards a open plant. So ang kailangan gawin dito ng Talon is to just wait for the defuse, have that crossfire positions. Pero paano ito mangyayari din para naman sa Gen.G as they are heavily crowded in towards heaven. All of this uses, Patifan will start it off killing King.
Oh
but Garnet a kill for himself. May trade na mangyayari dito from both sides of the team, but it's a 1v3 situation. Luge in terms of numbers ngayon for Gen.G. And it's just a short team. Mag-whiff, but Jetboy cleans it up and it's the 13th point for Talon. Isa na lang para ma-secure ang spot for the VCT LCQ.
It's so hard to just retake that A side 5 versus 5. Tapos meron pang crossfire setup dito ang Talon. Kahit man may somewhat retake utility ang Gen.G dito with the help of God Dead, it's still not going to be. Speaking of God Dead, 16 assists siya ngayon. There's the timeout from Gen.G. This is what they need. One more round to go. This is the side, yung attacking side, kung saan sila nakakuha ng momentum. Kaya pa ba nila ito? They're talking about it. This is the last chance na para sa Gen.G and they need to prolong this overtime.
Kinakailangan din nilang mag-isip kung paano nga ba masusurpresa ang Talon dito, knowing na paunti-unti nang naaalam ng Talon kung paano yung pattern na ginagawa ng Gen.G ito. And I feel like, kung papansin na natin, it's more of utility usage first before they rush. Tapos nung pagkadating ng last 2 rounds before our overtime, nakita natin na it's only from the last 30 seconds bago talaga mag-commit ang Gen.G in towards a certain side. Kung gagawin ba nila ulit yon, or is it gonna be a more aggressive take? Grabe, we need to breathe.
Yeah, konting kalma lang muna. Ito na. This is it, do or die. Gen.G in the disadvantageous position na dito. Ladies and gentlemen, a chance for LCQ upper bracket, a chance para sa Champions 2023 slot. Kakayanan pa ba ito? Sylvan is there. Meteor starting things up. Nag-commit na ng operator dito. Hindi si Garnets, but rather si Patifan. And Garnet, speaking of the man, nandito siya ngayon sa A main. Goes out for the swing, actually dashes in. And Meteor medyo ipet, pero nandiyan na. 1-for-1 trade. Patifan gets shots. Foxy out of nowhere. Nagpinch sila. And this is not looking too good para sa Gen.G. Where's the shot? And they're still committing sa A main. Nag-throw out na rin ng recon, or rather ng drone, para lang makakuha ng onting control dito. Pero ang problema is they're exposing how many players ng Gen.G ang nasa A side. Thankfully, nakapag-back out sila sa A main. And mukhang may chance pa sila makapag-rotate somewhere because they still do have the spike sa kanilang pockets.
This is gonna be difficult now for Gen.G. They have to work around with the remaining people that they have. Crossfire can be the solution. And yes, indeed, yung flank nila kailangan din nilang pagmasdan because Patifan is already there crawling in towards their backlines. And hindi pa napaplata spike. That's gonna be the recon, but that's gonna be one from King. Making another trade for TS. Hindi pa natatapos dito at gusto ko yan. Pumunta sila dito sa C-side to delay further the potential flank na pwede manggaling dito from Patifan. But right now, we do see TS looking at a different direction right here, right now. Pero si TS nakuha ng isa Patifan for the trade. 1 versus 2 Patifan only with the operator to work with. Ang kailangan lang gawin dito ni King is to just hold this angle right now, and dito iba ang direksyon na tinitingnan nila with a short team, but still King secures it and another overtime for the two teams.
Gosh, walang nag-give up, walang sumo-surrender at walang magbibigay ng opportunity para sa kalaban nila. I like the adjustment dito from Gen.G. Alam nila na pwede sila maipit if they actually just try to plant the spikes sa B side. So they actually just go for the push. And challenge nila dito ng Talon. Talon were feeling a lot more confident. And you can already see that sa eyes nila. But Gen.G used that as a trap. Ginamit nila yon, and they were able to pierce through dun sa ceiling onto the C side. Wala na control ang Talon dito. Yung flank ni Patifan biglang nawala dahil sa naka-operator siya, so hindi siya pwede mag-pop off. Only 1 shot, 1 kill lang sana. And now Gen.G back at least with a bit of breathing space. 13-13 muna tayo.
Oh, grabe, nakakakaba ako. Sino nga ba talaga ang makakakuha netong spot na to? But right now, there is going to be a flash. There are going to be utilities na mababato dito in towards the garage. Kailangan lang talaga na magandang timing for them to actually, put a flash, tapos entry. But look at this, both of our teams used it correspondently dito sa garage. Kailangan ma-force out dito ang mga peaks. But so far, so good for Gen.G. They're kind of being a passive-aggressive approach dito ngayon, Asaray.
Mukhang binago na rin ng Gen.G ang kanilang setups ngayon. Wala na muna sa A site yung full commit ng utility ni King dito. And they know that King is one of those heavy clutch players then, so why not just put him in a position na pwede siya makipaglaban. Pero nakita niya na, yan na ang push out ng Talon. Huli si King dito ngayon by Cruz. That's going to be huge. Sylvan, nag-commit na siya sa back of the site. That Cloudburst is not gonna last for long. Titingin muna siya ngayon. There's so many targets where he cannot find a pick. Sylvan, kailangan makakuha ng pick ngayon. There it is. God then makakasunod. 3 versus 3. Foxy. And it's going to be Foxy to get the victory. Hindi pa tapos. Again, the numbers still favoring Talon. And because Foxy is alive, mahihil niya pa yung teammates niya. Fallen down. TS. Makakauna pa dito. And it's actually good. Shock darts. Does get a bit of tag, I think. And Meteor comes out of nowhere. Patifan na lang matitira. And ito ba ang first point na makakuha ni Gen.G for the advantage? Yes, it is.
Grabe yun. A little bit of a messy, but they still got the job done. At gusto ko yung sudden appearance ni Meteor from City. It was a good call for him from Garage to just really secure the site. Ito na. Nanalo na this time ang Gen.G in towards the defending side. Kanina nakikita natin, it was just an alternative, alternating point. Pero ngayon, could this be the possible win, for 2 consecutive rounds etong Gen.G?
I cannot answer. Hindi ko na... it
Ang
can
hirap
go...
nang sabihin.
Yeah, it could go either way. Sobrang laser focus ngayon ng both of these teams. Any bit of weakness, i-rip apart nung kalaban nila. I-rip apart nila if kaya nilang gawin ito. Talon, yan na nga. Na-call na nila ulit yung timeout. I think 1 timeout out of regulation for both teams. So nagamit na ng Gen.G, gagamitin na din ng Talon dito. And now Gen.G are on the advantage. This is the first time that we've seen this dito ngayon sa ating sa ating third map. And you can already see kung gaano kagutom, ka-intense ang itsura ng Talon dito. They don't want to break down. Even Gen.G din, they don't want to keep this this series rolling kasi you can never know what could happen dito sa overtime.
Tama ka dyan. And this is actually, para siyang weighing scale. Hindi na natin matansya kasi both of them are hungry. Both of them want the spot. At ngayon, it's already being seen out. Kanina nakita natin may konting pag-falter yung Gen.G, pero ngayon with all of these overtimes nakita natin they really want it. At lahat ng mga cards that they are laying on the table, ginagamit na nila. And now, the question here resides, will they be able to fully, take a side and, clean up the round? O baka itong may isa pa overtime that's gonna come in from Talon here. Starting it off with a quick flash,
oh
but
my God!
Garnet wins that duel. Hindi pa sila natapos dito, Asoray.
Hindi pa nga sila natatapos dito ngayon. Pumapalag si King. And si King muna, nagpapainit ng onte. Sylvan backs away, gets the double. 2 versus 1. Tournament life on the line. kailangan na ni Jit Boys mag-pick up ng pace. Pero he's so far. He's on the side. If he pushes through this, tingin si TS. Ayan na nga, mananalo ang Gen.G. And Gen.G pushes further all the way from down under. Nakahanap sila ng advantage, nakakuha sila ng momentum, and hindi nila binitawan ito, giving themselves another chance, and they go sa upper bracket.
Gen.G wins the spot here and proceeds to our brackets dito sa ating VCT LCQ. Guys, pasensya na, masyado kami excited kasi kung kayo na paano pa kami. But then again, it was absolutely a close fight between the two, and we couldn't really have it any other way.
Yeah, honestly not. Pero grabe, isipin mo na yung particular round na yon, nananalo na yung Gen.G, or rather nananalo na yung Talon dito, nakakakuha na ng picks, nagkamali si Meteor, pero bigla na nag-show up si King, bigla na nag-show up si Sylvan na naman, na sinasabi natin that has been one of those control players. Now a little quick of ganner dito sa highlights, pero grabe, isipin mo na lang kung ano yung nararamdaman ngayon ng Talon, na they couldn't break through this. They were so confident. Narinig mo yung sinasabi ni Cruz na they were supposed to win, they were supposed to get this and that, pero hindi nila nakamit ito. It was so close. Garnets and Jet Boys were popping off, pero ibang klase pa din ang mental fortitude dito ng Gen.G.
Totoo yan. Kahit anong emosyon man, at the end of the day, they were able to suppress it and go focus, really laser onto the ones that are, ahead of them. And ang maganda dito kasi nabanggit natin, di ba, Sylvan was underperforming from the last season, pero ngayon, it was the actual redemption arc, the perfect one. And in this game, he just really popped off.
Yeah, Sylvan is definitely going to have a happy time. Basically, the entire team ng Gen.G is going to have a happy time dito ngayon. And they're gonna be the team, I believe, that will be actually facing Team Secret sa upper bracket natin by tomorrow's matches. So, todo-todo ang laban ng Gen.G dito. The question now is, kaya ba nilang ituloy itong strenuous na gauntlet na meron tayo para sa last chance qualifiers? As you can see right now, ladies and gentlemen, ito na yung final fist bumps para sa Talon, because this is the last time that we'll be seeing them in the official circuit ngayon. Again, champions ticket on the line, already gone dito para sa Talon.
That is true. But again, congratulations to Gen.G. Yes, the photo op is there. It's happening. Disturbed nila with all of the things, all of the emotions na naramdaman nila now, finally in here. Still seeing the light of day sa ating mga brackets dito, Azuray. And this is actually a happy way to have, this day as a set.
Well, that being said though, I will say, honestly, Gen.G, they deserve it. They did so much para lang makaabot sila dito. But you can also see na hindi sila mukhang masaya. They look incredibly stressed kasi they were in such a strenuous position din. They wouldn't know kung magka-pop off pa ba si Garnets, kung ano ba yung kailangan nilang gawin para makuha yung mga dubs nila in the rounds. And honestly, I couldn't even tell myself din kasi hindi ko din ma-anticipate kung saan ba sila aabot dito. Masasabi ko na lang, my prediction was correct. So, Gen.G were able to, para masabihin to, evolve, get into that next level. Ang tanong na lang ba is this going to be enough in the upper bracket competition that they still have? Again, up against, I believe, Team Secret dito.
Team
so,
Secret.
We'll still have to figure it out na lang din by tomorrow nga.
Nakakakaba talaga. But then again, this match really let us stand off of the edge of our seats, at napakasaya din na ma-witness to right now. But still, GG's to Talon. They have made a huge gap from yesterday's matches to today's matches. Imagine holding it off for 2 overtimes.
Yeah, 2 overtimes. Anyways, guys, my name is Acer. Kasama ko points to Seiya. We've been your casters. We'll pass it on to the panel, guys, to close things off.
Thank you so much, Azuray and Sayora. And again, guys, congratulations to Gen.G for surviving this single elimination and proceeding further into our bracket, where they're going to be going up against Team Secret tomorrow. But before we get into that, sobrang close ng game na to. They caught up to that lead of Talon, and we ended up with a 13-15 scoreline here on Haven.
second day pa lang, nakakita na ako ng isa sa pinakamagagandang series sa lower chance qualifiers. Kung pwede lang dalawang teams mag-proceed sa upper bracket, ginawa ko na. Kasi deserve ng Talon together with Gen.G. But Gen.G nga, sabi ko nga, in a small amount of time, ang laki ng improvement nila. At ngayon, nag-pave in yung practice nila to actually go up against Talon. And ngayon, 15-13 draining rounds. It came from a 7-11. At ngayon, napunta pa nga sa overtime, turning into their favor.
Sobrang ganda talaga ng mga adjustments ng Gen.G in the middle of the game itself. They didn't let the tilt get to them. They didn't let the pressure get to them. Parang round after round after round, sabi lang nila sa sarili na, okay, let's take this one by one. And yun yung ginawa talaga nila. Sobrang nag-turn on din si Sylvan. The performances were there for the rest of Gen.G as well. And it just, I mean, I can't say na nawala din yung performances for Talon kasi andun din. It just happened to be that Gen.G was, more receptive. They were faster to adjust to the playstyle of Talon, and that's why they were able to eventually make it to that overtime and then bring it home in the second overtime.
That's right. And I think that Talon, medyo shaky pa sila kahapon. But after they got that win against DFM, they got that confidence. And today, we saw them step into that confidence and own it talaga. But in the end, Gen.G was just the better team. And I want to say na all the members of Gen.G really stepped up. Kasi you don't see the usual names didn't top the leaderboards here. It was TS, it was Sylvan. And this just shows you how you need that well-roundedness from each of your players to take it up further into the brackets. And again, it's not going to be easy because they have an even more formidable opponent. Kung may TS ang MVP, kung si TS ang MVP natin ngayon, they're gonna be against Team Secret tomorrow. And hopefully they bring that same firepower to that match.
Nakakatakot talaga itong mga taga Gen.G. Actually, ito din si King talaga. Siya yung unspoken hero pagdating sa team na to. You don't usually see him that much yung pagdating sa pag-pop off yung mga clutches, but then the trades are there. Yung mga rounds na nawawala, yung mga members na siya yung nagko-contain sa kanila, and that's good to see. Something na kailangan i-take note of ng Team Secret. Or else kapag hindi sila naging prepared against Gen.G, baka mag-turn ng tables at pumabor pa nga sa Gen.G kasi history lang. Gen.G, natalo na lang Team Secret.
Yun, yeah. And King, siya nga yung hari ng consistency ngayon for Gen.G. Pero I just gotta say, it's nice to see that the panel curse and the Ray curse is alive and well. I mean, nag-predict tayong tatlo, Talon. Ano nangyari? Gen.G. And of course, yung dreaded na double overtime natin dahil kay Ate Ray nyo.
Sorry.
It's don't forget. Nag-tep pass din tayo.
Ay, oo.
May G10 curse, syempre.
Everything happened
last
today.
day ko na daw kasi so sinulit nung dalawang teams. Tama.
Tama lang. Medyo may flavor lang before we go into, those very serious double LM matches starting from tomorrow kasi napaka-intense na yan for the next 4 days here in the LCQ.
Exactly. That's gonna be it for day 3. Pero moving forward, again, magiging double elimination na ang brackets natin. So taking a look at our brackets, Talon has fallen from the brackets. We have Zeta Division going up against RRQ and Team Secret going up against Gen.G tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys do not want to miss this.
Speaking of Zeta versus RRQ, medyo mahirap kasi to dahil itong RRQ together with Gen.G, una, sanay na sila sa LAN, nakapag-practice na sila, they're hungry for the win on the second point. So Zeta together with Team Secret, there's no time for them to relax because these two guys are really hungry and wants to pin them down.
And ako, mukhang it could be RRQ and Team Secret meeting in either yung round 1 ng lower bracket or sa upper bracket finals. It really depends on whether or not they're able to turn on immediately kasi yun nga, naka-warm up na yung Gen.G, naka-warm up na din yung RRQ. So what will happen tomorrow? Abangan, mga kaibigan.
That's right. And I'm so excited to see the performance of Zeta and Team Secret tomorrow kasi ngayon, we saw RRQ and Gen.G debut for the first time dito sa LCQ and they were online on day 1. They didn't have that first day jitters and I'm hoping that we can see the same for Zeta and Team Secret. Alam natin that they've been practicing very, very hard. Team Secret has been boot camping in Korea ever since VPL, ever since Conquest, I think.
Yeah.
So very, very excited to see what they have in store for us. Pero guys, before we end day number 2. Any final thoughts?
Ngayon, medyo exciting to dahil open book na ang Gen.G together with RRQ. May alam na ng in-store ang mga katulad ng Zeta Division together with Team Secret. Nakita na natin to sa mga previous international tournaments. The more na you're an open book, the more na may preparation sa'yo yung mga kalaban mo. And magandang preparation ng dalawang teams na to,
Yeah, pero on the other side of that, on the flipsider, ang ganda pa rin ng adjustments, ng flexibility ng RRQ. Their setup is really, really something to be feared. And of course, we just saw Gen.G. Ang ganda din ng kanilang, mid-game calls, the mid-round strats as well, and their mental fortitude to be able to survive so much pressure on that last map. So, kung ako yung Team Secret, I would be really, really super preparing for tomorrow kasi Gen.G is out for blood.
That's right. The pressure is just going to keep building and building more and more as we go here on LCQ. Again, ladies and gentlemen, one last chance for a slot to go to VALORANT Champions in Los Angeles, California. So much is on the line. Dreams are, well, not dreams, but VCT season journeys are ending here. And unfortunately for half of our teams in the VPL, it is going to be over for DFM and Talon Esports as well as Global Esports. But again, we will be seeing them next year, hopefully in the VPL again. But I think that's going to be it for us here on day number 2. Once again, this was Rebi, Ray, and G10 here on the panel para sa Filipino broadcast ng VALORANT LCQ. And we're going to be seeing you guys tomorrow. Good night.
Good night.
Bye.